Father O'Higgins asked to speak with Jody privately one day. The priest told Jody to cut this nonsense out. Jody is not Jesus. Jody asks the father, why can't he just accept this? It is the most logical explanation of what's going on. Jody then questions the priest's faith. The priest seems like the only guy in town who doesn't believe in God. Jody says to him, why do you think nobody even comes to your church anymore? You say the words and do the actions, but you could be mowing the lawn for all you care. You're too busy planning what you're having for dinner or fantasizing about that dumpy old woman who arranges the flowers every Sunday. The priest tells Jody, you watch your mouth, son. Jody continues, when did you stop believing, Father? When that drunk old bishop made a pass at you at the seminary? When the cancer took your mother? When that homeless guy stuck a knife in the back of your brother's head? The priest, he then starts getting angry. He says, shut up. Jody continues, don't you realize even your brother's murder is all part of the great big plan? And Father O'Higgins yells at Jody some more and tells him to get the hell out of his car. Chosen Chapter 3. Father O'Higgins continued to question his faith, but at the church he continued his sermons to an ever-decreasing audience. Meanwhile, Jody was holding court outside with many of the townsfolk on the street. Jody's teacher eventually asked Jody to come to his home and try and heal his dying mother. Jody talked to the teacher's mother for a while. He could have healed her and gave her a few more years, but she said that she wanted to die. She wanted the pain to stop. And now, after talking to Jody, she believed that better things were waiting for her in the afterlife. The teacher asked his mom, Mom, this is nuts. What are you saying? You're terrified of dying. You made us sign a friggin' contract to say that we never pull the plug no matter what the doctors ordered. And the teacher's mother answers him, that was before I knew he was real. That was before I knew your father and my parents and that little baby I lost were waiting for me up there. Just like I'll be waiting for you too, honey. Oh, you should hear the way Jody talks about what's after all this misery and heartache. You'll never be scared of anything again. As Jody leaves the bedroom with the teacher asks Jody, Christ, Jody, I asked you here to save her. And Jody answers his teacher and says, and people get saved a million different ways. You gotta understand, not everybody feels better just by standing up and walking again. Your mom will live for another week and a half, sir. Ask Father O'Higgins about a final blessing if you get a chance. Your mom won't care, but it will definitely make Father O'Higgins feel better. Trust me, your mother will be fine. You're the one who has to live down here among all the squalor and the dirt. Elsewhere, Jody's mother gets a phone call from a man in a cowboy outfit named Joe Allardyce. Joe Allardyce runs this mysterious group of church elders that Martha mentioned to Jody in the first issue. Mr. Allardyce tells Martha that now that Jody's powers have materialized and the veil of secrecy is gone and people are talking, they now feel it is the right time to move the boy to New York City to protect Jody from his enemies. Martha and her husband will have visitation rights on weekends for as long as Jody cares to still see them. A car will be by at 11 in the morning to pick Jody up. Martha is upset. She raised Jody. Jody is hers, but she really doesn't have much choice in the matter. Father O'Higgins and Jody's teacher from school are apparently old friends. They go to a diner and talk. Father O'Higgins is questioning his faith. He doesn't know what to make of this whole Jody potentially being Jesus thing. He suspects that maybe the reason he doesn't believe in Jody as the returned Jesus like the other townsfolk do is because maybe he doesn't believe in God in general anymore. Father O'Higgins says, I stand up on that altar and say the words every week, but the honest truth is, I haven't really spoken to God since that useless son of a bitch murdered my brother. The teacher tells Father O'Higgins that maybe he should pray to God. You won't get answers without asking questions. So that night, Father O'Higgins went home and prayed. He prayed for a sign from God that Jody was indeed as special as everyone seemed to think he was. And at that exact moment, Father O'Higgins' dog, Angel, was run over by a car and killed, decapitated. Back at Jody's home, he tells his friend Maggie Kane that he is leaving. Jody says, the church elders called my mom and told her that they were sending a car first thing in the morning. They want me to go live in New York for a while, and then they're going to send me around the world to learn philosophy and karate and all that kind of shit, I guess. Maggie is surprised that Jody is going to leave. Just like that? She asks Jody about Jody's friends. Won't he miss them? And Jody answers, to be honest, they were all starting to get really weird with me anyway. It's like no one wanted to tell a dirty joke when I was around. People were apologizing for swearing. I think it's best for everybody if I just take off. Things can get back to normal if I'm not here. The two of them wonder that if Jody stayed around, if maybe the two of them would have became boyfriend and girlfriend? Jody's not sure. Maybe. The two of them hug and eventually kiss. Only something is wrong. Maggie pulls away, and she spits. And she tells Jody, what's that stuff on your mouth, Jody? Jesus Christ, that's disgusting. What's the matter with you? Jody, he's not sure. He tells Maggie, I don't know. There's nothing on my mouth. Maybe you just weren't supposed to kiss me. And Maggie says that she thinks she's going to be sick. At that exact moment, Father O'Higgins arrives at Jody's house with his dead dog, Angel. And the father asks Jody desperately if he can help save his dog. Now, Jody, he has performed some miracles and healed some people, but he's never brought someone or something back to life before. But he decides to try. The dog Angel's head is literally separated from its body, so it's freaking dead. Jody, he puts the dog on the kitchen table in his family's home, and he touches the dog. Jody, he tells the others in the room that he needs total concentration. So Jody, he is touching the dog and he is focusing. And outside on the street, all of the street lamps pop like firecrackers. Electricity all across the eastern seaboard starts flickering. Lightning came down from the sky. When Jody would think back to this moment many years later, he would wonder why he put so much time and effort into this one insignificant dog. He can't figure it out. Was he just trying to make a believer out of doubting Tom O'Higgins? Or was he just keen to top the Lazarus trick with showbiz pyrotechnics? All the doors and windows in Jody's home exploded, and the dog came back to life. Father O'Higgins embraced his dog and became a believer in Jody. The next day, Jody left town in the car that came to pick him up, and he said bye to his family and friends. Over the years, Jody would return home every so often. He would come back to visit his parents, but eventually he stopped. He didn't see the point after a while. Jody narrates, one time I called and told them about the constitutional amendment they were making for me, and it just felt awkward and strained, and I decided it would be best to remove myself. When Jody got into the Cadillac that first time to take him away from his home, inside there was a woman named Lily B. Lily B was the woman that visited Jody in the hospital in issue 1. The one that told him he would be getting various powers and abilities. Lily, looking at Jody now, says, well, you sure look a lot healthier than the last time I saw you. You've been having fun trying out all those special gifts I said you've been carrying around? Jody answers her, yes, ma'am. Lily continues, and those are just the tip of the iceberg, boy. Truth is, you could pull the star down one by one if you really wanted. That's why we gotta train you. That's why we gotta teach you to focus so you're ready for the big grand finale 21 years down the line. Jody, he gets into the car. His family and friends are all around watching him drive away. Jody asks Lily, where are we going now? And Lily answers, to meet your father, of course. We had a meeting about it just last night, and everyone agreed it was time you had an audience with the boss. And Jody asks, seriously? We're going to go meet God? And Lily replies, no, silly boy. Whatever gave you that idea? And Jody answers, God's my father, isn't he? And Lily answers, only in the sense that he incarnated first and made all the living things. But I'm talking about your immediate father, little prince, the other one. And Jody is confused. He asks, other one? And Lily replies, why, Satan, of course. We're going to meet Satan. Jody is not Jesus Christ returned. He is the Antichrist. We jump ahead many years. Jody is a grown man now, and he is talking to a man named Paul about his life story and what happened to him when he found out he was actually Satan's son, the Antichrist. Jody tells Paul, when my mother told me I was a character in the apocalypse, my natural inclination was to assume that I was Jesus, the Son of God. It was only natural. No one likes to assume that they are the bad guy. We are all the heroes in our own story. Another aide asks Jody, what did your father say about all this when you met him? Referring to Satan. Did he see the funny side of your misunderstanding? And Jody replies, oh, he laughed all right. They all did. Me, I just cried for 6 whole months. But in the end, I accepted my place in this thing. Jody, he walks on, and he is told, Air Force One, ready for boarding, Mr. President. The pilots estimate we should touch down in the Holy Land by midnight, local time. And Jody answers, perfect. So, not only is Jody the Antichrist, he also in the future becomes the President of the United States. And that is the end of Volume 1. Before I dive into my final thoughts, in the trade paperback, Mark Miller and the artist Peter Gross break down various Easter eggs throughout this book that are supposed to symbolize that Jody is the Antichrist and that there is this twist in the story. Did you catch these? Did you see the twist coming? Myself, I did not. Okay, so various hints throughout the book. Lily B visiting Jody in the hospital in issue 1. Her name, Lily B, is supposed to be short for Lilith Beelzebub, although really there's no way we would really know this. And if you look at Jody's shadow here, it looks like devil horns. Jody's wristband in the hospital, if you zoom in real close, it says A36 Christ, sort of like Antichrist. The Christ is in Jody's last name, Christensen. On the blackboard in the school, there is a phrase in Latin, and apparently it translates to, things are not what they seem. On this page, there is a Rubik's Cube, hinting that there was a puzzle in the book to be solved when reading the story. And Jody, he is supposed to be the sort of Darth Vader action figure here, and the stormtroopers are his best friends. The locked box is supposed to symbolize that something is being kept secret. The clock is 6 minutes past 6, 666, the sign of the devil. You know, there are also a whole bunch of sixes throughout this book. This water tower here has 6s in it. The license plate on the car has 666 in it, etc. Also, a big hint is in the final issue when Maggie kisses Jody, and Jody's mouth is disgusting. I assume that is due to Jody being the devil's son. He probably tasted like death. Anyway, now on to my final thoughts. All right, that was volume 1, and I thought this was very fun. So much story, just fitted into 3 short issues. I liked seeing Jody explore potentially having these Jesus powers, seeing the teacher quiz him, seeing Jody turn water into wine, and the various miracles he performs. All that was great. I really thought the priest character that was losing his faith was very good in this story. I liked him in here. I also liked the Antichrist ending. I did not see that coming. I thought it was a pretty cool twist. Now, this book works well as one and done, and the story just kind of ends here. But there is a sequel, and I do have to say, Volume 2 kind of takes the book in a very interesting direction. So you all have that to look forward to next week to see where the story goes from here. But I'm going to give Volume 1 an 8 out of 10. This was great stuff. Good twist. I like the low-key horror vibe throughout. Really good time. Thank you all for watching. I'll be back next week with the Volume 2. American Jesus Volume 2, New Messiah, written by Mark Miller, art by Peter Gross. All right, American Jesus Volume 2. Before I dive into the story for that volume, though, I just want to recommend another series I've done on my channel, completely unrelated to American Jesus, but I keep confusing it with American Jesus, and I'm talking about American Vampire. It's not about Jesus, it's about vampires in America, but, you know, maybe you'd like it. I cover the entire thing, written by Scott Snyder. Pretty cool. Now, over the last week on my channel, I've been polling my viewers and asking them, which other book of Mark Miller's would you most like me to cover? And next week, I will be covering the winner of that poll, so you all have that to look forward to. Now, American Jesus, last volume, we got introduced to Jody Christensen, and the big twist in Volume 1 was that Jody was the Antichrist. Well, this volume, which was written 16 years after Volume 1, but is set in the past, we will be introduced to the new Messiah, and we will see how that builds off Volume 1, sets up some stuff for Volume 3, which will end the story in the future. So let's dive into it. American Jesus Volume 2, New Messiah, and see what goes down. Before I dive into the story in Volume 2, I want to break down the timeline of events that we've seen so far, as well as future events that have been hinted at. So, in 1969, Jody Christensen, the Antichrist, was born. In 1981, Jody Christensen was 12 years old, and his powers began to materialize. And this is when the bulk of Volume 1 took place in 1981. Now in 2001, the 9/11 World Trade Center attacks occurred, which will be relevant for this story. In 2002, Jody Christensen would be 33 years old. This is an important age for Jody because 33 years old is supposedly the age Jesus was when he died. Lily B in Volume 1 told Jody, that's why we got to train you to focus so you're ready for the big grand finale 21 years down the line. 21 years down the line would be 2002, when Jody would be 33 years old. So that's a pretty important year as well. Now we jump over to the beginning of American Jesus, New Messiah, Issue 1. The story in this volume begins in 1974. We see a young Latino girl. She is 14 years old. Her name is Luciana Cortez. She is currently having a dream. And in that dream, she is talking to a man in white, who is the angel Gabriel. Together, they are looking at a painting of Jesus nailed to a cross. Gabriel informs her that she is pregnant with the returned baby Jesus in her womb. God made human flesh. Gabriel also warns her that there are people plotting to murder both her and her baby. so he tells her to be wise. Luciana Cortez wakes up from her dream. She lives in East Harlem in New York City. Her family is not very well off. Her father, Bruno Cortez, disapproves of Luciana's boyfriend, Eddie, whom she has been dating for a while. Luciana goes to school and talks with her friend, Jenna. She tells Jenna all about her weird dream of being told that she is pregnant with a baby Jesus. Jenna tells her that it sounds like Catholic guilt to me. Luciana explains that she's a virgin. Her and her boyfriend, Eddie, haven't even gone that far romantically yet. After school, Luciana goes on a date with her friend Eddie Jones, age 16. They go to see the classic Mel Brooks comedy Young Frankenstein. After their date, when they return to Luciana's home, Luciana's father tells Eddie it's time for him to go. Eddie, he's a great guy though. He's cool about it. He loves Luciana, and even though Luciana's dad is being a bit rude to him, he politely tells Luciana, it's fine, don't worry. And Eddie tells Bruno, Luciana's dad, good to see you again, Mr. Cortez. See you in school tomorrow, Luciana. The next morning at school, Luciana is puking in the girls' bathroom. Early signs of pregnancy. Eventually, Luciana goes to a doctor with her mom, and Luciana is told that she is 8 weeks pregnant. Luciana is confused. Her and Eddie haven't even had sex. He's never even touched her bra even. All they've ever done is kiss. Her mom does not believe Luciana. And can you blame her? A few days go by, and Luciana's mother convinces her 14-year-old daughter to get an abortion and not tell her dad, who will flip his shit. So they go to a hospital to get the abortion later on. But God himself seems to be subtly intervening and protecting the unborn child. In the hospital, the fuse in the TV breaks. Luciana starts feeling sick. The doctor that was going to perform the abortion gets a migraine and feels sick himself. He sits down, he drinks some water, he comments that his eyes feel weird, and then he starts bleeding from his eyes. So they have to postpone Luciana's abortion for now. At a park later on, Luciana tells Eddie that she is pregnant and how she believes it was an immaculate conception and she has not had sex with any other guys. She was worried that Eddie would think that she was cheating on him. Eddie, though, against all odds, believed her and stood by her, just like Joseph did with Mary, Jesus' mother. Eddie tells Luciana that if that is what she is saying, then it is good enough for him. He always liked the story of Mary and Joseph. The idea that he loved her so much he never doubted his girlfriend, even when nobody else believed. Luciana and Eddie both say that they love each other. A few days later, one morning, Luciana was going to get on the bus to go to school. But Gabriel, the angel from Luciana's dream, showed up and stopped her. They went for a walk instead, and Gabriel starts telling her all sorts of important things. He tells her that her and Eddie have great trust for each other, and that is good. The child will need that. He also tells her about how deep the devil's roots are embedded into the world system and how dangerous they are. He says, you must understand what you are up against here. Dark forces control the world, and 13 satanic families have ruled the planet for as long as we can remember. Your governments are either blackmailed or initiates. Your churches infiltrated. Your world leaders nothing more than actors taking orders. They've been doing this for centuries, but it's all been accelerated. Now your son's opposite number has arrived. This is the Antichrist prophesied in the Bible, the disruptor here to lead mankind against God and the baby growing inside you. Luciana asks, he wants to hurt us? And Gabriel answers, they all do. They don't want to hear what your baby has to say. And they'll get you now if you aren't protected by the friends I've arranged for you. Luciana says, that's insane. Gabriel continues, this is your new reality, Luciana. This is everything they've been preparing for since Lucifer was cast from paradise. Their plan for God's earth is one world government, a single army and currency, and a microchipped population, all under the Antichrist's control and disconnected from everything good in the universe. Luciana asks, "What's a microchip?" Gabriel continues, "You'll understand soon enough. The process is already happening. The World Wide Web comes first, and then computers in our homes become devices in our hands, and then implants under our skin, all in the name of convenience. By 2028, not a single transaction will be possible unless you're carrying an RFID chip and connected to their enormous global computers." No offense to Gabriel, but he kind of sounds like he's into some QAnon conspiracy theory stuff here. Gabriel continues, "When there's one big world government, the next step will be the invasion of Iraq, and then war in Syria, Iran, and Libya. And China is the final target. Once the Middle East is decimated, then the world comes together for the Antichrist's rule, as he saves you all from the chaos and division. His reign will lead to the Battle of Armageddon. And these here coming down marks the beginning of their agenda." Luciana asks, "What's coming down?" And Gabriel answers, "The buildings, of course. They excuse the need to violently push ahead. The date's already been decided in advance. They are taking them down with 2 planes." And we see Gabriel and Luciana are staring at the World Trade Center. The year is 1974, but Gabriel knows what is going to happen in the future. Gabriel tells her it will all make sense in time. Gabriel then tells Luciana that is why they want to murder her and the child, because of the power the child will have. He tells her that Eddie is waiting for her at Penn Station, and he has brought everything they will need to start a new life with new identities. Luciana says she can't leave her parents, but Gabriel, saddened, informs her by saying that he is genuinely sorry, but her parents are already dead. That is why Gabriel had to take such drastic actions right now, today. We see outside Luciana's apartment are well-equipped militia men storming the building and killing Luciana's parents. Supervising them is a man in a cowboy outfit. His name is Joe Allardyce. We actually saw him in Volume 1. He was the one that seemed to be running the whole satanic group that was working with Jody Christensen. Issue 1 ends with Eddie and Luciana on a bus, riding away to start their new life in hiding. American Jesus, New Messiah, Issue 2. When Luciana and Eddie left New York, they arrived in Texas to some sort of gated commune where allies of Gabriel, who could be trusted, would watch over them and the child. The cover story is that this group are environmental activists, which is why they live in seclusion. But in actuality, they are a group of people that have come together to protect the Christ child for the battle ahead. The head of security is a man named Ezekiel McQuaid. We see him dropping to his knees and kissing Luciana's hand, and he calls her his queen. We jump ahead 18 years. The year is now 1992. Luciana is now 32 years old. Eddie is 34. They are now married. Luciana's child is now 17 years old, and in 3 weeks she will turn 18 and will become an adult. Luciana and Eddie have been well cared for in this commune, and the Christ child has successfully been kept secret, although in order to do so, security measures are pretty intense, and the child has lived a very restricted, sheltered life in this commune. At a meeting, the group discuss bringing a priest named Canon Moon into their group. Ezekiel forbids it. He feels that if they told this priest that they were protecting the lamb, we'd all be dead in 24 hours. He also says that most priests are Satanists. It's not their fault, though. They have no idea that the Vatican is a serpent cult. Most of them are brainwashed and don't know who they are really serving. And most politicians in Congress don't know that they are sworn in standing in a Luciferian pentagram, and that Washington's entire grid system was designed as tribute to the Antichrist? Oh man, lots of conspiracy theories at this group, although I guess it's all true in this world. Luciana walks around the grounds and we see various people practicing shooting on a gun range. We see security cameras monitoring the entire commune. Eventually, Luciana finds her daughter, Catalina, listening to a Walkman under a tree. Catalina is the Christ child. Luciana chastises her daughter for listening to rock music. Catalina says, "For God's sake, everyone else my age is doing it." And Luciana tells her that she is not like everyone else. Catalina doesn't believe she is special, and she does not have any powers at the moment. And she definitely does not believe she is the return to Jesus Christ. She thinks that her parents and everyone else here in this commune are insane and part of some crazy cult. And she does not want to follow their rules anymore and keep living this sheltered life in hiding. And I can't blame her. The whole thing does seem a little out there. Catalina tells her mom that she will be 18 in 3 weeks. She will be an adult. And when she turns 18, she is out of here. She is walking out that goddamn gate. Catalina tells her mom that this place is bullshit and the world isn't run by Satanists. Catalina seems to doubt the Christian faith altogether as well. She tells her mom, "Did you know the Jesus story is older than the Bible? There were other virgin births and murdered messiahs resurrected 3 days later. The Christians had Jesus and Mary, but the Egyptians had Horus and Isis. The Hindus had Krishna and Devaki, and the Greeks had Dionysus and Selim. Dionysus turned water into wine. Krishna was the son of a carpenter. Mithra was born on December 25th. Horus had 12 disciples. It isn't even an original idea, Mom. These all go back at least 10,000 years. Luciana answers her daughter and says, "Ezekiel's been over this in Bible class, Catalina. These legends are all just parts of a much more complicated, bigger picture." Catalina tells her mom that she is brainwashed and she should just admit that Dad got her pregnant and they ran away from home. Catalina questions besides, "If I'm Jesus, why am I a girl?" Luciana answers, "Why wouldn't you be? God wasn't male or female." Luciana continues and tells her daughter, "You're the Lamb of God, and you're back to face the evil one. We have to prepare you for the battle ahead, or you're never going to get your powers." Catalina storms off and says, "I don't have powers. There's no such thing. You guys are all completely crazy." 2 weeks later, a man who works in counterintelligence and who is an ally of Luciana's group arrives at the compound. He reveals some of his findings. He shows them the prototype RFID chip that the Satanists will be using in the future, and they are currently manufacturing in Winnipeg, Canada. It's all part of a plan called Project Social Media. He also shows them a picture of the supposed Antichrist, a man named Jody Christensen. Jody is currently 23 years old and is studying law at Yale, and he is extremely well guarded. Luciana asks, "Does this mean that we could just take him out before Catalina has to face him?" The counterintelligence guy answers, "She still has to meet him at Megiddo, but I'm sure she's going to be more than a match when she reaches her full potential." Later on that night, Catalina, growing annoyed with all the restrictions placed on her life and thinking that she is being kept here as part of this crazy cult, decides to escape. Catalina, on this rainy night, walks right up to the gate. The guards there don't want her to go. The female guard, who seems to be just a few years older than Catalina, pleads with her. "Oh, please, no. Don't try to get out of here, not on my watch. If you go outside, you'll be in danger." It seems like these guards and Catalina grew up together here in this compound, so they know each other quite well. Catalina tells the woman, "That's just what they tell us to keep us in this cult. They get us when we are young and fill our heads with nonsense. Just tell them there was nothing you could do. I gave you an order and you had to obey it." And with that, Catalina walks right past the guards out of the gate. You know, if the Messiah says to you that they want to leave, then who are you to deny your Messiah that wish? The next morning, the guards tell the elders that Catalina escaped. Luciana asks, "Why didn't you sound the alarm?" And the young guards answer, "Because she told us not to, and we've been raised to do whatever she says." Just then, Catalina phones her mom at the compound from a payphone to tell her that she's okay. Catalina says, "Mom, it's me. I don't want to freak you guys out, but I've run away, and I'm not coming back until you and Dad get out of there. It's not that I don't love you, because I really, really do, but your minds have been warped by some very sick people, and I need to get away from this heaven and hell crap." Luciana, knowing that the Satanist may be tapping all the phones around America and listening for certain keywords, might be able to pick up their location from this phone call. Luciana, worried, tells her daughter, "Catalina, please stop talking." Catalina continues though, "I'm not the new Messiah." That's a key word right there. "And you're not the new Mary. Get out of that place while you still have a chance of living a normal life." Luciana yells at her daughter, "Just hang up the damn phone." You see, Catalina has already made a new male friend, the dreamy drifter who's in a band, and he has long hair and a rad convertible. Named Dylan. Dylan is going to give Catalina a ride to Los Angeles. Elsewhere, we see that Luciana was right to be worried. The Satanist cowboy Joe Allardyce, he was listening into that conversation with another man. The man who was tapping the phone says, "We got them. They now know the location of this compound that was hiding the Jesus returned child all of these years." American Jesus, New Messiah, issue 3. 2 weeks later, since Catalina went missing, Luciana had a dream, and the angel Gabriel appeared to her and told her where she would find her daughter. He even drew her up a map. Gabriel told her to go after her daughter alone and to trust God's plan and never forget the bigger picture. Luciana told the rest of the commune her premonition. She said goodbye to her husband and she left the group to go find Catalina. Joe Allardyce and the Satanist now know the location of the compound and are monitoring it. They watch Luciana leave and they have a team trail her. In Los Angeles, Dylan and Catalina have now formed a romantic relationship, and we see them lying in bed naked after banging. They discuss their faith. Catalina asks if Dylan was raised religious, and Dylan answers, "Not really. My aunt went to church, but I never actually felt she really got the message. She liked baby Jesus and Christ on the cross, but all the things he said in between, she actively ignored." Catalina, intrigued, asks, "Like what?" And Dylan continues, "The socialism, the alternative lifestyle, the rebellion against authority. I like that side of the Jesus story, but all the biggest Christians I know prefer him silent, dying, or a little baby." Dylan and Catalina talk some more. Catalina thinks that religion is just a means of controlling people. She thinks religion is just people fascinated with made-up stories about people in the sky. But Dylan argues with her, isn't total atheism as narrow-minded as Christian fundamentalism? I mean, something must have started the rumor about a man in the clouds watching us all. And Catalina to this says, men started the rumor, Dylan. Men who wanted to boss us around. The two of them spend a lot of time together over the next few days and weeks. They go shopping. Dylan buys her clothes that she never got to wear before. Dylan lets Catalina drive. They go to a bar, and they dance, and they drink with Dylan's friends. And Catalina is starting to experience all the things she never got to in her sheltered childhood. When Catalina was a child, people would sing hymns to her while they ate dinner. She started performing baptisms at 5. She took Bible classes at 6 and was counseling adults then. She never once had a sugary snack or was taken out to a movie. After the bar, Dylan and his friends went to go to dinner with Catalina. And Catalina was talking about her cultish childhood. She's never been to a theme park. She said, "My dad was going to take me to a theme park, But the elders of the church said that even the letters in Walt Disney's name were hiding the Antichrist's 3 little sixes. All right, I looked this up. This is the Walt Disney logo. Please pause the video and try to find the 3 sixes within the signature of his name here. I'll reveal the sixes in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here they are. Well, I'm convinced. Do you really think Disney could buy out 20th Century Fox, Marvel, and Star Wars without being run by Satanists themselves? Catalina says she hasn't seen many movies. Dylan's friends ask, have you seen RoboCop, Terminator, Indiana Jones? She has not. As they are all hanging out, eventually Catalina's mom, Luciana, shows up. She has found her daughter from the map that Gabriel drew for her. Luciana tells her daughter that they need to go now. Dylan, he tries to step in and defend Catalina from her mom. But Luciana then pulls out a gun and points it at Dylan. And Luciana tells her daughter, just tell me that your powers have kicked in. Tell me now that you finally believe, because that would solve everything and we wouldn't have to be scared anymore. Catalina pleads with her mom to stop being crazy. Just let her go. Let her live her life. She says that the world isn't how her mom has been told it is. Luciana then tells the waitress to turn the TV on to channel 66. They have been replaying this footage all day. On the TV, they are reporting on the compound where Catalina grew up. It was tear gassed last night, and it was set on fire, and everyone inside was shot, murdered, including Catalina's father, Eddie. Luciana explains, the media said that we were all terrorists. Luciana then pleads with her daughter and asks her to please stop wasting time. We've got friends meeting us down in San Diego, and they can get us on a boat if we're there by 9. Catalina turns to Dylan and asks him, what am I going to do? Dylan, now believing Catalina's mom, tells Catalina to take his car. The heap that Catalina's mom is driving won't get them that far by 9. Dylan then kisses Catalina and tells her to go before the cops get here. Catalina and her mom drive away in Dylan's convertible. As they are driving, they hit a traffic jam. There is a roadblock. They are checking cars and IDs. Luciana and Catalina will never get past this. They have to go the rest of the way on foot. As they leave their car and try to walk away, Joe Allerdy's there to confront them, along with some well-armed people. Joe, he tips his cowboy hat and says, hello there, Miss Jones, and this must be the lovely Catalina. A pleasure to finally meet your acquaintance. Joe tells them that he works for a group that they might call the International Intelligence Community. He's had 2 jobs the past 20 years, protecting Catalina's opposite and tracking down her sorry ass. He tells her that everything is all her fault. If she hadn't been so loose on her phone call with her mom, all of their crazy friends might still be alive. He then talks about how Catalina's earthly father, Eddie, is dead, and Ezekiel as well. Joe then ends by saying, still, we can't waste any more time here. I'd love to tell you our plans for the world, but I'm also aware this isn't a game. We're not going to take you away to lock you up in some secret base. We're lucky to find you while you're still this vulnerable, so you're going to die now by the side of the road. A couple of years down the line, this wouldn't have been so easy. Thank you. Thank you, God, for making her an atheist. Gentlemen, they're all yours. Joe lets his men know that they are free to gun them down. All of a sudden, though, before the shooting starts, lightning comes down from the sky, striking near where Joe and his men were standing. Some of Joe's men die from the lightning. Luciana asks her daughter, what did you do? Catalina answers, nothing, I swear. Joe yells for artillery to move in. Catalina then calls down some more lightning from the sky, and it strikes all these soldiers of Joe Allerdy's. Catalina then adds, but that was me. Catalina then manages to make Joe and all of these soldiers point their own guns to their own heads. and she makes them all shoot and kill themselves. Joe, pointing his own gun to his head, unable to control his hands, he's scared now. He says, Don't make me do this. You're supposed to be the good one. At least give me a chance to repent." But he blows his head off. Catalina and her mom drive away as all of Joe's soldiers kill themselves around them. Catalina and Luciana drive all the way to San Diego, and they arrive at that large boat that is waiting for them, which will take Catalina somewhere safe. Catalina tells her mom that she can't get over Eddie dying, as well as the others at the compound. But Luciana tells her daughter, "Don't you understand? Our friends had to die so you would realize that this is true. It was their sacrifice that opened your mind, and they'd do it all again if they had the chance. Your dad would be so proud of you. This is everything he ever wanted. We'll see him again in heaven one day when you've done what needs to be done out there, and we can sit back and enjoy our reward." Catalina shares with her mom that she has all of this knowledge now. She says that she knows what heaven looks like, and she's got these memories that humans shouldn't have, like someone switched a light on and now she can see the endless breadth of the world. She adds, "I know who I have to fight and what he's got against me, but I also know that I'm going to win and his plan for humanity will never happen." Luciana tells her daughter that she loves her, and she tells her to teach them that love always wins in the end. Catalina, now with her Jesus powers, says, "I taught them that lesson 2,000 years ago. It's time to see if they were listening." And that is the end of Volume 2. All right, that was Volume 2, and I thought it was very fun.
And Rahel, new data shows that Americans are piling up credit card debt as they struggle to keep up with inflation. The Fed, of course, raising rates again, which means these credit card bills are probably going to cost even more.
Yeah, credit card rates have really spiked this year. And we know, according to this new research from the New York Fed, that
Hey everyone, in this video I will be breaking down American Jesus Volume 3, which is the conclusion to the American Jesus storyline. Now I was really digging this book. I gave Volume 1 and Volume 2 an 8 out of 10. I was really liking the concept. In Volume 1 we were introduced to this Jody Christensen character. We thought he was maybe the Messiah, and in a twist we learn he is actually the Antichrist. And in Volume 2 we are introduced to Catalina, and she is actually Jesus, the Messiah returned. And Volume 3 was promising an epic confrontation between these two. Now, in Volume 3 here, will Mark Miller stick the landing and give us a satisfying conclusion, or will he kind of screw it up? We shall see. I'm really excited to talk about this one with you all and go through my final thoughts on what I thought of this conclusion. Before I dive into the story, though, I want to give an update on the Netflix adaptation of this comic series. So it's going to be a 6-episode miniseries. The storyline will now is moved from the United States to Mexico, and the title of the show will not be called American Jesus, which, by the way, I think is a really catchy title. It will instead be called The Chosen One, and we have a poster for that here. I guess it makes sense if you're going to set it in Mexico, you can't really call it American Jesus anymore. But yeah, I think American Jesus was more catchy to me. But still, going to be very interesting to see how good this adaptation will be or not. But for now, in this video here, let's dive into the story now for American Jesus Volume 3 and see how the ending goes. American Jesus Volume 3, Revelation, written by Mark Miller, art by Peter Gross. Before we dive into the story in this volume, I want to do another timeline recap. So, in 1969, Jody Christensen, the Antichrist, was born. In 1979, Catalina Cortez, Jesus Christ returned as a female, is born. In 1981, this is when the bulk of Volume 1 took place. Jody Christensen was 12 years old then. His powers materialized. He initially thought he was the Messiah returned, but he later found out he was the Antichrist, and he was taken away to live with these Satanists to be trained and fulfill their prophecy. In 1992, this is when the bulk of Volume 2 took place. Catalina Cortez was 17 years old at the time, about to turn 18. She was secretly living in a compound where others kept the fact that she was Jesus returned hidden from the world. Eventually, though, she was discovered, and everyone at the compound got killed. Catalina's powers materialized, and Volume 2 ended with her saying bye to her mother and getting on a boat and going into hiding. She would spend the next several decades walking among us like Jesus did. In 2001, the 9/11 World Trade Center attacks occurred, which was a pivotal moment for the Satanists' plan. Now, I am not 100% sure when Volume 3 is taking place for their current day. It is sometime between the year 2005 and 2022. All right, let's dive into it now. American Jesus, Revelation number 1. This issue begins long ago in biblical times. God is up there in heaven. He's trying to make Adam, the famous Adam from Adam and Eve. He's chiseling away at him, but some of the angels are not having it. They will not bow down to this new toy God was building, referring to humanity. About 1/3 of the angels were speaking of rebellion. This rebellion was led by the angel Lucifer. About 2/3 of the angels remained loyal to God, though, and this group was led by the angel Michael. Michael confronted Lucifer, suspecting him of rebellion. Lucifer told Michael, "He's forming an ape from the dust, brother. Haven't you seen it? He intends to populate the lower worlds with these things. And now it's our duty to serve these creatures? This wasn't our job." Michael replies, "Our job is whatever he tells us. You would do well to remember that." Lucifer says, "Oh, so now we're going to fight over these talking animals?" Michael responds, "This isn't about the Adam he's building. This is about you growing tired of sitting at his left hand and wanting to sit on his throne instead." A battle of the angels resulted, and Lucifer, who was then an angel, was cast down from heaven, along with 1/3 of the angels that were loyal to him. Thus began the great schism. God, he ended up finishing building Adam and Eve, but Lucifer was happy to ruin God's work at every turn, as symbolized by Lucifer being a snake that told Adam and Eve to eat the forbidden fruit. God, he sent many teachers over the years to earth, which Lucifer took pleasure in murdering. God sent his only son, Jesus, but Jesus was crucified. Slowly, Lucifer and the Satanists took over the world, and now, in the current day, they have almost every country under their satanic rule. This is why God has sent his child now again, in the form of Catalina, thus setting up another rematch. We jump now to the current day. Jody Christensen, the Antichrist from Volume 1, is now President of the United States. He is in the White House with his children, and he is telling them all about his dad, Lucifer. Jody is pretty open that he is the Antichrist and his dad is Satan himself. Jody explains, "Human history is just a list of God's plans being corrupted by my father, and what comes next is his biggest one yet. This is what Daddy does every day while you guys are learning in school." We have a flashback to September 11th, 2001, the morning of 9/11. Jody is talking with his political advisor, Peter. Peter tells Jody he should get a wife. It will look good in the papers. It's important that Jody present an image of a typical American family. Jody asks, "Why do I care what the public thinks? We control the voting machines." Peter replied, "True, but we need you to convince them to get on board with our microchipping program, sir. You're supposed to be the Messiah, delivering us from all the wars, plagues, and famines we're engineering. It's important you look as relatable as possible." Jody, he gets on board with the plan. He replies, "Just make sure it's one of those sweet little Christian girls from the Midwest. someone I can corrupt. A public profile wouldn't go amiss either. Someone with her own career like an actress or a singer, plus a decent set of tits, of course. Jody and a whole bunch of other Satanists are there to watch the planes hit the World Trade Center. Jody gives a speech before it goes down. He says, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the beginning of the new satanic era. We still have some countries pushing back against our plans, but that's all about to change this morning. We need an excuse to send our armies in, and the public will be begging us after this." The planes then hit, and they all celebrate, drinking champagne. A few weeks after that, a 21-year-old singer named Kelly Tyler, who is a Christian rock singer, who also had an 8-year run on a TV show, which I assume was like a Disney child star kind of situation. Well, now that she's an adult, her career is drying up, and she is in need of a change of image. She needs to be sexier with tattoos, a different attitude, and she can't sing songs about Jesus anymore. Kelly and her mother have a meeting with a man named John Amos, who promises her success, but it will require sacrifice. Kelly says she's willing to do anything. Next, we see various magazines showing Kelly Tyler's transformation from Christian child star to very sexualized young adult with hints of satanic overtones. Months after Kelly's transformation in the public, she is brought to Santa Monica, California, and Kelly participates in a satanic ceremony in John Amos's house in his basement. Kelly is brought into a room with all of these Satanists in robes. Kelly asks, "Why are their babies crying? Are they scared of me? I've done terrible things these past few months. Do you think they can tell?" John Amos replies, "No, that's just our drugs making me paranoid. The babies are crying because they're cold, but they'll stop once we cut their throats. We're going to drink their blood and eat their flesh at communion, Kelly, but everyone's going to watch you fornicate first." Kelly is then introduced to Jody Christensen. Jody is in a trance-like state, hosting demons within him. John Amos tells Kelly, "You have to think of this as an audition in a way, but it isn't for a movie part. You're auditioning to be the wife of the man who will wash the remains of God from the earth." Jody and Kelly have sex while all these Satanists watch. The baby mentioned earlier is ritualistically killed. They ask Kelly if she obediently accepts this creature inside of her, referring to the demons occupying Jody. She replies, "Hail Satan, for I truly do. Nothing could be more of an honor." Now we fast forward again many years back now to the current day. Kelly is married to Jody Christensen. They have 2 kids, and she is the First Lady of the United States. Kelly and Jody are in Silicon Valley and are overlooking the creation of the facilities that will hold all human thoughts in the world. Once the world's populations are all microchipped, a scientist named Sanjay explains the process to them. He says, "When the president collapses the global economy, this will be instrumental in the new world order that rises from the ashes. After all the chaos we create, the human race should be pretty warmed up to the idea of a microchip inside of them with your COVID status, bank details, and the digital ID you'll need to function in society. It's also the interface with our new virtual reality platform that gives the human brain access to the internet's search engines. The people will all be linked in a global hive mind while we get access to the neurons in their brains. It's their souls this lets us cage when we switch this thing on. They're bound to Earth for all eternity, and God's plan for mankind is screwed before the new Christ even shows up." Kelly seems excited about the prospects. She says, "Oh, Jody, isn't this clever? It doesn't just stop humanity reaching heaven. It gives us complete control over them. I know we own the cops and the soldiers, but I've always been scared what people would do if they found out what we've been getting up to." Later on, we see Jody giving a speech as President of the United States to the American people on TV. Jody says, "Do you know what they were fighting about when Rome fell? The gender of the angels. This was the big debate in the Senate 2,000 years ago when history's greatest empire was collapsing. Does that sound familiar to today? I'm not interested in the culture wars. I'm here to fix the cratering economy, win the fight with Russia, and bring an end to our cycle of endless lockdown. We need to build back better after everything we've been through, and I've laid out a blueprint to tackle these issues on top of the ongoing climate emergency. Elsewhere, we see Catalina, Jesus' return. She is talking with her mother, Luciana, in a hospital. Catalina hasn't seen her mother in 30 years. She talks about how the public and media seem to love Jody and think he is the answer to all of their problems, not realizing, of course, that he is the one causing their problems. Luciana says, "Oh, Catalina, I'm so glad you're okay, sweetheart. How did you manage to avoid them all of these years? They had you on camera, for goodness sake." Catalina explains, "I told you, I scrubbed the tapes and made them forget. They just didn't know what we looked like anymore." One of many miracles I've enjoyed in the 30 years since I held your hand. So back in Volume 2 in the 90s, the Satanists group did find out about Catalina. But I guess with her magical Jesus powers, she mind-wiped them and made them forget. Anyway, Catalina has been walking the earth like the original Christ since then, listening to people's stories. Catalina has not liked what she has seen, though. She doesn't like how humanity treats the weakest in its society. Luciana asks her daughter, "Have you been gathering an army of disciples, Catalina? Collecting the best and brightest out there to help you in this fight against the Antichrist?" Catalina replies, "I don't need anyone's help, Mom. I'm not back to spread any messages either. This time, I'm here to judge." American Jesus Revelation, Issue 2. In front of the White House, Jody is drinking some wine and smoking. He looks a little depressed. An assistant named Richard tells Jody, "Russia has fallen, Mr. President. We just got word 4 minutes ago." Jody isn't impressed. He says, "You came all this way just to tell me that? They have an economy the size of Italy's, and their hardware looked like it fought in World War II. I know the deal. We bring democracy to the Middle East, carve up Russia, and now we're going to flatten North Korea. Wake me up when we reach China, Richard." They then start discussing their new satanic world order plans, and Jody asks Richard, "What's in this for you? Why do you even care?" Richard replies, "Because this plan has been brewing for 300 years, and it's a privilege to serve at the front when it happens. Our people were hiding in foxholes for centuries, and now we're going to rule the world." Jody asks, does he really think that they can win when Christ comes back? Richard answers, "Of course we can. Your father is more powerful than God. Look at all the suffering in the world. God never answers prayers. Look what we got just for pledging our allegiance." Richard, he then gestures how they are both in the White House, all thanks to Satan. At that moment, in front of the White House, we see Jody's mother, Martha Christensen. She has come to visit. Jody's wife, Kelly, is not very welcoming. She asks, "What the hell are you doing here?" Martha tells her to get out of her way. Jody isn't answering any of her calls. She knows that her son is depressed, and she demands to speak with him. Martha, she storms her way into the White House and over to the Oval Office. The grandchildren are there, but Jody has apparently gone missing. One of the kids explains, "Daddy made himself disappear. He said there's no point trying to look for him because nobody's going to find him." So Jody has gone off the radar. The president is missing. Where has Jody gone? Jody, he went back home to Peoria, Illinois, where we saw him grow up back in Volume 1. In Peoria, Jody runs into Father Tom O'Higgins, who was a major character back in Volume 1. The two of them talk about how Jody is president and how Father Tom is getting up there in age. He's 81, but he's still working. Jody, he has ran away from his responsibilities because He seems to have second thoughts about the trajectory his life is taking now. And perhaps he is not as enthusiastic about shepherding in the end of the world as the other Satanists in his group are. Jody tells Father Tom, "I'm just a little overwhelmed. There's so few people I can really be myself with now. Nobody treats me like a normal person." Father Tom asks, "What about your mother? She always struck me as someone who would keep you pretty grounded." Jody replies, "Oh, she definitely keeps me grounded, all right. I just need to get away for a while, back to a place where everything made sense." Jody says no one knows him like they do here. They then talk about Maggie Kane. Maggie was the girl that Jody had a crush on back in Volume 1 when they were kids. They kind of had a flirtatious relationship. They might have even been boyfriend and girlfriend had Jody's life gone differently, and had he not been taken away to be trained by the Satanists. When Jody, much later on in his life, ran for president, Maggie was so excited. She put posters in all the windows in her house, and she knocked on everyone's door. She sadly died in a fire a few years ago. Father Tom said that Maggie, she had such faith in Jody. Jody starts crying. He says he is not what everyone thinks he is. They are saying he is a Messiah, but that isn't true. He wasn't taken away as a kid to be trained to save the world. He found out he is actually something bad, and he doesn't think he can handle it anymore. Jody says, "I was put on earth to enslave humanity and face the hosts of heaven in the battle of Armageddon." Father Tom says what Jody is saying is madness. Jody, he shakes Father Tom and tells him, "It's no crazier than any of this shit. Do you think I'd be sitting here crying if I was really the Son of God? I've done such terrible things in my life while they burned the goodness out of me. The plans they've got for ordinary people are demonic. These guys think they're going to win and crucify Christ all over again, but they haven't a goddamn clue. It doesn't matter how many microchips they implant in everyone. We're going to get our asses kicked when the new Christ comes on the scene. It's already written in the Gospel of St. John, and he's been right about everything so far." Father Tom tries to give words of encouragement, but Jody says that Father Tom is not getting it. He yells, "I'm the frickin' Antichrist, Father, don't you get it? I'm here to fight God, and I've never been so scared in my life." Jody asks if Father Tom will hear his confession before the people come to get him. Father Tom says sure, he can. They go back to his church to do this properly. In the church, Jody says it feels so weird to be back here again. Father Tom and Jody sit. Father Tom does the sign of the cross, and Jody begins talking. Jody, he confesses to all of his many sins over the years. He talks for hours, telling Father Tom everything. In the end, Father Tom is shocked. He says, "My God, I can't believe what you've been through, that the Lord would allow these things to even happen in the world." Jody asks if Father Tom is disgusted with him, but Father Tom says no. Your sins are not for me to judge, but if you're sorry for all these things you've done, you really do have God's forgiveness. They got you when you were a little boy. You didn't know what you were doing. You just need to forgive yourself and know that the Lord has a plan for us all. Jody, he hears a helicopter flying in the air above the church. He says, "They found me." They've tracked Jody down. A SWAT team storms into the church. Father Tom tells Jody before they take Jody away, "Just remember, Jody, that I believe in you. No matter what you told me here, my faith was lost, but you brought it back. The Lord told me you were something special. He told me you were going to save the world, and I had to pray for you every day. He never lies, Jody. Just remember that. There's more going on here than any of us understand." The SWAT team slams Father Tom to the ground, and they take Jody away. Elsewhere in Vatican City, Rome, Catalina asks to talk to the Pope. She expresses how disappointed she is with the opulence of this place. High walls and endless riches. This isn't the church that she told Peter to build. The security there tell Catalina to leave, but Catalina uses her Jesus magic powers, and the security guards, they somehow feel the presence of Christ within her, and they can't refuse her. The security go and get the Pope for her. When the Pope descends the stairs to see Catalina, all of the cardinals and other holy figures are there kneeling before her. The Pope asks, "Who is this woman? What the hell is going on here?" Catalina responds, "Are you really so divorced from your faith that you don't recognize my features? Perhaps it's the flare from your gold and your jewels blinding you to the truth. Did you really think this would please me? I'm on Wall Street now, melting the bull with the false god the Israelites worshipped when Moses went to Mount Sinai. I'm draining every penny from the bank accounts of these gamblers, reducing their wealth to absolute zero. Now I'm in Brussels, burning down the European Parliament, designed by witches to honor the unfinished Tower of Babel. This monstrosity was built to provoke God, a step in the plan for their world government, and a single rule by the man in the White House. But this is the one that pains me the most. The palace here, built in my father's name, that runs on corruption and greed. Did you really think you wouldn't be judged for this empire? Did you forget I was coming back one day? All gone in a gentle breeze. Catalina, with her powers, makes the Vatican Church crumble to sand. All of the cardinals and the Pope are naked, their clothes also turned into sand. Satellites in the sky pick up Catalina. They will report her presence back to Jody. Catalina tells the Pope, "Tell the president he has 24 hours. I'll be waiting in the city of Megiddo. Horns will blow, the dead will rise, and anyone who ever lived is about to be held account for their actions." He thought he had years to prepare for this battle, but I've seen enough to cast my judgment on the world. The world ends tomorrow. American Jesus, Revelation, Issue 3, the conclusion. We begin with another flashback, this one to 1969, where we learn the origin of Jody Christensen's birth. Jody's mother, Martha Christensen, Martha's parents sold their daughter out to the Satanists so that they could get some money, a good paying job, and a nice new car. And in exchange, Martha would give birth to the Antichrist. We see Martha Christensen then giving birth to Jody. She is in the middle of a drawn pentagram on the floor, and she is surrounded by Satanists. Martha, she does not seem into all the Satanist stuff herself. She's not a true believer. She is only in this situation because her parents forced it on her. The Satanists tell Martha to pick up her son, Jody. Martha doesn't want to. She knows he's the Antichrist. She yells, "You bastards! This isn't a baby. It's not even human." But the Satanists tell her, "The father wasn't human, but you certainly are, and poor little Jody looks human enough to me. He's crying because he's frightened and wondering where his mother is. How can you sit there and watch him in distress? Look, if you don't pick him up, we don't care. We'll just make another one. You're the one who's been carrying him for the past 9 months, but pick him up and let him drink from your breasts, or we crush his skull and start again." Martha asks, "Why are you doing this to me?" The Satanists tell her, "Because the baby needs a humble start and a nice, normal family if he's going to be relatable. We've got grand plans for your little boy, but he needs someone to raise him like only a mother can." Martha, she reluctantly agreed. She is handed Jody and lets him feed from her. Martha despises these Satanists, but Jody is still her child, and she is going to try and raise him as good and as right as she can. Back to the current day once again. Outside of Air Force One, we see Jody Christensen. He is told about Catalina, how she is Jesus returned, and how she is waiting for him to battle in Megiddo. Before Jody can get on the plane and leave, his mother Martha yells for her son, "Jody!" She manages to say to him before he leaves, "I just wanted to see you before you left. Promise me you'll be careful." And Jody responds to his mom, "I will, Mom. I promise." So what is this Megiddo place that Catalina is waiting for Jody at? Megiddo is an archaeological site in Israel that has been identified as the location of Armageddon as described in the book of Revelation, where the final battle between good and evil will take place. So Jody, in Air Force One, flies over to Megiddo. And in Megiddo, Catalina is waiting above some ancient ruins there. And a whole crowd of people are watching from down below. Eventually, Jody's plane lands. And Jody, he travels over to Catalina. And the two of them square off and talk. Jody says, "Hello, Catalina." Catalina responds, "So we meet at last." Jody says to her, "The final battle in the city of Megiddo, exactly as prophesied all those years ago." The two of them, they stare each other down as many watch from below. Jody says he's been waiting for this moment for so long. She looks different than he expected. Catalina responds, almost joking, "You'd have found me pretty quickly if I kept the beard and sandals." Jody asks, "This is all happening sooner than I expected. Is there a reason for that?" Catalina replies, "Why wait? I've walked the earth and spoken to everyone already. I know who lives and I know who dies when we open the book of judgment. There's no point putting everyone through these horrors that you were planning." Jody explains their plans to the Satanists. He says, "We'd already started the microchipping and the new global currency. 1/3 of the angels fell from heaven that night all those many years ago, but we've been breeding out there in the dark ever since, and our numbers are higher than yours now, I suspect. You won the fight the first time we came to blows, but I think things could be different now if it was waged again against an old god and his shrunken guard and all those tired angels and archangels." Catalina says, "I'm sure we'll manage." Jody continues, "The idea was that we'd lead the charge and burn heaven to the ground, slaughtering your father and imprisoning the human race until the end of time. But now, I don't want to. I just don't have it in me, and I don't know what to do about it." Catalina is surprised and shocked. She says, "What?" Jody, he doesn't seem to want to go through with their plans anymore. Jody explains why his father, the angel Lucifer, originally rebelled. He says, "The schism happened because I didn't want to serve these things that ate and shit and screwed like animals. I hated the flaws your father built into humans, but now I see the beauty of their imperfections. I look at my children and see their love, and how they learn and expand their consciousness every day. I look at my mother and I see a devotion that burns brighter than the sun, no matter how much shit I've given her over the years, no matter what I've done to disappoint her. I look at my wife and I see a woman who knows every awful thing I've ever done, but who would still be willing to die for her family. I see their mistakes, and I realize that this is how their awareness is being elevated, and I marvel at how far they've come. The Lord was right, and I was wrong. The human race really is his greatest creation, and I should have been honored to help them towards enlightenment." So Jody, he has kind of had a change of heart. However, in an odd twist, Catalina has had a change of heart herself. She replies, "Well, I'm afraid I disagree. I walked the earth for 30 years and saw nothing but man's greed and cruelty. Half the world getting fat as the other half starved. I saw murder and violence over coins and land, small betrayals and huge ones. Degeneracy so commonplace no one even notices anymore. I begged for help and everyone ignored me. All my teachings lost to history. The book I left them ridiculed and mocked. But worst of all was their compliance with your plot. They turned away from my message and embraced yours with such enthusiasm I can only feel embarrassed by their cowardice and unashamed stupidity. My father created them to join him in heaven, but we're all too busy looking at their damn smartphones. They deserve what I've got planned for them." We then see the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse like giants in the sky, towering above them in the distance. Jody, seeing them, asks, "Is that who I think it is?" Catalina answers, "4 of the seraphim. I told them to wipe this place clean. I've met the world and all their forefathers, and they're even worse than the last time. We need to destroy them and start again." Jody, he actually begs her to stop. She tells him not to waste his time trying to convince her. But Jody, he continues and says, "But you see what this has all been about? Don't you understand what this entire experience has been for? To teach you fallibility. Think about what happened when God heard about the uprising all those many years ago. The angel he loved most, Lucifer, had rebelled against him and was cast out of heaven for all eternity. A perfect being never makes mistakes. He doesn't know greed or pride, and so his reaction is absolute. Lucifer and his followers were lost forever, but through you becoming flesh, God can finally understand what was going through my father's mind. He can empathize. You didn't just come here to save mankind, Catalina. You were sent here to save us all. Now the Lord knows what it's like to make mistakes and all these things he could never grasp before. Through you, he can appreciate remorse and finally forgive us for our mistakes." Catalina asks, "Is that all you want here, to be forgiven for your actions?" Jody gets on his knees and says, "More than anything in the world, we are truly sorry." And Catalina forgives Jody, and kind of on behalf of her father God, forgives Lucifer as well. She tells Jody, "Then tell your father we've missed our old friend. Tonight, he'll be with us in paradise." Jody and Catalina hug, and in the sky we see God and Lucifer hug as well. We have a flashback to 1969. Martha Christensen tells her baby Jody, "I'm going to love you like no child has been loved before, and I'm going to make you into the best kid I know. They're going to tempt you with so many terrible things, but I'm going to teach you right from wrong." In the current day, Jody and his mother are talking to Jody's kids. Jody's kids ask, "So what happened to our grandfather, Daddy? Did he go back to heaven with all the fallen angels?" "Yeah, what happened to him? Did he and God become friends again, or are they still not talking?" Jody asks his mom, "What do you think, Mom? Do you think my father swallowed his pride?" Martha responds, "Oh yes, I think he went to live somewhere nice, and he's happier than he's ever been, Jody." Up in heaven, Lucifer is there in front of God again, having finally returned to heaven to seek God's forgiveness. God tells Lucifer, "Come, sit at my left hand again like old times." On earth, some true believers of Catalina ask her, "What's going to happen once you've saved us, Catalina? Yeah, what will you do once we're all in heaven and nobody's left down here?" Catalina smiles and says, "Why, I will sit on my father's right." Martha kisses her grandchildren goodnight and says, "God bless," while standing beside Jody. And with Armageddon averted, and Lucifer and God pals again, we end the story of American Jesus.
Introducing the Tell a Friend Credit Check.
Hey, check this out. I just got my FICO score for free with the Experian app.
Fred, you always know the best apps. You can also raise your FICO score with your streaming service payments.
I knew binge watching would pay off. And you can add your rent, your phone, and utility payments.
What? I can get credit for those? So then I added my utility payments and boosted my FICO score.
Let me guess. Instantly, right?
How'd you know, Fred?
Download the free app now.
This episode of Death Metal is sponsored by Brandon Yates.
That's right, our Brandon Yates. The Chosen Undead, the accursed god killer from Dark Souls.
The last Dragonborn, the dragon-slaying savior of Skyrim.
Resigned to captivity, these two demi-human heroes embraced their destinies and stared down the very gods themselves.
And devoured their friggin' souls!
Because these two lack specific canon arsenals and movesets due to being role-playing protagonists, for this death battle we're giving them everything they have and maxing out all of their stats.
Which is totally possible in-game if you're willing to grind. He's with that boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who will win a death battle. Our story begins at the end. The great cities of old have collapsed. The heroes are dead or mad, and the golden age is over. Looking out upon their decaying kingdom, everyone would like nothing more than to lay down and die.
Too bad for them. That's the one thing they couldn't do.
The world has been gripped by the undead curse, turning anyone with a mysterious dark sign into mindless, violent hollows upon repeated soul-crushing deaths.
But there is a prophecy of a chosen undead who will journey to Lordred, the home of the gods, and save the world.
Rotting away in an asylum, all it took was an assist from an unlucky knight and a giant raven before one unlikely hero was ready to claw their way through their progenitor's forgotten homeland.
And it helps that as long as they can keep their sense of purpose, an undead will always resurrect at the nearest bonfire. Now they might slowly lose their memories, their personality, and their sanity, but the curse gives them as much time as they need to get good.
Undead are unnaturally resilient, able to survive being impaled through the chest. They've been chewed, eaten, and digested by what I can only describe as a toilet demon. And they can have their souls torn from their very body, because undead humans don't need their souls to survive.
Just pop some of that spicy Sunny D, and they're good to go. If anything, it seems like they get off to it. And speaking of souls, they can absorb the souls of their fallen enemies to increase their power.
They're a master with swords, hammers, spears, axes, bows, you name it. And that's without any formal training. With the right stats and setup, they can be anything from a cartwheeling assassin to a dragon-smashing tank
to the giantest of dads. And despite the serious gothic themes of the series, these weapons can get anime as hell. Smo's Great Hammer is a ginormous mallet the size of a sedan.
Based on its size and likely bronze composition, it'd have to weigh over 100 tons, a lot like Goff's Great Bow, which can shoot pillar-sized arrows and one-shot dragons out of the sky.
Or my favorite, the Moonlight Greatsword, produced from the ass of the albino dragon and founder of sorcery, Seath the Scaleless. This baby's a universe-hopping anomaly that can fire powerful sword beams and just looks so cool!
The Chosen Undead has learned magic from the greatest practitioners in the world. They can create shockwaves, form defensive barriers, reflect damage, throw balls of flame, control minds, fire magical crystal spears, turn invisible, and toss bolts of sunlight strong enough to peel the stone scales off immortal dragons.
So their pool of magic is pretty limited. So if it comes down to it, they can shut off all magic in the vicinity with the miracle Vow of Silence,
preventing anyone from speaking any spells aloud, including themselves. With this incredible arsenal and judicious attention paid to the stamina bar, the Chosen Undead was rolling their way to victory.
A roll so powerful it bends the laws of space and warps them through attacks like they weren't even there. Though sometimes it doesn't work and it's bullshit.
That's just a game mechanic, but great to use when you're panicking.
They've defeated Nido, the god of death, the bed of chaos, the mother of all demon kind, and Calamite, the strongest surviving ancient dragon.
That was when the Chosen Undead was dragged back in time to face the fallen knight Artorias, the greatest warrior in history. And not only defeat him, but accomplish the greatest feat attributed to Artorias' legend, the destruction of Manus, the father of the abyss that threatened to consume the world.
They've even beaten other Chosen Undead from alternate worlds, like the best buddy in all gaming, Solaire. Raise the sun, bro! And soon they were approached by these two slithery freaks. One said to link the fire, and the other said to let it die out, which totally makes sense. Wiz can explain it.
Don't look at me. Dark Souls lore is as notoriously convoluted as the flow of its time stream, which is why we have a true expert in the realms of nerdom to explain it for us. Oh, Jocelyn.
You wouldn't believe believe how many item descriptions, forum posts, and moody 2013 lore videos I had to watch through for this. It's story time, kids. In the beginning, the world was unformed and static. Then suddenly, the first flame burst to life, and with it, the concepts of heat and cold, life and death, energy and time, light and dark.
Sounds like a mythological Big Bang.
The gods were granted immensely powerful souls from the first flame, but their greatest fear was the soul possessed collectively by the race known as humanity, the Dark Soul. The Skyfather Gwyn feared humanity's immortality, and so sealed their dark souls within them. But as humanity reproduced, the Dark Soul collectively grew, and the first flame waned. Turns out humans were naturally undying, or, according to the gods' propaganda, undead.
Yes, it's a conspiracy. The undead curse was a lie.
Linking the fire means using your very soul as fuel to keep the first flame burning. If an undead champion believes their immortality is a curse, they'll do anything to prevent it, including burning fragments of the Dark Soul to keep the Age of the Gods going.
So you're a pawn in a game played by decrepit gods desperately clinging to power. Well, that's a huge bummer.
They might look like a depressed California raisin, but in order to link the flame, their soul needs to be strong enough to maintain the whole universe and the flow of time for another 1,000 years.
Other similarly powerful undead across time are swift enough to dodge lightning and even light itself. Based on their dodge compared to this beam and the time it took to reach them, they'd be reacting and moving at over 20% the speed of light.
At the end of their quest, they faced down and defeated Gwyn, the Lord of Cinder, long hollowed from Link Flame 1,000 years ago. So, which will you choose? Link the fire and prolong the current age, or let it fade until only dark remains?
This is the biggest bummer of them all. Truth is, it never mattered. The cycle just continues age after age, with new heroes replacing the old ones, until the chosen undead was long forgotten.
Until the infinite march of time ground the world to ash. It was never about the happy ending. It didn't exist. It was about the struggle to get there. That's ultimately what gives us meaning.
Hi, excuse me, miss, hello. What if I told you I could get you some money right now?
I wouldn't believe you.
Okay, let's get out your phone, download the app called Bridget. All right, they're gonna give you up to $250 in under 2 minutes with no credit check or interest.
Oh my gosh, I got it. Hi, my name's Cassandra, and Bridget just showed you the money.
Real good. Boy, I got tunnel vision. I only see my goal. Boy, I've been making plays. Boy, I'm going for gold. You ain't gon' see me slipping. That's why they call me gold. And I've been craving winning. Winning is all I know. Boy, I got tunnel vision. I only see my goal. Boy, I've been making plays. Boy, I'm going for gold. You ain't gon' see me slipping. That's why they call me gold. Boy, I've been craving winning. Winning is all I know.
PlayStation. This episode of Death Battle is sponsored by Brandon.
That's right, Boomstick. Dive into the thrilling world of versus music with Brandon Yates as he brings hypothetical matchups to life through his commissioned compositions.
Brandon is one of the composers behind Death Battle, bringing us the incredible show-stopping songs you know and love. Seriously, we love this guy.
Hollow Dreams, Princes of Pride, Hedge of Tomorrow, and some of her all-time greats. In fact, he composed the track for this very episode.
We'd love it if you supported Brandon's work and enjoyed more of his music by subscribing to his channel and following him on Spotify.
Ever had a matchup you just want to see on the show and you just wish you had the music track for it?
Well, fans of Death Battle have been loving Brandon's music for years, all commissioned by fans like you.
We're talking hundreds of commissioned songs. He makes sounds straight out of Death Battle itself.
Love the music from Death Battle? Then don't wait. Subscribe to Brandon Yates' YouTube and follow him on Spotify right away. Hey, you're finally awake? Welcome to the frosty Viking paradise of Skyrim. Visit the quaint Nordic villages. Hike up to the throne of the world. Marvel at the beauty of Blackreach. Hey, what's that in the sky? Wait, Macho Man Randy Savage. No, it's Thomas the Tank Engine.
No, that is a dragon. But not just any mere drake. This is Alduin, the World Eater, and he's come to burn everything to a cinder.
But fortunately for you, his path of destruction happened to interrupt your impending execution at the hands of those uppity imperial pigs. That'll be the worst mistake this Staley monster.
It wouldn't be long before you escaped the destruction of Helgen and defeated a dragon yourself.
Then absorbed its freaking soul.
That could only mean one thing. You are a being born with the blood and soul of a dragon in the body of a Nord, or elf, or Khajiit, or lizard dude destined to battle Alduin and save the world.
In their tongue, you are the Dovahkiin, Dragonborn.
In their quest to rid Tamriel of Alduin's dragon army, the Dragonborn became a jack of all trades, master of all.
They learned to be a master assassin with the Dark Brotherhood, a master sorcerer with the College of Winterhold, a master thief with the Nightingales, a master dragon hunter with the Blades, and a master good boy. Who's a good boy? That's a good boy.
They even fought in the Skyrim Civil War on the side of the Imperial Legion, champions of order.
You mean the Nordic War for Independence on the side of the Stormcloaks?
Those elf-funded Nord supremacists?
Better than those jackbooted Cyrodiil fascists? But what else can I expect from a monster who steals from innocent villagers by sticking buckets over their heads?
They can put their skills to good use with an absolute glut of weaponry. Not just the usuals like daggers, swords, hammers, and axes, but also special weapons given to them by the Daedric princes.
They're basically crazy powerful gods from the plane of existence called Oblivion. From that Wesley Webb and Sheogorath, the Dragonborn received the Wabbajack, a staff that casts a completely random spell on its target. From disintegrating them to healing them to turning them into a chicken.
From Meridia, they received the Dawnbreaker, a holy sword made for burning the undead to ash. That's similar to Oriel's bow, which can shoot fiery arrows that can blot out the sun. To cover the distance between the Earth and the Sun in about 2 seconds, the arrow would have to be moving at over 250 times the speed of light.
Except this isn't Earth and the Sun. This is the planet Nur, and that's Magnus. According to the Elder Scrolls lore master Michael Kirkbride and his in-universe text cosmology, when you look up at the Sun, you're actually looking into a dimension of pure magic. Confused yet? I am.
Exact measurements here are difficult to make, but if anything, the distance should be much greater.
Speaking of magic bullshit, the Dragonborn can heal themselves, cast wards and destructive elemental spells, control minds, conjure weapons, and summon lesser Daedra to help them out in the scrap.
They're an especially powerful mage because their mana recovers itself automatically over time. They'll never truly run out of firepower. But as a Dovahkiin, the ability they're most famous for is the Thum, or shout. By speaking the words of the dragon language, they can manifest their will into reality.
Like with the classic Fusroga, an unrelenting force which can knock your neighbors into next week, or Soul Tear, which removes the soul from your enemy's body and stores it in a cute gem, like so. Reversal! Wait, why didn't anything? Oh!
Student loans, man. Something had to cover the down payment. With these shouts, the Dragonborn can summon country-spanning storms, slow down time, and even call upon a dragon for help. Odahviing. Dragons may look like scaly reptiles, but in reality, they're immortal demigods older than time itself. They're the children of the chief god of Tamriel's pantheon.
The Dragonborn is an unstoppable force of nature. If they happen to take any damage, they can just drink a potion or nosh on a cheese wheel and be good as new. And they can carry up to 150 cheeses at once. My dream.
Assuming these abnormally large cheese wheels have an average weight of 70 pounds, we can determine that the Dragonborn can carry up to 10,500 pounds of cheese.
And that makes sense, considering they can match muscles with giants who are so strong they can shatter the game's spaghetti code to pieces.
The last Dragonborn has battled the vampire Lord Harkon, ended Skyrim Civil War, and defeated the first Dragonborn, Miraak.
And according to the book The Guardian and the Traitor, Miraak was powerful enough to tear apart the island of Solstheim from Skyrim's mainland.
By comparing the size of various countries on Tamriel's map, we can determine that Solstheim is a landmass nearly 1,500 miles in diameter. In order to move that much land over the course of their fight, Miraak's magical prowess must have outputted energy over 300 teratons of TNT.
That's 3 times the impact of the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs.
Not too crazy when shout the world itself.
It wasn't long before the Dragonborn confronted Alduin in Nord Heaven and put put an end to the World Eater once and for all.
Yeah, but that is literal. By absorbing the souls in Skyrim's afterlife, Alduin was powerful enough to devour everything. Not just the planet of Nirn, but the Kalpa. The entire timeline, past, present, and future.
That's the level of unimaginable power the Dragonborn is dealing with here.
Tamriel is no stranger to great heroes across its vast, sprawling history. The Nerevarine, the hero of Kvatch, all magnificent in their own right.
But when you heard that shout echo through the mountains and the death throes of a dragon defeated, you knew it could only be the Dovahkiin. Dovahkiin. Hey, Wiz, did you know that I can blow up a galaxy?
What? How?
I signed up for a Death Battle YouTube membership by clicking the join button on any Death Battle video or the YouTube channel. You can pick from 3 different tiers full of extra goodies. Base form champions get special badges, emojis, live chats, and the Death Battle Discord.
Right, if you go with planet level, you can watch all sorts of exclusive videos and see Death Battle before anyone else.
Then there's Galaxy level, which nets you all of that, a whole Rooster Teeth first membership, and the power of ultimate destruction.
Confirm or deny that last part, but it sure sounds impressive.
What are you waiting for? Join now to become a champion.
All right, the combatants are set. Run the data through all possibilities.
It's time for a Death Battle!
Go and stop this fool who would let the flame burn the age of humans to ashes. The Ancients of Dark will do anything to snuff out the light. Save us, chosen Save this world, chosen warrior! Bring the fire! Let true dark be cast upon the world. Our Lord hath returned.
is bullshit.
This debate was fascinating. The Dragonborn had a wider variety of training, better access to summons, and magic that passively regenerated, as opposed to the Chosen Undead's limited pool of magic.
Vow of Silence was a slick counter to the Dragonborn's magic and shouts, but it wouldn't last forever.
The Dragonborn was significantly faster, too. The Chosen Undead could dodge beams of light, sure, but Oriel's bow could fire arrows that move at least 250 times that.
But none of that mattered if the Chosen Undead couldn't stay dead.
You'd think the Dragonborn's anti-undead weaponry like Dawnbreaker would be an easy solution, but the undead of Dark Souls aren't really the same as Draugr from Skyrim.
Skyrim undead are more like those classic reanimated skeletons. But remember the conspiracy. Humans in Dark Souls are naturally immortal. They're not actually undead.
Soul Tear wouldn't have been much use either, considering humans in Dark Souls can have their souls removed without dying.
So why didn't the Chosen Undead just keep coming back until they eventually won? Like with any Dark Souls boss.
One word: power. The Dragonborn had way more and greater feats of raw power than the Chosen Undead.
Oh yeah, like summoning country-spanning storms with a single shout, or defeating Mirek, who split a continent.
There's also the lore. Both characters are essentially mythological demigods in the same kind of vein as Hercules or Sun Wukong. Gameplay alone won't give you the best idea of their full power as characters.
So let's get an idea of their max potential from the lore.
The Chosen Undead sustaining the First Flame with their soul was insanely impressive. Considering the First Flame is responsible for the core concepts of the universe, like energy and time, it's not a stretch to say it affects not just the planet they live on, but the whole universe.
But that's nothing compared to the power levels in the Elder Scrolls.
Let's compare the First Flame to Alduin. Both literally run on the power of souls, and both can be directly scaled toward combatants.
Alduin had strength to consume the universe, not just Nirn, but the Kalpa as well.
You know those planets you see in the sky? According to cosmology, those are actually separate, infinitely big planes of reality. Alduin was going to eat infinity. Multiple infinities.
In comparison, the First Flame is powerful enough to sustain a universe and the flow of time. But it can't be infinite, otherwise it never would have faded to begin with.
And that meant the Chosen Undead just wasn't powerful enough no matter how many times they revived. With that much of a difference in power, the Chosen Undead would eventually lose their will to fight and go hollow. It's not traditional, but it is a form of death in Dark Souls. The Chosen Undead was surely tenacity personified, but still wasn't enough to stand up to the Dragonborn's incredible skill, broken arsenal, and overwhelming power.
The Chosen Undead could only last so long before they flamed out.
The winner is the Dragonborn. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. We have a new death battle releasing every 2 weeks this year. And click the join button to get new perks and extra content. Planet level members even see death battles before anyone else, so don't miss out.
Alright, in this video I will be breaking down the comic book story of Geiger Volume 1. This was probably one of the most exciting new comics in 2021. It is written by Jeff Johns and art by Gary Frank. And Gary Frank, he is an amazing artist, so we are in for a treat with that. Now, Jeff Johns is one of the writers I associate most with DC Comics. He has been at DC for like 20 years or so, and he has written some of the best runs on various characters, whether it be Aquaman, The Flash, Hawkman, Superman, as well as his decade-long run on Green Lantern. Probably one of the best Green Lantern runs, no, not probably, definitely one of the best Green Lantern runs ever. He completely revitalized the character, And pretty much a lot of the Green Lantern mythos, especially with regards to the other Lantern Corps, like the Yellow Lanterns and Red Lanterns and whatnot, that was all Jeff. And Jeff was so big at DC, he was eventually promoted to being their chief creative officer in 2010, and he held that position until 2018. So he was kind of the guy spearheading the creative vision for DC over those years. But he has finally left that position, and this is the first time in a long time that he has wrote a comic not at DC. He has started his own creator-owned book over at Image Comics called Geiger. And it is very exciting to see Jeff finally do something not connected to DC, getting to create his own superhero-connected world. And this Geiger Volume 1 book is just the beginning. In 2022, there's going to be a lot more stories set in the world of Geiger. So this is a very interesting, exciting project to see, how good will Jeff be with his own thing. So I'm very excited to go over this story with you. Let's dive into Geiger Volume 1. Issue 1. Welcome to fabulous Las Vegas. The story opens and we see two men in hazmat suits in the Las Vegas desert. The one man has an eye patch. We are not told what year it is, but from clues in the story we can eventually figure out it is sometime after the year 2050. It might be 2055 or 2060 or 2070, not sure, but it is at least after 2050. The two men discuss various events. They make mention to something called the Unknown War, which happened in the year 2030. And then they talk about a man that had many nicknames. Joe Glow, the Man of Mass Destruction, the Walking Bomb, the Meltdown Man, the Glowing Man, etc. The man with the eye patch. He knows the story of the Glowing Man, and he is going to tell it. So that is our sort of framing device, and then we jump back to the year 2030, when this unknown war supposedly started. After months of global violence, a whole bunch of nuclear bombs were about to go off, and we see a man, Geiger. Tariq realizes that the nukes will be exploding any minute, and he needs to get his family and himself into a nearby fallout shelter. Tariq yells for his wife, Tracy, to gather the kids and get into the nearby shelter. They eventually all make their way into the shelter, and we see the nuke is flying up in the air above. And Tariq's dog, Molly, is outside the shelter and is barking at the bomb. So Tariq, he leaves his family in the shelter to run back out and try and grab the dog, Molly, and get back in before it's too late. As Tariq leaves the shelter, though, he gets shot in the leg. His neighbors are coming, and they announce that they're taking the shelter for themselves. Tariq yells for his wife to shut the shelter door. He says, "Do it now." Tracy is apprehensive, but she does it. She tells her husband that she loves him. Tariq, he says he loves her back. It is just Tariq, his dog Molly, and the two neighbors outside the shelter. And the nuke explodes, and we see a huge mushroom cloud erupt over the desert. We jump ahead 20 years from that point to the year 2050. The world now is somewhat of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. If humans go outside, they usually wear hazmat suits to protect themselves from radiation. Humans can still live indoors without hazmat suits, but proper technology has to be in place to filter the air. We see three men in hazmat suits. They are scavengers looking for riches out here in the desert. They come across the very same bunker that Tariq Geiger had his family run into 20 years earlier. A makeshift wall has been built of garbage and scrap metal surrounding the bunker, attempting to hide it. The three men go up to the bunker door and start trying to pry it open. That is when Tariq Geiger reveals himself and tells the men that they are trespassing. Geiger, he has been alive these past 20 years. Somehow, he survived in this nuclear wasteland, and he does not require a hazmat suit like everyone else. Geiger has devoted himself for these past 20 years to guarding his family that resides inside the bunker and ensuring their survival and trying to stop any threats that may try and disturb them. The scavengers attempt to shoot at Geiger. He dodges their bullets and attacks them, kicking one in the face and punching another. Geiger, he then removes these 2 rods from his back. And when he does that, he starts to get all glowy from the radiation emanating from his body. He then repeats to the men that he said, "No trespassing." He manages to make the scavengers run away scared. With that confrontation now over, Geiger is ready to settle in for the night. Geiger's 2-headed pet wolf, Barney, comes over to Geiger, and the 2 of them retreat into Geiger's home. Geiger's home has many books, although he wishes he had more to read, as he's read them all many times by now. And this is basically how Geiger lives his life. He protects his family, and then he goes into this house here, he eats beans, he reads, and he's generally alone with his dog, and he marks the days on the wall. We jump elsewhere to the city of Las Vegas. Las Vegas is now ruled by many eccentric and colorful bosses, each with their own territory occupying a particular hotel and casino. There is Nero, Safari Bob, Milky Way, Goldbeard, Bonnie Borden, and the King. The King, he occupies a hotel and casino called the Camelot. If you've ever been to Las Vegas, there's a casino called the Excalibur, which I assume is roughly what the Camelot of his father. The King, he is pompous, narcissistic, and very full of himself. He is having a mural painted of himself riding a dragon, and he is telling the painter that his shoulders need to be painted broader. The King, he also hates his mother, who he refers to as the Beast, although everyone else officially refers to her as the Queen. Now, those scavengers that encountered Geiger earlier, when they ran away scared, they ran. He is now somewhat infamous in Las Vegas. His reputation is growing. People just hear rumors of these scavengers. The King is now talking to one of his men named Warhead. Warhead is a king. He wants to find out more about this glowing man out in the desert that scared off his scavengers. The King says that he wants to see this glowing man for himself and hunt him. The King tells Warhead to gather the nuclear knights. Warhead tells the King it's too dangerous for him to tag along. The King, he then starts throwing a fit, and he yells at Warhead, and he says, "This is his opportunity to finally slay something. Oh, what fun it will be." The King, he then walks to his balcony overlooking the city of Las Vegas, and he proclaims, "This is my chance for glory." Issue 2, The King and I, and Issue 3, Fallout. Over these next 2 issues, the comic kind of tells the story a little bit out of order and jumps around, but I am instead going to explain the story to you all in a more chronological way. So first, let's begin with the origin of Tariq Geiger, how he survived and how he became the glowing man. Tariq Geiger, when he was alive, before the unknown war, before the nukes fell, he was diagnosed with cancer. In order to stay alive, he participated in some sort of radical experimental cancer treatment. And when the nukes went off during the unknown war, something about the radiation from the nukes and Tariq's experimental cancer treatment allowed him to survive and made him into this powerful, glowing man. Tariq Geiger was unstable, though. He would erupt into violence and energy outbursts outbursts of a doctor named Dr. Molotov. Tariq was given some rods made of boron that will help stabilize Tariq's internal temperature and keep his energy dampened and stop him from glowing, and pulls them out only when he wants to start glowing and attack something. From then on, Tariq spent the next 20 years protecting his family. Now, let's jump over to the king and his nuclear knights and their confrontation with the glowing man out in the desert. So the king of Las Vegas and his nuclear knights headed out into the Vegas desert to search for this glowing man that scared off the king's scavengers a day earlier. Geiger, with his two-headed pet wolf Barney, is sitting in a chair outside the bunker his family resides in. Geiger touches the bunker wall and tells his children inside to sleep. As Geiger returns to his cabin, inside are some of the king's nuclear knights. They have guns and were hiding, and they begin shooting at Geiger. Geiger runs and avoids their gunfire. He jumps through a window in his home and gets back outside. But then he is hit with a big booming explosion. Geiger gets knocked out for a bit, but when he eventually comes through, he is being held by many of those nuclear knights. We see the nuclear knights all have hazmat suits on, sort of combined with knight's gear. Eventually, the king of Las Vegas, in a gold-plated knight hazmat outfit, fit with a crown, walks over to Geiger. The king is unimpressed with the man. He was expecting something more intimidating. The king says to his knights, "You have to be joking. This is the horrible, glowing man who's been attacking my scavengers? The one everyone in Vegas has nightmares about?" The king pulls his sword and tells his knights to hold Geiger down and keep his neck long. The king wants to behead Geiger himself, although the king admits it might take him a few swings to slice through his head properly. Before the king can decapitate Geiger, though, he notices the bunker, and the king wonders what's inside. Geiger yells for the king to stay away from there. Geiger, he wants to protect his family that resides inside. The king, seeing this reaction from Geiger, is now very intrigued. He tells his men to blow open the doors. The nuclear knights attach some explosives to the door of the bunker and blow it open. Geiger, he is concerned for the life of his wife and kids. Are they still alive in there? Will the king kill them? The truth is, they are already dead. They died a long time ago. When the nukes went off, the bunker must not have been able to protect them from the radiation. So they've been dead for many, many years, maybe immediately when the bombs hit. Geiger, this whole time, he's just been hoping they were alive in there. And he has been protecting them for all these years, hoping what he was doing had purpose. But it was for naught. One of the nuclear knights, looking inside the bunker, says, "There is nothing inside, nothing worth anything, just a bunch of skeletons." The king, he puts it all together, and he figures out that the glowing man must have been protecting this bunker the whole time. And the king starts laughing, that pompous, rich, spoiled jerk kind of laugh. The king says, "But you've been protecting a grave? You poor idiot. The horrible glowing man, what a fool you are." Geiger, really riled up now, he reaches those rods in his back and he removes them. And by doing that, he is able to make his body glow and heat up. And he makes the chains strapped around his wrists burn off. The knights, they begin firing on him, but it is of no use. Geiger hits the men, and his pet wolf, Barney, attacks some of the knights. Geiger, he grabs a handgun one of the knights' hand and shoots one of the other knights in the head. He then sword battles some of the others. Eventually, Geiger and the king himself start sword battling. The king is a weakling, though, and Geiger, he just melts the king's sword with his glowing hands. Eventually, Geiger also melts through the king's hazmat suit, specifically the part protecting the king's face. Now, moving away from this confrontation in the desert, I want to explain something called the nuclear football. Before we continue on in the story, I need to explain what it is. So, the nuclear football is a real thing. Ever since John F. Kennedy was president in the 1960s during the Cold War, the president has had a military aide carry around this leather briefcase. And inside the briefcase contains a system for identifying the president. And along with it, there is also the president's launch codes, which he usually keeps on his person. With the nuclear football, the president is able to communicate with the National Military Command Center in the Pentagon, which monitors worldwide nuclear threats. And through this, the president can order a nuclear response. This briefcase was nicknamed the nuclear football, and every president since JFK has had a military aide with this football travel with them wherever they go. Now, in the world of Geiger, at some point, the president's plane, Air Force One, crash landed. And when the plane crashed, scavengers searched the plane and managed to find and fight over and eventually retrieve this nuclear football. It was presumed missing for years in the wasteland. Most people had no idea what happened to it. But the reason that this nuclear football is valuable is because it contains the sites of every nuclear warhead in America and may potentially allow whoever has it to launch any nukes that may be left. The people that scavenged this nuclear football were a group called the Oregon people. So these Oregon people have the nuclear football. And these Oregon people are pretty messed up. They are a group of people that refused to wear hazmat suits in the nuclear fallout, so their body is now riddled with tumors, and they kind of look like sick mutants. And in order to survive, they spend their time hunting for innocent people, which they call donors. They hunt these people so they can steal their organs and have their surgeons stitch the new organs inside them, buying them some more time. They also sometimes eat the remaining unused organs. So these Oregon people, they have this nuclear football, which they scavenged from Air Force One. But they never really realized how valuable it was to some people. So that is the story of the nuclear football. Eventually, a man and woman on a motorcycle that did know how valuable that nuclear football was made a deal with the Oregon people. They traded a human heart to them in exchange for that football. And now we see that man and woman on a motorcycle in hazmat suits with a little sack inside of which contains the nuclear football. They are planning on selling it to the king of Las Vegas so they can become rich. They travel into Las Vegas. They have to go through some sort of radiation decontamination cleansing. And once they are through that, they are then inside the Camelot Hotel and Casino, and they are free to remove their hazmat suits. Now, it has been several days, perhaps a week or two or three, since the king and his nuclear knights had their confrontation with Geiger in the desert. Now we see at the Camelot, a mural of the king has been repainted, now showing the king's heroic battle against the glowing man. And the story being told about the king and his confrontation with the glowing man is pretty much made up and a complete exaggeration and fabrication of the events that actually transpired. A bartender showcasing the mural to some customers explains, "The king's man returned from Boulder City terrified by their encounter with the glowing man. So the king led a crusade to face the creature, and our courageous leader fought valiantly, saving his nuclear knights from the monster's burning clutches. And the king banished the radioactive horror from the land, vowing to pierce his dark heart if he ever returned. The truth is that the king had his ass handed to him by Geiger. The man and woman with the nuclear football are dressed really fancy. The man is in a tux, and the woman is in a sparkling dress. They walk through the casino, and they ask to speak to a man named Hazmat. We see this Hazmat. He is a nuclear knight of the kings, and he is a very boisterous man, very muscular. He is sporting a mustache. He is playing craps right now in the casino. The man and woman with the football wish to speak to Hazmat. They tell him that in their possession they have the nuclear football. They got it out in the wastes. They traded with the Oregon people for it. The Oregon people had no idea what they had. Hazmat tells one of his colleagues, Warhead, to call down the technicians to verify this thing is real. Over the years, so many people have tried to pass off fake nuclear footballs to the king, so Hazmat, right now, he's being a little dismissive about what these people claim they have. A barmaid in the casino named Carolina is in that bar, and she sees this whole conversation go down between Hazmat and this man and woman. Carolina is a poor woman working hard to make a living for her family. Back home, she has a 15-year-old daughter named Haley and a little boy named Henry. Carolina is standing there, and she sees this purple sack that contains this nuclear football. She knows it is valuable because she has overheard the king and his people talking about this thing for many years, trying to find it. Carolina sees how Hazmat is not paying much attention to the sack. She decides to take it, steal it from right under Hazmat while he is distracted playing craps. This could be her ticket out of here. Carolina, she grabs it and she walks off. Carolina then heads home very quickly to her two kids, Haley and Henry. Carolina has the nuclear football. She tells her children then that this sack is their ticket out of here, to safety, to freedom. She explains to her daughter Haley, the older one, that in this sack is a relic from before the unknown war. It's called the nuclear football, and the king has been after it for years. She tells them that they have to leave now. They are going to go to NORAD, otherwise known as the North American Aerospace Defense Command. NORAD is the only place left where the American government still has control. And this nuclear football will be the way they buy their way in. And there they will be safe. Carolina shows her daughter Haley on a map how they will get there. Says that they need to leave right now. They need to get to the car, get in their suits, and go. That is when Hazmat kicks down her door along with a bunch of his nuclear knights. Hazmat, he knows that she stole the sack with the football from him. They have cameras all over that place. They saw her take it. He demands that she give it back. Carolina plays dumb, and Hazmat stabs her in her chest, killing her. Haley and Henry, they then start running off with the football. They run down the hall to an elevator. They manage to get the door to close, and they ride it down to the garage. Haley and Henry then get into their hazmat suits. They then get into a car, and they drive. And they manage to get away before Hazmat can catch up to them. The two of them are now driving out in the desert. Both of them are crying. Their mom is dead now. A gigantic radioactive insect hits their windshield and cracks it. This causes Haley to crash the car. Haley and Henry grab the football and crawl out of the car and attempt to run away. The giant radioactive insects chase after them. Eventually, Geiger's pet wolf Barney saves the kids. and attacks the insects and rips them in half. Geiger, he also arrives and smashes some of the bugs as well. Back in Camelot, Hazmat and Warhead are kneeling and reporting into the king their failure in losing the nuclear football to some children. They say they will get it back, and the king, angry, says, "I want my holy grail," referring to the football. The king then says, "It's out there, where he is, and I can't face him alone. I can barely face anyone after what the glowing man did to me out there." And we see the king's face is all disfigured and grotesque after his last confrontation with the glowing man. The king, he managed to escape with his life, but now he is very ugly with tumors and scars all over his face. The king yells, "Bring me my mask." The king, he then travels to the Manhattan Casino and Hotel, where he meets with another boss in the city. Her name is Bonnie Borden. She is dressed like a sophisticated 1920s flapper woman with a short skirt, a feather in her hair, and a long cigarette in her hand. The king wishes to make a deal with this Bonnie Borden. Out there in the desert, Geiger introduces himself to the kids. He tells them that the giant insects they saw were called night crawlers. Geiger tells the kids that they need to go. Some soldiers might be on their way here soon. The kids should be gone before they arrive. He tells the kids to just get back in their car and return to Vegas. Haley explains that they can't. Their mom was trying to get them someplace safe, and the king's men killed her. Now Geiger, he had a confrontation with the king and his knights recently, so he knows how dangerous they can potentially be, especially the two kids. Eventually, a few of the king's knights arrive. They get out of a car and see Geiger and the kids, and they say, "Oh, look what we got here. These two thieves and the glowing man himself. You all got quite a price on your heads. Let's collect it, boys." Geiger, he decides to help protect these children. He removes the rods from his back, and he blasts his energy at the knights, exploding their car and easily killing them. Geiger, he then tells the kids, "You said mom was trying to get you someplace safe? Let me see that map you were talking about." Geiger, he decides then he is going to help these kids get to NORAD, to safety. Issue 4, The Organ People. At the Camelot Hotel, the king goes to see his mother. Others refer to his mother as the queen, but the king hates his mother and refers to her as the beast. So we see the queen, or the beast, is a grotesque, overweight, forced to live in squalor by her son in the basement of the hotel. The king tells his mother he may soon have the nuclear football. He asks where are the nuclear launch codes that father hid. If she tells him, he promises to bring her back upstairs. The king's mother laughs at her son and says, "You ugly little scab, look at what the glowing man did to you." The king, he lets some light into the room, which seems to hurt the mother, and he asks her again for the codes forcefully. The queen replies, "Close that right now, Jeremy." So we've just learned that the king's real name is Jeremy. Elsewhere at Goldbeard's casino, we see Goldbeard talking to Miss Borden. Both of them are bosses in Las Vegas. They have a discussion about the internal politics at play. They discuss potentially helping the king retrieve the nuclear football. They could lend the king some of their army to help him track it down. And if the king does find it, then they're going to want to be on his good side. And maybe they will get some missiles of their own in return to play with. Goldbeard asks Miss Borden, "And what about Safari Bob? What's he going to say about us going behind his back?" Safari Bob is some other boss in Vegas. Miss Borden replies, "Who's going to tell him? Come on, Goldbeard, gather your pirates." So for now, they are going to help the king retrieve the football. In the desert, Geiger with his two-headed wolf Barney drives the kids and takes them to a hotel for the night so they can sleep. The hotel has some sort of filtration system so the kids can remove their hazmat masks for a little bit. The kids in the hotel room eat some food and then they all sleep for the night. In the morning, they continue their drive to NORAD. On the drive, they get attacked by some of the Oregon people. I briefly mentioned the Oregon people earlier, but they are people that don't wear hazmat suits, and because of that, they are all mutated looking, and they require fresh organs to survive. Well, now we get some Mad Max Fury Road action going on, as they're all driving in the desert, and the Oregon people are in their vehicles, and they are trying to run Geiger and the kids off the road. The Oregon people are pursuing in a motorcycle, an ambulance, a burger truck, and a yellow Jeep. The Oregon people attempt to punch through the windshield of Geiger's car, but Geiger punches them, and then Barney the wolf bites some of the Oregon people. More Oregon people are jumping in on the action. They climb on the car while Geiger continues driving. Geiger yells for Haley to grab the wheel and drive while he fights these people off. Geiger, he kicks their car door off, and then he climbs on the roof. He removes the rods from his back, and he gets all glowy. One of the Oregon people attempt to stab Geiger in his head, but glowy Geiger just melts their knife. Geiger, he hits some of the attackers off their car, and he eventually jumps off the car that he is on and onto the yellow Jeep that some of the Oregon people are driving. Geiger makes the yellow Jeep flip over and crash. Haley and Henry in the car decide to stop it and look for Geiger and see if he is okay. Haley, she eventually gets out of the car and starts walking down the street. One of the Oregon people, still alive, grabs her leg, and Haley screams. She's frightened. But eventually, that attacker gets shot in the head. Who shot him? Well, in the distance, we see some U.S. soldiers from NORAD with guns up on a cliff. A person in a yellow hazmat suit asks the kids, "Howdy, miss, you lost?" Issue 5. God Bless America. Haley and Henry are talking to the NORAD soldiers. The soldiers say that they are the good guys. The kids give over the nuclear football to the soldiers, and the soldiers are aware of its importance. They are going to get the kids back to their base. The kids say that they got a friend down there, referring to Geiger. The soldiers, they knock Geiger out, and they bring him to their base as well. We see in the desert the king, Goldbeard, and Miss Borden all in their suits are driving in pursuit of the nuclear football that the kids stole. They come across some beat-up Oregon people, one of which has a third eye in the middle of his forehead. The king tries to beat information out of the man, but it is of no use. They do find a map on him, though, the one that the kids had, and that map will lead the king and his men right where he wants to go. Haley, Henry, and Geiger are brought inside the NORAD military base. Inside, we see the Vice President of the United States. We also see the woman that was in the yellow hazmat suit, and she removes her mask and reveals her shaved head and gnarly scar on her face. We do not learn this woman's name, but she is referred to as the General. The General and the Vice President discuss the nuclear football. The VP says, "With this, we can now isolate the silos that have remained hidden and take back control of our nuclear arsenal." The General replies, "The South, the Great Lakes, they'll have no choice but to unite under President Griffin again." So from this, we're not exactly clear how the political situation in America is going. It seems like America has splintered a bit. There's various groups in various areas of the country, and there is a President Griffin, although it seems like not everyone is following him. The general discusses the children that they found out there in the desert that they brought in, and how they will be tested to see if they are in good health. She also discusses Geiger and how they're not quite sure what the deal with him is, and the scientists are looking into it. We see Haley and Henry are being walked through the base. There are actually other children in this base, even a school and learning going on. One of the children Haley and Henry meet is named Rick. Rick, a young boy with glasses, introduces himself to Haley and Henry. Elsewhere in the facility, Geiger is being inspected by some scientists. The scientists are puzzled how Geiger seems in perfectly good health, despite breathing outside. But then they see a tube in his back, and they get kind of furious and remove it. And that was a mistake. When the tube is removed from Geiger's back, he wakes up and gets all glowy, and then he breaks free from the chains he was in. He then escapes from the room he was locked in. Geiger, outside the room he was in, sees a guard reading a book. The guard, he cowers and is scared of Geiger. Geiger, who was an avid reader, lacking new books a few weeks back, is interested in what book the guard was reading. The guard was reading a book called The Artist's Way. Geiger asks the guard, "That a good book?" The guard says, "I like it." Geiger, he knocks out that guard and grabs that book. He then continues walking through the facility with his wolf, Barney, and he is now looking for Haley and Henry. Haley and Henry are being tested to see if they are healthy. They are also given lots of food to eat, delicious food that was pretty hard to come by back home in Vegas. They're eating hamburgers and fries. Little Henry is loving it. The doctors and others, though, looking at Henry through a two-way mirror, discuss his health. Haley, the girl, she's healthy, but Henry apparently has early-stage leukemia. One of the women that works there is kind of sad by this news, as this means Henry will not be allowed to stay with them here, as that is their policy. They only have so many resources, they can't waste them on the sick, like Henry. Haley is eventually told the news that she is healthy and can stay, but her brother Henry is sick and he will not be allowed to stay. Haley is upset. They try and comfort her and tell her that they have a compassionate life-ending program here and Henry will pass peacefully. Haley can't believe this. She storms out of the room and is running and yelling and saying, "No, Henry!" As Haley is running frantically, she gets grabbed by a guard, and the guard gets bitten by Geiger's wolf Barney. Geiger then finds Haley. Haley informs Geiger that they said Henry was sick and they're going to kill him. Geiger, angry, says that won't happen. Elsewhere in the facility, the vice president and the general are coordinating with the president to find and locate those nuclear silos. The vice president discusses Geiger. Geiger has been causing havoc in their facility. He's dangerous and violent and been tearing up the place. The VP says, "We don't tolerate violence here. It's been a while, but send our best soldier to take care of this. Bring the robot online." So who is their best soldier? Well, we see some sort of nuclear-powered thing is being placed into what looks like a robot. And we see a uniform with the name Joe written on it. We will learn who this mysterious Joe soldier is next issue. Issue 6, Man vs. Machine. This is the final issue in Volume 1 of Geiger. Back in issue 1, many years in the future, we had a man in a hazmat suit with an eye patch talking to another man, telling that man the story of Geiger. That was kind of the framing device for telling us, the reader, the comic book story of Geiger. Well, we return to those two men right now, and the eye patch man is going to continue the story But first, he is going to give the other man, and us, the reader, an information dump on the timeline of this Geiger comic book world and the various superpowered people that encompass this universe. Writer Jeff Johns clearly has big ambitions for this world that go far beyond just Geiger's story. He is planting seeds for the scope of this whole connected universe, and the timeline is also pretty vast. So the man with the eye patch, he says, America has always been at war, and in every war, there are men and women rising up to fight for their freedom and their family. Some of these heroes are known, but some of them aren't. They call them the unnamed. And then he talks about various points in American history, which we can see explained in this nifty timeline breakdown, which was at the end of issue 6. I am not fully sure what Jeff Johns' plans are for the future, but he may be doing tons of little mini-series on each of these characters and time periods. So, during the American Revolution in 1776, there was a hero named Redcoat. During the American Civil War in 1864, there was someone called the Northerner. During World War II in 1944, there was someone called the Monster. During the Vietnam War in 1972, there was someone called Junkyard Joe. In 1997, there was someone called American Widow X. That is when she got her revenge. Revenge from who, for what? Who knows? In 2025, there was something called the Unseen War. That is when the powered person known as the Ghost came about. 2030 marked the beginning of the Unknown War, when the nukes fell, and that is when Geiger became the Glowing Man. And 2050, which is when the majority of the events of this comic book took place, is when Geiger met the King and Henry and Haley. Anyway, after teasing all of this Geiger-connected universe, we continue on with the story. Henry, he is eating some ice cream, not knowing anything is wrong. Eventually, Geiger and Haley burst into the room and tell Henry what is happening and that they have to leave right now. Henry is scared. Geiger hugs him and tells him that he is not going to let anything bad happen to him. Some soldiers come at that moment, but Barney and Geiger take them to Haley that he can help them find a way out. Timeline, we learned that Junkyard Joe came about during the Vietnam War in 1972, and the vice president ordered him to be brought back online last issue to deal with Geiger. We'll show anyway. Junkyard Joe and Geiger saw, but Joe just crushes the rod in his hand and punches Geiger with his other hand. Geiger grabs Joe's helmet and melts it, but Junkyard Joe just whacks Geiger with such force that Geiger flies across the hangar and into a flammable tanker, causing a huge explosion, opening a path to outside the hangar to the radiated world. Joe and Geiger continue fighting now outside. Henry and Haley, they see Geiger's dampening rod in the ground, stuck there, and they want to get it for him. They go over to the rod and they start pulling on it, but they can't get it out. Rick, the kid with the glasses, he joins them and offers to help them remove the rod from the ground. Haley, she's concerned though. Rick's eye looks damaged and he's not wearing a hazmat suit. He might get sick out here. But Rick, he helps them anyway, and the three of them successfully remove the rod from the ground. Haley and Henry then try to run the rod over to Geiger. Junkyard Joe, he shoots some missiles from his arms at the kids. The explosion sends the kids flying back. Watching the fight through a video screen are the vice president and the general. The vice president, talking about Junkyard Joe, says, I've never seen it active before. Are the stories about his creator true? And the general answers, Joe's been reprogrammed to do what needs to be done, Mr. Vice President. Every last one of them. Geiger, he manages to grab the rod that the kids got for him. He then jumps up in the air with the rod and stabs Junkyard Joe in the chest with it. Joe falls down to his knees. He starts powering down. Before he does, though, the robot sees a memory of an old man, and the old man asks Joe, "Joe, is that really you?" Joe powers down. What does that mean? This image or memory, a tease of something that will be explained in future stories. Geiger, he attempts to retrieve the rod from Junkyard Joe's chest, but the rod is broken now. Haley and Henry get closer to Geiger. Both of Geiger's dampening rods are destroyed now, and Geiger is worried he won't be able to control his powers and might kill Haley and Henry accidentally because of it. Geiger, he yells at the kids to stay back, stay away from him. He tells them to go. He can't control this. Haley, she starts crying, and she tells Geiger, "Tariq, listen to me. You won't hurt us. We're like family now." And Geiger, somehow, without his rods, is able to regulate his body and lower his powers and become less dangerous right now. All three of them hug. Haley says, "We're here for you, too." Rick, watching from a distance, smiles at them making it out alive. Barney the wolf joins Geiger and the kids. Rick yells for Haley and waves at her. Haley asks him, "Christ, Rick, what are you still doing out here?" Some soldiers at that moment come and take Rick away. The soldier says to another, "His mother is going to kill us." This kind of exposure? Let's get him in before the general has our asses. So, what is up with this Rick kid? Why was he so determined to help Haley, Henry, and Geiger? And why did the radiation not seem to be affecting him as much as the others? I have no idea. I assume an answer will be revealed in the future. Geiger and the kids finally leave the facility and begin driving away from the NORAD base. But they are not free. The king is there, along with Hazmat and his nuclear knights, as well as Goldbeard and a few other reinforcements. Geiger, he gets out of the car and starts walking towards them. The king, a little bit nervous, sends his main man Hazmat in a car to go and attack Geiger straight on. The king explains, "Hazmat, I appoint you, the nuclear knight, to fight for my glory." Hazmat, not really wanting to do this, says, "But you can drive if you want." The king says, "I'm not the driver. You are my honored knight. Now take charge of this warship behind us." Hazmat, he starts driving full speed at Geiger, and the king yells, "For the Camelot, for me, destroy the glowing man." And destroy the glowing man, Hazmat did not do. Geiger, he easily made the car explode into two pieces before it even gets close to him. And Hazmat died in the blast. Goldbeard, seeing that crazy shit go down, says, "He glows all right. Well, I think my time with you is over, King. Miss Borden, are you going to be leaving with us?" And she is. Goldbeard and Miss Borden abandon this mission to help the king. They are going to go back home. Geiger, he heads back to his car and drives with the kids. He tells them that they're going to go to a town with doctors. One of them helped him a long time ago. They don't like him very much, but they'll help Henry now. The king, watching Geiger drive away, is even more infuriated now at this recently failed attempt at killing the glowing man. He is just not willing to let this go. He wishes to call for all of his nuclear knights for one last confrontation. 3 days later, Geiger drives to Copper Canyon, Mexico with the kids. This must be the town that he talked about. A woman at the gate of the town is named Nurse Rad, and she tells Geiger that he is not welcome here. They've been told to kill him on sight. Geiger tells her to just take the kids. One of them is sick. This Nurse Red agrees to take them in. Geiger, he says his goodbye to the children, goodbye to Haley and Henry. He leaves them there in the care of these people. Geiger, he then returned home to his cabin near the bunker. He read his books. He took down the wall. He buried the bodies of his family that were skeletons all along. And then he waited until sunset, where the king finally arrived with the rest of his entire crew of nuclear knights. The king exclaimed, "We are here as requested, fool! Your head is mine!" And Geiger responds, "There's nothing here you can hurt. Not anymore." The text box reads, "Geiger opened his heart and found peace." The screen then goes bright yellow. Did Geiger metaphorically open his heart or literally open his heart? I'm not sure. Did he commit suicide? Did he self-destruct himself? I don't know. It's hard to know for sure, but it seems like his body exploded into this bright yellow light, and he killed everyone here, the king and all of his nuclear knights. And we see in the distance, Geiger's two-headed pet wolf is watching the explosion. We jump back to the characters from the beginning of the story, the eye patch man and the other man. They comment that explosion with Geiger facing off against the king happened at this very spot. The man with the eye patch says, "The kids, Haley and Henry, they found help. That girl, she was someone special to me once." I think that this man with the eye patch might be that little kid Rick, now an old man. I could be wrong though. The eye patch man continues and says, "But that was the end of the king, the end of Boulder City." The other man questions, "And the end of Geiger?" And the eye patch man answers, "The end of Geiger himself? No, Geiger's story was only beginning." We see back in Las Vegas, shortly after the king died at the hands of Geiger, the various bosses of Las Vegas are having a meeting. No longer looking as grotesque as she was earlier. The queen says, "Boulder City is gone, and so is my horrible son, the horrible scab. I beg you all for your forgiveness for his actions. They were unsanctioned by me, I assure you." Safari Bob, one of the other bosses we've heard a lot about, he replies, "The king stirred the glowing man from his nest, dear queen, but perhaps that will benefit us all. The military wants Tariq Geiger, and we want the West. What do you say to that, General?" And we see the general from the NORAD military base, the one with the scar on her cheek. She is standing there and she says, "Don't worry, Bob. I'm sure President Griffin is willing to make some kind of arrangement. How about we all discuss this over some pre-war whiskey?" And that is the end of Volume 1. All right, so that was Volume 1 of Geiger, and I thought this was a very good Volume 1. The artwork by Gary Frank was beautiful, and I thought the overall story was pretty compelling. I love the world of Geiger, this post-apocalyptic world where you have this glowing, radiated man, and you have Vegas being ruled by these eccentric bosses. Very fun. I liked Geiger and his storyline in this volume, and his battle with this king, and Geiger hooking up with these kids and going on an adventure with them. That was all really fun. And I'm really curious to learn more about this world and some of these other characters that were teased, like Junkyard Joe and some of the others. But yeah, this was a really compelling Volume 1. Now, I wish it was maybe a little bit more self-contained and we had a little bit more answers. Like, is Geiger still alive? I'm not really quite sure on that. But nevertheless, this was a successful Volume 1. I want some more. I'm going to give this one an 8 out of 10. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and thank you for watching. I'll be back next week with more comics. Superior, written by Mark Miller, art by Lionel Yu. This Mark Miller book I'm covering this week is Superior, and it is a pretty fun story. A lot of Mark Miller's books tend to be very edgy and have a main character that is kind of a dick, and there's lots of sort of risque moments in it. But I think Superior is one of Mark Miller's most kind of heartwarming stories and the least edgy. The main character is a 12-year-old boy that suffers from MS, multiple sclerosis, and he makes a magic wish. And with that wish, he becomes this superior superhero who is basically Superman in a way. And it's a very fun story with a very good message about overcoming adversity. Now, this book that was written in 2010 does remind me a lot about the 2019 Shazam movie. In that movie, we had a little kid that was all of a sudden made to be an adult superhero, and there was lots of fun explored with that concept, and we see a lot of similarities in this story. There are also lots of homages to the original 1978 Superman movie within this comic book. This comic book is really a love letter to that movie and Superman in general. Now, in 2016, there was a Superior movie adaptation that was in the works. People were writing the script. Matthew Vaughn, that directed the excellent Kingsman movies and other Mark Miller property, was also involved. Although I am not sure where that movie is now in development, if it is still going to be happening. But regardless, let's dive into the story for Superior and see what Mark Miller does in this tale. Issue 1, One Magic Wish. In the universe of where our story takes place, superheroes are not real. They are fictional, much like they are in our world. In the world of this universe, the fictional character of Superman has been replaced by a character named Superior. He is a fictional character from 1930s, was in comics, he was popular, and he has been the focus of several movies, much like Superman has been in our world. So, two 12-year-old boys, Simon Pooney and his best friend Chris, are watching a movie in cinema. The movie they are watching is Superior 5, the newest superhero film starring actor Tad Scott. In the movie, Superior is fighting his nemesis, the villain known as Abraxas. After a brutal fight, Superior takes Abraxas down. Only it's not over. Another villain, the Annihilator, joins the fight. After the movie ends, Simon and Chris discuss outside the theater what they thought about it. Chris thinks that Superior is too much of a Boy Scout. He prefers more badass heroes like James Bond or Jason Bourne. Simon, though, he likes Superior. He likes how Superior doesn't kill. He likes that Superior is a nice guy. That's what makes him different from other heroes. On the street, the two of them run into another kid from their school. This child's name is Sharpie, and he is a little bit of an asshole and a bully. He makes fun of Chris and Simon. He especially makes fun of the fact that Simon is in a wheelchair. Before things escalate, though, Simon's mom arrives, and the bully Sharpie walks away with his friends. Simon says goodbye to his best friend Chris, and they make plans to see a new movie the next week. The thing about Simon is that he has multiple sclerosis, otherwise known as MS. MS is a debilitating illness that affects the brain and spinal cord, causing a wide range of potential symptoms, including problems with vision, arm or leg movement, as well as sensation or balance. Simon, he used to be a regular kid. He was even a little bit of an athlete. He was on the basketball team. But once he got MS and he had to start walking with sticks or use a wheelchair, his entire body started to ache. He even went blind in one eye. And sometimes his speech was a little bit poor. He would feel like he was being buried alive in his own skin. And as Simon got more sick, a lot of his friends kind of bailed on him. Not Chris, though. They made a point to stay friends and see a new movie every week, and Simon respects Chris immensely for sticking by him. Simon, in bed that night, feels sad about his predicament in life and how MS is robbing him from doing many things he wishes he could still do. As Simon is in bed that night, he gets visited by, and this is going to seem random, I warn you, he gets visited by a monkey in a spacesuit. The monkey is called Ormond. The monkey then transports Simon far away and tells Simon, "My name is Ormond, and out of 6 billion people, you have been selected. Out of 6 billion candidates, you were deemed the most appropriate." Simon asks, "For what?" And Ormond answers, "The magic wish, of course." Simon, he wishes to become the hero superior. And bam, just like that, his body is transformed into the chiseled form of the superhero superior. And Simon, he can walk now. His MS no longer affects him. And not only that, he has all the powers of superior as well, and he's an adult. Simon asks, "What have you done to me?" And the monkey Ormond answers, "Go back home and show me what you can do. All will be explained in 1 week." And with that, Simon is transported back into his childhood bedroom in the body of Superior. Simon has apparently been missing from home for about a day now, though, and the police are actually at his home, and they've arrived to talk with his mom. The police, they hear Simon upstairs making noise and begin rushing to check it out. Simon, he panics. He can't let his mom or this police officer see him here, so he jumps through the roof of his home. Simon heads over to his best friend Chris's apartment, and he tells Chris through the window, "I think I'm in deep shit." Issue 2. So Simon's friend Chris is freaking out. Simon is trying to explain the situation, but Chris grabs a baseball bat and is yelling and threatening Simon. Simon eventually grabs Chris, and after 90 and kicking and begging for his life, Chris finally calms down, and Simon explains the improbable events that led him into this situation now that he is in the body of this superior. Well, they decide to test out Simon's new superior powers. First, they do a vision test. Simon, he can read really small print from far away on the newspaper. And with his X-ray vision, he can even read through various pages. 20 pages deep into the paper, he can still read what's written. Then they do a laser vision test. And Simon, he accidentally starts a small fire, that one. He tries to then use his freeze breath to put out the fire, and he ends up blowing super hard, and tons of trees go flying. Then they do a test of strength. Simon, he moves several trains. While Simon is moving these trains, he thinks about how strong he is now, and he contrasts that with how weak he is in his normal 12-year-old boy form because of his MS and how debilitating that is. They then are going to try a flight test. Simon actually hasn't flown yet. Chris is kind of shocked by that. Simon just says, "I've just been jumping really high before." Simon is nervous to try flying, but Chris tells him, "You're indestructible, you'll be fine. He just has to shut up and concentrate." So Simon, he concentrates, and he ends up floating up into the air, but he can't control it. And he keeps going up and up. He starts freaking out. He tries to grab tree branches to hold him down, but he keeps going higher and higher. Simon starts yelling, "Shit!" He starts going up so high now, he is above the clouds. Simon, though, eventually starts getting the hang of it, and he has the flying under control. Then he starts flying faster and faster, and he loves it. It makes him want to cry. He is so happy. He remembers being in a wheelchair, and now he is soaring through the clouds. Simon, while he is flying up above, spots an American space station that has been torn to pieces by a meteor shower. Simon, as Superior, decides to try and do his first heroic act as a real-life superhero. Issue 3. Simon, as Superior, grabs the space station and tells the people inside that it's okay. He's strong and he is going to help them. Simon slowly starts flying the space station back down to Earth and gently places it in Times Square in New York City. I guess Simon realized, though, that Times Square might not be the best place to put this thing down, so he decides to lift it up back into the air and move it over to Central Park before lowering it down once again. Now, the general public below, down on the street, do not see Simon. It's not like in the movies where there are close-ups of the hero. It's pretty hard to make out someone in there picking this thing up. To the public down below, it just seemed like the space station slowly landed in Times Square before reversing back into the sky again and moving over to Central Park. Now, down on the streets of New York City, we see a woman named Madeline Knox, the Lois Lane archetype character in this story. She is a sexy journalist, and she wants to try and figure out what has happened here today. Simon, he didn't stop there. He flew around the world playing hero. He stopped a nuclear reactor meltdown in Pennsylvania. He stopped a bridge collapse. There was a woman in an ambulance giving birth, and she was stuck in the traffic jam, so Simon picked up the ambulance and flew it to the hospital. There was a Canadian submarine that was stranded in the water. There were fears that everyone in the submarine might die. So Simon saved them by dragging the submarine to shore in Long Island Beach. And when Simon brought that submarine there, he was pretty tired after, and he was exhausted, so he lied down in the sand. And when he did, that was when the world finally saw Superior in person. A crowd surrounded him. They started snapping his picture. Simon, he continued on with his heroics. He put out fires in Oregon. He rescued miners trapped in Ohio. He safely landed a stricken airplane. And reports of his adventures spread all across America like a warm breeze. We see, over in a newsroom, Madeline Knox, the Lois Lane type of journalist. She's talking with her editor or station manager or what have you, and they discuss this Superior. And they wonder if it's a publicity stunt for the new Superior movie, maybe? Maybe it's actor Tad Scott who plays Superior, just doing something. But Madeline to this says, not a chance. I'm friends with his representative over at CAA, and he said that Tad's absolutely freaking out. Now, this Superior, he's the real deal. I don't know who he is yet, but I promise you, I'm gonna find out. Simon returns to his friend Chris's house, and they discuss how crazy this all is. Chris says that Simon is all over the news. Simon says that he's gonna tell his mom everything. She's probably really worried about him, and she still thinks that he's missing. Chris asks Simon, well, what about the space monkey? And Simon says, yeah, sure, I'll tell her about that too, now that I figured out who he really is. And Chris asks, what do you mean? Who is he? And Simon answers, well, I prayed every night that my MS would go away, and my mom was always praying that America would get fixed again too. So what if that magic wish was the answer to both our prayers? What if Ormond was an angel? Did he turn me into a superhero because America really needed one right now? Outside Chris's apartment, we see that space monkey. The monkey, he smiles, overhearing Simon and Chris talk about him. And Ormond comments to himself, an angel? That's hilarious. I'm afraid I'm actually quite the opposite. And the monkey then laughs maniacally, because the monkey is actually a demon. Issue 4. Over in Hollywood, actor Tad Scott, who plays Superior in the movies, is talking to the studio executives. Tad is a little bit freaked out by this Superior out there in the world, saving lives that looks exactly like him. And people are hounding Tad for answers. The studio execs say that they are going to suspend production on the next Superior movie for now. They need to be clear who has name and likeness rights to Superior before they start making another movie with this other guy running around out there. Not to mention the legal liability. What if the Superior out there hurts someone or knocks over the Chrysler building or something? The whole thing is a legal nightmare. Tad Scott, he is going to get out of town for a bit, Lalo. He's going to go visit a cousin in New York City for now. Elsewhere in New York City, Madeline Knox decides to do something bold as a way to get Superior's attention and potentially land an interview with him. Madeline knows that Superior hasn't let a crime or accident happen in almost 3 days since he's been around. Why should she be the exception? Superior will save her for sure, and then she can talk to him and get an interview. So Madeline drives her car down a dock and into the harborfront water, and the car she is in hits the water and begins sinking. Madeline tries to stay cool. She has dreams of Pulitzer Prizes in her head if she lands the first Superior interview. But then she starts kind of losing her cool and freaking out a bit as the car is down there for quite a bit there and she might drown. She might die. She starts panicking. She starts screaming for help. Sure enough, though, Superior saves her. He flies down into the water and lifts the car out of it and places the car on dry land. Madeline gets out of the car and introduces herself, and Simon is impressed. He recognizes her. He says, "Wow, are you that lady from the news?" Madeline coughs up some water and then goes right into interview mode. She apologizes to Superior for the ruse and tells him, "Sorry, I had to pull this fake stunt, but this was the only way I could reach you." She then tells her camera crew that was waiting by to begin shooting. Madeline then says to the cameras, now broadcasting live around the world, "This is CBN News, broadcasting live from Battery Park, where a certain man in tights has just agreed to his first interview. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir, and thank you for taking the time to talk to the people of New York City." Madeline asks Superior, who is he? And why is he doing the things he is doing? And how can he fly? And how is he so strong? Simon, as Superior, answers, "Because I'm a superhero. Look at the costume." Madeline asks that, why does he look so much like actor Tad Scott? And Simon answers, "I don't know. Maybe Tad Scott got hired because he looks like me." Madeline wants to know what Superior's angle is. Who's funding him? Simon gets a little upset by this question and asks, "Does there always have to be an angle? I'm here because I'm needed, Miss Knox. Simple as that. I only want to help." Simon, he then flies away. Across town, we see Chris, Simon's friend, is being picked on by some bullies from school, led by that Sharpie. Sharpie and his friends beat Chris up. Later on, at Chris's apartment, Chris arrives home and sees Simon as Superior is watching the news. His interview is making the rounds and is being replayed all the time. And also, Simon is engorging himself on some snacks while he does so. Chris tells Simon that Sharpie beat him up. Simon tells Chris to leave it to him. Sharpie won't get away with it. Chris tells Simon not to bother. It's his own fault for cutting in front of Sharpie's house anyway. Simon replies, "Don't be ridiculous. I'm not going to fly around the world saving everybody while my best friend gets beaten up. Come on, we're going to fix this." You see Sharpie and his friends are walking the street. Simon lies down and picks Sharpie up and flies Sharpie all the way to the North Pole. And Sharpie, he's freezing. And Simon tells him, "You probably think I'm some kind of Boy Scout, like the guy in the movies, right? You probably think I've got a code against killing, but you couldn't be more wrong. How could you pick on some little kid who's just lost his best friend? You bully him again and again, and I'm going to leave you here. You hear me? I'm going to turn you into polar bear food." And Sharpie, he begs, please, I'm freezing, I can't breathe. Eventually, Simon returns Sharpie to where he took him in the first place. 10 minutes after that, Simon and Chris are celebrating atop the Statue of Liberty, eating food. Chris is laughing at what Simon did to their bully. Simon then begins wondering what he should do with his powers. He feels that he should maybe be doing more. Maybe protect the environment, help people in other countries, stop kids from starving in Africa. Simon tells Chris that he asks to see the president. He says that he wants to work for him. Later, Simon shows up at the White House for his meeting with the president. This book was written in 2010, so Barack Obama was president at the time. So Simon, talking to Obama, says he would like to talk to him about winning the war in Afghanistan. Obama replies, well, the war is a very complex and dangerous situation, Superior. Are you sure you can handle this? And Superior answers, no problem. You want me to get Bin Laden while I'm there too? Now Sharpie, he is walking down the street, angry for what Superior did to him earlier. He is cursing Superior out. And that is when the monkey in the spacesuit, that is actually a demon, or Mon, shows up and tells Sharpie, lighten up, little man. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm here to help you get revenge on that freak. I can give you anything you want, as long as you pay homage to my dark and eternal master. Just say that you love Satan. Issue 5. Simon in Afghanistan is going to win the war. He told the Americans to move all their Marines to the outskirts. And then, as Superior, he flew down and he didn't kill anyone. And he cleared out all the Taliban fighters and made hundreds of arrests, sweeping the city for mines and booby traps. And in Kandahar alone, he secured the city in less than a minute, and not a single bullet was fired. And region by region, he dismantled the Taliban's entire network. And then afterwards, Simon addressed the United Nations. He was keen to make it clear that he wasn't some extension of American imperialism. And the president helped him draft a statement that he was here to help the entire world, and any future missions would only be undertaken with a definitive UN mandate. Simon, he pledged to rebuild Afghanistan. And then he did some other good work around the world. He stopped a meteor from hitting Mecca in Saudi Arabia. He stopped an earthquake in China. He diverted a flood in Australia, disposed of outdated nuclear materials in Russia. He irrigated land in Africa. And after all those good deeds, Obama phoned to thank Simon for all the work he did personally. Then Simon, as Superior, said there was maybe a couple of things Obama could maybe do for him. And Obama replied, just say the word and I'll do my best. Chris was whispering stuff in Simon's ear of what Simon could ask Obama for, and Simon relayed it to Obama, and Obama replied, are you serious? So what did Simon want? Well, he wanted to bat for the Mets against the Yankees, which I guess Obama could get done. He also wanted to play bass for his favorite rock band, and also play basketball for the Knicks against the Miami Heat. And he wiped the floor with them. The score was 883-0. Elsewhere, Sharpie is still angry about Superior's success. Sharpie, he arrives home, and his parents are even talking about Superior playing for the Knicks. Sharpie, he blows it off, but his dad. Sharpie storms up to his bedroom, though. And then he looks at the poster of the villain Abraxas on his wall, and he says, by the way, ridiculous that this had a huge poster of Lex Luthor or Darkseid on their wall. You know kids messed up if they have that. And Superior is coming over to her apartment soon. They're going to go on a little bit of a dinner date. Madeline's plan is to seduce Superior, give him the best sex of his journalism Superman movie. They then head inside her apartment. Madeline is at the very moment, though. Ormond tells Simon that his 7 days are up. By the way, I think it's a little bit of a plot hole that Simon as Superior was able to do all the things he's done in just a week. He crammed in like 6 months of work in just 7 days. But anyway, Ormond tells Simon, I have to say I'm impressed. In a single week, you've turned yourself from a handicapped child into the most beloved man on planet Earth. You're living a life that others can only dream of. Yes. He used to wake up dreading mornings, but now everything is perfect. He loves his life and wouldn't give it up for the world. And Ormond replies, good. That'll make you easier to negotiate with. Ormond then takes away Simon's powers and turns him back into his 12-year-old boy form. Ormond then tells Simon, what's the matter, Simon? You want to stand on your own 2 feet again? Fly through the clouds with a beautiful girl? Well, I'm afraid it's going to cost you, boy. Are you ready to pay the ultimate price? And Simon, confused, asks, I don't understand. What are you talking about? And Ormond, now getting a little bit more aggressive, says, are you really this retarded? You really haven't guessed what I am? Ormond tells him, sell me your soul and I'll make you superior again. Turn me down and it's back in the wheelchair. Issue 6. Ormond tells Simon he has 24 hours to decide. He says, sell me your soul by tomorrow night or you're stuck in this pathetic body for the rest of your life. Simon asks if Ormond is the devil, and Ormond explains he is just a lowly demon trying to keep his position after 500 years of failure. 500 years and he hasn't gotten a single individual to sell their immortal soul. I just want to point out what I think is maybe another plot hole in that this Ormond wasn't able to buy someone's soul in 500 years with all the power he has. Couldn't find one person to trade it away for like $100 billion or something. You give me this guy's powers, I'll round up a couple souls in an afternoon, okay? Simon asks Ormond, you're the devil, aren't you? That's what this has all been about. And Ormond replies, don't be ridiculous. I'm not fit to clean hooves of our infernal master. I'm just a low-level demon, trying to keep his position after 500 years of abject failure. 500 years without a single individual choosing to sell me their immortal soul. Used to be so easy back in the old days. Once upon a time, you'd have happily consented for a pot of gold or a beautiful girl, but now you're all worried about hell and damnation. People have forgotten how to enjoy themselves. That's why I had to be crafty this time, give you a taste of what you could have, and then take it all away again. Simon asks him, you said I got picked because I was special. And Ormond replies, I lied. You got picked because you were desperate, Simon. Don't be embarrassed. It's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm somewhat desperate myself, you see. That's why I had to pull out all the stops and grant the most outrageous wish since the dawn of man. Because if I don't acquire a soul by tomorrow night, I'm cast back down into the lowest pit. And believe me, young man, that isn't going to happen. Ormond then leaves Simon to contemplate for now. Madeline then re-enters the room, expecting to see the beefy Superior, and instead she sees the cripple Simon with his crutches lying on the floor. And Simon is crying, and he says, please don't look at me. You're not supposed to see me like this. Simon, he tries to get away, but Madeline catches up to him. She then turns on her maternal instincts, and she hugs Simon and comforts him. She cooked Simon up some dinner, and she talked with him. Simon told her everything. Madeline, she recorded it, too. This is going to be the biggest story ever. As the night progressed, Simon eventually asked her, what does she think that he should do? Should he sell his soul to this space monkey and have a good life, or go back to his mom and dad? Madeline doesn't want to give an opinion, but Simon pushes her, and Madeline eventually replies and says, well, to be perfectly honest, I just kind of assumed you would turn him down. I mean, it's your soul, Simon. The next morning, Madeline is going to take Simon back home to his parents. Before they do, though, she wants to show Simon something. She takes Simon to a children's hospital, and she shares her own motivational story. When she was 7 years old, she was diagnosed with leukemia, and she spent 6 months in a hospital, and then she had 22 operations and half her hip removed. She could have just locked herself away and lost touch with everybody, but she got off her ass and made herself into the person that she really wanted to be. She's not some indestructible superhero who's never going to die or get old, but she still lives a life that means something to her. Madeline tells Simon, I know why you like being a superhero, Simon. You just wanted to be loved like they're loved in the movies, but you've got that at home already. You know what I'm saying. Simon, he returns home to his parents, and he smiles and hugs his mom. Madeline's words seem to have made an impact on him. Even though Simon doesn't have powers, he can still live a happy, fulfilling life. Madeline on the phone is then talking to her editor, and he asks her about the story and how her date with Superior went. Did she get a lot of juicy information? But Madeline lies and says that Superior didn't show. Madeline seems to want to protect and respect Simon's wishes and keep his story private. Madeline says that Superior called it off. He canceled our date at the last minute and said that he was leaving Earth. He's gone. We're never going to see him again. Shortly after that, news of Superior leaving Earth has spread all over the world. Over at Sharpie's house, he is with the demon Ormond. Sharpie is watching the Superior 3 movie. In the Superior 3, there is a monkey world named Monkey World 3, and on that world there is an alien monkey named Ormond that looks exactly like the Ormond demon we've seen this whole storyline. So that is not the demon's real appearance. He is just taking on this Ormond monkey appearance as a way to appear more friendly to Simon and the others. Ormond, talking to Sharpie, agrees to turn Sharpie into the villain Abraxas. Sharpie doesn't even have to sell his soul. Ormond will change Sharpie into Abraxas for free. He doesn't need Sharpie's soul. He will get Simon's. Sharpie then agrees, and Ormond transforms him. Elsewhere, in the streets of New York City, Tad Scott is being asked by the media if he has anything to do with Superior disappearing, and he asks them all to leave. All of a sudden, a cruise ship gets tossed at a large building, causing the building to crumble to the ground. And Sharpie, as Abraxas, is really impressed with his strength and new abilities he has. He was the one that tossed that cruise ship, taking down the building. Sharpie, as Abraxas, then talks to the news media that is now filming him, and he gives a warning to Superior. He says, "Congratulations, asshole. I'm glad you finally accepted yourself as a retard and all that shit, but you're not getting out of this that easy. If you don't get down here and fight me right now, I'm gonna level half this city." That's right, dickhead. You've got 60 seconds to turn back into Superior again, or millions of people are gonna die. What do you gotta say to that? Simon, back at his home, is watching TV with his parents and Chris, and he sees this message on TV. Simon does not know what he's gonna do. Does he trade his soul away to Ormond to turn himself back into Superior so he can save millions of lives from Abraxas? Or does he keep his soul but let millions die? Issue 7, the conclusion. Simon, concerned about what is happening, sells his soul and becomes Superior. Ormond, the demon space monkey, is happy. He finally did it. He acquired a soul for Satan. Sharpie as Abraxas is still destroying things in downtown New York City. Tad Scott, the actor, even though he is just an actor and not actually Superior, he is in downtown New York and he sees what this Abraxas is doing, and he decides to kind of play the part. And he squares off against Abraxas, and he tells Abraxas, "Leave them alone, Abraxas. I'm the one you wanted to fight." This scans Tad Scott and knows that Tad is not actually Superior and doesn't actually have any powers. Tad Scott still stares him down, though, and Abraxas knocks Tad Scott back. Abraxas then lifts up a bus, and he is going to slam it down on Tad Scott and kill him. But that is when Simon, as Superior, finally shows up. And Superior saves Tad Scott at the last moment and stands in the way of the bus crushing him, and he blocks it. And Simon, then as Superior, tells Tad Scott, "Your movies are awesome, by the way." Tad Scott, a little puzzled, says, "Thank you." And then he runs clear of the area. Simon then battles Abraxas. He punches him and Abraxas goes flying into a nearby building. Simon then smashes Abraxas onto the ground. Abraxas looks a little bit damaged and defeated a bit. But then Abraxas tells Superior to look behind him. Look at what his little monkey pal turned himself into. Simon turns around and we see that Ormond, the demon space monkey, has turned himself into Superior's other frequent villain, the Annihilator. Ormond, as Annihilator, fires on Superior and damages him greatly. And while all this battling is going on, Madeline Knox is trying to get closer to the action in downtown New York. The Superior handicap match between Abraxas and Annihilator continues. The two villains shoot at Superior and they toss him around. Superior, he gets a few blows back on them though. Eventually, Annihilator says that he is going to head for a nearby power station, see if he can maybe trigger a meltdown, and he wants Abraxas to try and level the East Village. Annihilator also fires some sort of missiles. Superior now has 3 threats he has to put down: Annihilator, Abraxas, and the missile. Superior flies after the missile first, grabs it, and redirects it in the air back at Annihilator. The missile hits Annihilator, and he goes down for a bit, buying Superior some time. Superior then flies over and grabs Abraxas, and flies Abraxas way into space. And in space, Superior says he doesn't have to worry about holding back. And he punches Abraxas so hard in space that from the Earth down below, huge flashes of light can be seen from the impact. When Superior finished, he brought Abraxas back down to Earth, and Abraxas suffered some brain damage. Superior then lays Abraxas down on the ground, who is now defeated. Now Annihilator, he is still standing though. Annihilator gloats. "Missile? You stupid child. Nothing on God's good green earth is going to stop me and what I have planned." Superior says, "Exactly," and he flies down as fast as he can, and he punches Annihilator so intensely into the ground that it causes another huge explosion. Annihilator seems defeated for now and has turned back into the Ormond space monkey form. Ormond's a little winded, but he's fine. And he gloats to Simon that none of this matters. "It's 5 minutes to midnight, Simon, and I finally got what I always wanted. It didn't come cheap, but I finally bought my first human soul. after 500 years of trying. Simon replies to this, "So? I'm hardly going to miss something I've never even seen before. What's one soul compared to 1,000,000 lives?" And Ormond replies, "Oh, Simon, are you really so spiritually unenlightened? A human soul is the most precious thing in the universe. It's worth 1,000,000,000 lives, 100 billion lives. You poor little boy, you've really no idea what you've just given up, have you? Really? A soul is worth 100 billion lives? I do not get the math on that conversion." Well, Ormond continues and he says, "After 500 years of abject failure, they were casting me down into the deepest pit again, but this has secured my status for 5 more centuries. 500 years to wander the earth and maybe find another little crybaby willing to do anything to climb out of his wheelchair." Just then, after Ormond finished speaking, Madeline Knox arrives on the scene, and she tells Simon, "Don't pay any attention to him, Simon. He's got nothing." Ormond, he just gloats some more about how wrong they both are. Madeline explains, "That's right. You made Simon into the most powerful superhero ever created. A character whose every single molecule is indestructible and impenetrable, and undying and never aging under Earth's yellow sun. Every atom in his body is essentially immortal. So if Simon is superior, he can never die, and you can never get his soul." Ormond, realizing his mistake, realizes that he just bought something he can never collect. And Madeline replies, "Basically, you made a donation, asshole." Ormond then scrambles, trying to figure out how much time he has left, but it's already midnight. It is too late. The other demons come to take Ormond away for his failure, and they are going to be sending him to the deepest pits of hell. Simon, as superior, tells Madeline that was amazing. The two of them hug, and then Simon turns back into his human form. The magic has worn off now that Ormond's wish is null and void, and he has been sent away. As they are hugging, Simon tells her, "This is exactly what I wanted, Madeline. Don't worry. I'm happy being me again." And as far as the world knew, Superior died in that final battle that day. He defeated the monsters and saved the world, but paid the ultimate sacrifice. They mourned his passing like no one had been mourned before, an international funeral that brought the entire world together. President Obama, memorializing Superior, says that he touched us all in his short time here, and he made us all a little more decent just by his very existence. The world has lost its one and only superhero, but his actions had taught us what each and every one of us was ultimately capable of. In the aftermath, Simon went back to his old life with his mom and dad, but he did so with a positive outlook and was happy. Tad Scott and his movies became an international phenomenon. Of course, this was partly because he was the leading man in the world's biggest franchise, but it was also because of what happened in New York when he risked his life to save all those strangers from Abraxas. People loved seeing Tad Scott live on TV squaring off against Abraxas, and so when it came time to negotiate his new movie contract, the guy could practically write his own ticket. Now Sharpie, as Abraxas, he was buried deep in a secret vault in Arizona, as well as all the pieces of Annihilator that was recovered. Madeline, she kept Simon's story a secret and never told the world what really happened. But her and Simon remained friends in a way. She got Simon and all of Simon's friends VIP tickets to the world premiere of the new Superior movie. Simon went as her date. And I thought this was funny as they're walking the red carpet. Two of Simon's friends watching Simon and Madeline walk ahead of them comment, "Man, look at that ass on her. You think he's banging this chick?" And the other friend says, "Totally." In the movie theater, They are all watching the newest Superior movie. Tad Scott is there as well. He's watching the opening of the movie, and he comments to the man sitting beside him, I don't want to sound big-headed or anything, but seriously, man, this might just be the best movie we've ever done. And the man beside him tells him to shut up, just watch the movie. And in the movie, we see Superior flying in the sky. And that is the end of Superior. Mark Miller, he dedicates this book to Christopher Reeve and Richard Donner, the people who made the original Superman movie in 1978. Clearly, this book was one big love letter to that movie. So that was Superior, and I thought it was a very fun book. I think it's always fun having a little kid get powers, become big, become this superhero, and seeing him explore having those powers. Always very fun. Mind you, it was very reminiscent of the 2019 Shazam movie, but this book was written well before the movie, so let's give it some credit there. I loved all the Superman Lois Lane homages in this story. Really good stuff. Where I have some trouble is the Orman Space Monkey Demon. He's kind of weird. Also, I had a hard time believing that he couldn't buy a soul in 500 years. Come on, man, you could definitely have done it. Another problem with this story is how it handled the Afghanistan war. Mind you, it was written in 2010. The war was very different then, but reading this in hindsight in 2021 and seeing how the Afghanistan war ended up in the end, how the Americans kind of took over the whole country, but then they realized they couldn't nation build and stay there forever, and they left, and then the Taliban took it over. It's a whole geopolitical mess, that whole Afghanistan situation, and the way it was handled in the book kind of feels a little bit not the best in retrospect. But, you know, it was a product of its time. On the whole, though, I really enjoyed this book. I liked its overall message of overcoming adversity, how you don't have to be a superhero or the superior, live a meaningful life. Even though this Simon has MS, he can still live a fulfilling life and be happy. And that's a good message to kind of end on. I'm going to give this book an 8 out of 10. I thought it was pretty good. Next week, I will be looking at the Mark Miller book, The Magic Order, and it will be released on Halloween here on my channel. So that should be a really fun time. I will see you next week for that.
Every craft rail mail lover has a special ritual, and some rituals are more special than others. Let your mail freak flag fly.
The Wrong Earth, written by Tom Payer, art by Jamal Eagle. Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to be breaking down the comic called The Wrong Earth. I bet most of you have never heard of this comic, but trust me, it is great. Give it a chance. So this book is published by a comic book publisher called Ahoy Comics. They are a brand new comic publisher that started publishing books in 2018. And The Wrong Earth was their flagship book that they launched their company with. And it is great fun. I've read many Ahoy comic books, and I like quite a bit of them. Some of my favorites are one that's called High Heaven. It is written by the guy that wrote this book, Tom Payer, and it's about the afterlife. When you go to heaven, except heaven is kind of bureaucratic and shitty and not as great as you thought it would be. Mark Russell has a few books at Ahoy Comics, one called Second Coming, which is like his Jesus teaming up with a superhero book. It's a little ridiculous, but very fun. There's also another one called Billionaire Island he did, which was pretty great. There's also another comic called Planet of the Nerds. It's about these 80s jocks in high school and they get frozen and then they wake up in 2019 to a planet full of nerds where nerds are cool and they're jocks and they're trying to adjust. Anyway, so those are some of the Ahoy books I really like. Now, The Wrong Earth, it has a really funny concept, okay? So there is this hero, Dragonfly. He is basically a parody of Batman Bruce Wayne, okay? And this book basically takes the 1960s Adam West version of Batman and the dark, gritty, modern Batman, like you would see in the new Matt Reeves Batman movie. So we got these two Batman, and they switched universes. So the ridiculously campy Adam West Batman is in this modern, dark, gritty world, and the modern, dark Batman is in the ridiculous, silly, campy world of the Adam West Batman world. And hilarity ensues. This book is a great teardown of Batman, poking fun at various Batman tropes, as well as a celebration of Batman. All right, let's dive into it. The Wrong Earth, Issue 1. This book is essentially a parody of Batman. Our Batman hero is named Dragonfly, and his alter ego is that of billionaire Richard Fame instead of Bruce Wayne. Dragonfly's sidekick, essentially his Robin, is named Stinger, and he has the alter ego of that of Chip Andrews. Dragonfly's Joker-type villain is named Number 1. And instead of being in Gotham City, Dragonfly operates out of Fortune City. This book is constantly going to be jumping between two of these parallel worlds, so it's important you remember which world is which. So our two worlds are Earth Alpha and Earth Omega. Earth Alpha always has a white background, and Earth Omega always has a black background. Earth Alpha is basically the Adam West version of Batman's universe in a way. So it's in that campy Adam West style, and the tone is very sunny, orderly, optimistic, and the stakes are usually pretty low. And Stinger, the sidekick, is alive and well, and the villains are all campy and ridiculous. And in this world, Dragonfly is a duly deputized officer of the law, and he works closely with the police. Also, Dragonfly's name is Dragonfly Man. He has the man as part of his name. Whereas on Earth Omega, it is just Dragonfly. Earth Omega is more in the style of what you would think of when you think of modern Batman. It's dark, gritty, rainy, tragic, morally gray. Stinger, the sidekick, is dead. The villains are all dark and violent. So think of the new Matt Reeves Batman movie or most of modern Batman comics. And Dragonfly in this world is constantly at war with the police, which are all corrupt. With all that now established, let's dive into the story. The story begins on Earth Alpha, which is the campy Adam West Batman-style world. Dragonfly Man and his trusted sidekick, Stinger, are tied to a table, and a laser death trap is working its way down to kill them. They are in a death trap called the Mirror Oven, courtesy of the villain known as Number 1. The villain, Number 1, is with his main sidekick, the female villain named Deuce, or Number 2. Number 1 also has various other dumb henchmen named Number 3, 4, and 5. Number 1 is gloating to Dragonfly Man through a microphone that while he is tied up, him and his henchmen are stealing paintings from the museum, and they are replacing those paintings with paintings of himself, Number 1. Number 1 says that the museum really should be thanking him. Dragonfly Man replies, "You narcissistic ne'er-do-well! What satisfaction do you derive from these conceited crimes?" Number 1, he leaves with his henchmen, but he tells Dragonfly Man, who is trapped in the mirror oven, to keep cool, and then he laughs maniacally as he walks away, only to discover, though, on the next page, that somehow Dragonfly Man and Stinger have escaped, and they have shown up right in front of Number 1 to confront him. Dragonfly Man then explains how he escaped. He says, You emptied our gear gauntlets of crime-fighting equipment, but in the melee I managed to grab number 3's pin he wears and conceal it in between my cheek and gums. I then managed to forcefully eject it, targeting a weak spot in your wall of mirrors. And your devilish heat lamp did the rest. Stinger then chimes in and says, yeah, the tiny exposed patch of wall went up like tissue paper. Dragonfly man, you an egomaniac like you and never obeying municipal building codes. They then all begin fighting. Now jump over to Earth Omega. It is raining and dark. Dragonfly is solo fighting number 1's henchman. The fighting is brutal. Dragonfly, he gets hit in the head with a baseball bat, and he spits blood. Dragonfly then sprays fire out of his wrists and burns the henchmen to death, killing them. Even modern Batman usually doesn't kill, but this Dragonfly does, apparently. Dragonfly then enters a nearby building to look for number 1. Eventually, he finds him. This number 1 has a 1 scarred on his face. It kind of reminds me of that cringy Jared Leto Joker with all the tattoos and everything. Number 1 is getting blood intravenously from a young man named Jordan Reese. For some reason, he wants that young blood in his body. Number 1 says to Dragonfly, no judging. All that healthy young blood crashing around inside someone so unimportant. You can't blame me for helping myself. Dragonfly tussles with number 1 a bit, and he eventually grabs him and is going to arrest them. As they are walking, another one of number 1's henchmen jumps out and tackles Dragonfly. Number 1 then runs and escapes, and he runs right into a mirror. Somehow the mirror is magical and it teleports him off to another dimension. Back over to Earth Alpha, we see that version of number 1. He also escapes into a mirror on his side, and it teleports him elsewhere. And the Dragonfly man of Earth Alpha chases him through that mirror. And then after that, number 1 of Earth Omega, he then walks through the mirror and is now in Earth Alpha himself. And he is face to face with Stinger. So this more evil, dark number 1 notices Stinger and says, look who's alive. And he grabs a shard of glass and stabs Stinger in his belly, and Stinger falls down to the ground. Deuce, seeing the Omega number 1, is surprised that he stabbed Stinger. She says, oh, Onesie, what did you do? He's just a kid. What happened to you? Number 1 replies, don't call me that stupid name. He then pushes Deuce to the ground and he walks off. Then at that moment, Dragonfly of Earth Omega walks through the mirror of Earth Alpha. And he is now there in that world too. And he notices Deuce attending to Stinger on the ground. Now in his world, in Dragonfly's world, his partner Stinger is dead. So he is surprised now to see Stinger alive on the ground. It is at that moment the cops arrive on the scene. Dragonfly in his world is used to warring the police and fighting them and trying to end their corruption, and they are usually never any help. As the cops in this world start closing in on him, Dragonfly is getting ready to fight. But when the cops finally run in through the door, they are super supportive. And they see Dragonfly and tell him, I should have known you'd take care of this rotten bunch before we got here. Noble crime fighters, I pray we never take for granted the perils you face on this city's behalf. The cops then, seeing injured Stinger on the ground, tells Dragonfly Man, the boy will get the best care, sir, and once he pulls through, I know the mayor will want to award you both Medals of Valor. Dragonfly, not used to this support from the police, says, what the hell is going on here? Alright, so to recap, Dragonfly and number 1 of each Earth have switched places. And now the carefree, upbeat Dragonfly Man and number 1 of Earth Alpha have found themselves now over in the dark, gritty world of Earth Omega. And the dark, gritty version of Dragonfly and number 1 from Earth Omega are now in the ridiculous, campy world of Earth Alpha. We now jump over to that dark Earth Omega world now, and we see Dragonfly Man come across Jordan Reese, and he comments, "Great Scott!" Dragonfly Man then hears the police pull up to the building, and he comments, "It's the police! It's a miracle, young friend! Salvation has arrived!" Dragonfly Man then runs outside and tells the police, "Officers, this is Dragonfly Man, Priority 1, teenager down, I repeat, this is Dragonfly." The police, though, then shoot Dragonfly Man, and Dragonfly Man goes down and he appears dead. The two police officers, they then discuss amongst themselves. They can't believe they finally got him. They remove Dragonfly Man's mask and recognize him as Richard Fame, the famous Wall Street billionaire guy. Dragonfly Man, he then begins waking up. The cops, realizing that they have a rich guy in front of them, tells Dragonfly Man, "You've been shot, and we're going to get you medical attention, okay? And then you're going to give us what we need, money." Issue 2.
All the ways to have a Whopper could unite the nation. No matter if you like Impossible or double bacon, we can agree there's a Whopper for you. 200,000 ways, boom, there's the proof.
Audiences agree Transformers is back and better than ever. It's filled with heart and humor. I like that. I like it a lot. See it on the biggest screen possible. Transformers Friday.
Back over on Earth Alpha, the dark, more modern Dragonfly is at the hospital. He can't believe his partner, Chip Andrews, aka Stinger, is alive on this world. Dragonfly actually tears up a bit. Back over to Earth Omega. The cops are looking at Dragonfly Man, who has passed out. The one cop says to the other, "You can't get money from a corpse, call an ambulance." Dragonfly Man, he then pops back up to life, and he kicks the two police officers and takes them down. And then he tells them, "You should be ashamed. The good citizens of Fortune City entrust you with their safety, and you repay them with perfidy." Dragonfly Man then calls into police dispatch and tells them, "Dispatch, this is Dragonfly Man. A teenager has been the victim of a horrific bloodletting. You must dispatch a medical team to the old abandoned gear factory on Geeds and Fayette Street. There's no time to lose." Dragonfly Man, with both dirty cops, walks them over to his car, which he calls the Dragon Wagon. He puts them in the back. What's kind of amusing is that the car here is very militaristic and tank-like, which is kind of a parody of modern Batman's Batmobile. Now, Dragonfly Man, even though he may seem a little silly and aloof, he is smart, and he realizes that he is in an alternate universe, and he understands that this mirror is what transported him here. When he looks at the Dragon Wagon of this world, he says, "I'm guessing that absurdly militarized vehicle is the Dragon Wagon of this cracked mirror universe." Before Dragonfly Man leaves the scene, he goes back to visit that teenager Jordan Reese that was injured, and he gives Jordan a way to signal him by way of a dragonfly symbol on Jordan's hand. He tells him, "I don't know if you can hear me, son, but help is on the way. If anyone further mistreats you, anyone at all, signal me." Dragonfly Man, he also takes that magical mirror that transported him to this universe with him. He's going to see if he can figure out how to activate it later and get back to his home world. In the Dragon Wagon, as Dragonfly Man is driving the dirty cops back to a secret hideout, the cops ask, "We shot you. I saw you bleed. Why aren't you dead like you ought to be?" Dragonfly Man explains, "It's quite simple, really. When I arrived at the old abandoned gear factory, I sensed that the air was thick with menace, so I swallowed a precautionary anti-bullet antidote capsule, a compound of my own devising. It transmutes the metals commonly found in bullets into a protein that heals wounds in mere minutes." Now, we know, of course, this is a ludicrous explanation. There is no such thing as anti-bullet antidote capsules, but keep in mind, this is the campy Adam West Earth Alpha version of Dragonfly Man, and he has all sorts of ridiculously stupid gadgets that do all sorts of wondrous things. We jump back over to Earth Alpha. The dark, gritty Dragonfly is in the secret base of that Dragonfly Man's world, which is called the Bug House. The Bug House would be comparable to Batman's Batcave. The Bug House is in the secret attic of Fame Tower. Dragonfly is inspecting the magic mirror. He then looks around the secret headquarters and is surprised to see the Dragonfly of that world has a trophy case. Dragonfly asks himself, this guy keeps trophies? All of a sudden, a video communication screen flips on. Talking to Dragonfly are president of the bank, named Henry Noble, which I found hilarious, is wearing a sash that says president on it. Imagine if you were the president of a company and you wore a sash that said president on it. That would be pretty silly. And then there is Mayor Shankford. They are speaking to Dragonfly, and they tell him, alarming news, Dragonfly Man. Triviac is back to bedevil us. He's already sent one of his blasted trivia questions to taunt us about his next spectacular jewel robbery. His trivia question was, what popular movie musical directed by John Huston? Now, before I continue, I just want to explain that this Triviac is basically a ripoff of the Riddler, except that instead of obtuse riddles, he asks trivia questions, which I think is pretty funny. Dragonfly, he cuts them off mid-question, and he says to the bank president and the mayor, I know you. On Dragonfly's more dark, gritty world, Henry Noble, the president of the bank, was arrested for embezzling funds, and Mayor Shankford was arrested for soliciting prostitutes. Of course, I'm sure on this world they are upstanding citizens. The bank president and mayor ask Dragonfly, are you quite all right, Dragonfly Man? You act like you didn't expect to see us. Dragonfly, confused, asks, what kind of hero takes orders from a banker? Once again, this series is pointing out some of the ridiculous aspects of the old Adam West Batman TV show. Mayor, defending the bank manager, says, you make it sound corrupt, but surely there is no authority more legitimate than one to whom we entrust our very finances. Now, as to Triviac's diabolical clue, what popular movie musical? Dragonfly cuts them off again, he says, I'm not wasting resources going after this Triviac. Not when that maniac is on the loose. Back on Earth Omega, the secret base there is called the Dragonfly's Perch. Dragonfly Man throws the dirty cops in a holding cell in the base there. The cops tell him this is kidnapping. You can't keep us here. Dragonfly Man disagrees, though. He explains, said the blackmailer, unfortunately for you, I am authorized by state, local, and federal authorities to detain criminals at my discretion. I guess apparently on his world he has that power. The cops respond, I never heard of that. How long do you think you can keep us here? Dragonfly Man tells them, until I know what to do with you. In the meantime, I can't have you running loose with knowledge of my true identity. Dragonfly Man then starts investigating the Dragonfly of this world's secret headquarters. He starts speaking into a recording device to collect his thoughts. He says, Dragonfly Man, crime fighting file 888878. I'm in my counterpart's secret lair on this dismal duplicate of my home planet. His sensibility leans military, yet he doesn't appear to have connections to any authorities. That thought somehow fills me with great sadness. Dragonfly Man then inspects the magical mirror that transported him here. He can't figure out how to activate it to get back to his own world. So he then proceeds on a mission to find the number one of his world that escaped into this world. He suspects if he gets that number one might be able to get him back home. So Dragonfly Man, he gets ready to head out. Before he does, though, he figures he should go see his sidekick, Stinger, of this world. He goes to knock on Stinger's bedroom door, but he changes his mind. He says, "Oh, never mind. I'll let him sleep. A growing crime fighter needs his good night's rest if he's to fight again tomorrow." Inside Stinger's room on this world, we see a memorial to him, to the fallen hero. Dragonfly Man still doesn't know that Stinger of this world is dead. Issue 3. Over in Earth Alpha, the light can't be Earth. Miss Deuce is on trial for her crimes. Her lawyer argues that she should be let free, even though she used to work for the dastardly number 1. When she had the opportunity to flee the crime scene before Dragonfly Man arrived, she instead stayed behind to take care of her Stinger, who had been stabbed. Her lawyer says this showcases Miss Deuce's true nature and her angelic mercies. The judge and all the lawyers are looking Deuce up and down in a kind of pervy sexual way. Surely someone as attractive as her must not be bad? The district attorney says, "She is a most impressive and lovely young creature, Your Honor." The judge, convinced, says, "Then the case is dismissed. Fortune City owes you a great debt, Miss Deuce." The other henchmen, number 3, 4, and 5, ask if they can go free as well. But the judge and district attorney, who are not attracted to them, say, "No, you're ruthless henchmen." Permission to say a little something? And the judge says, "It's highly irregular, but I'll allow it for you, my dear." Deuce tells the judge, "Sir, these fellas are like brothers to me. The only family I got in the big bad city. If they go to the joint, I'll have no one to look out for me. I won't last a week." The judge, somehow convinced, says, "In that case, all charges are dismissed." Oh man, the legal system on Earth Alpha is flawed indeed. Deuce and 3, 4, and 5 are all let free. When they get outside the courthouse, the other henchmen all thank Deuce. Number 5 tells her,
I didn't know you had to get the cab. I always thought number 1 kept you in the gang just for,
I assume, sexual purposes. Deuce tells them, "Well, guess what? You're in my gang now." So with number 1 gone and number 3, 4, and 5 pretty much doofuses, Deuce will now be the leader. Elsewhere at the bank president's office, they are trying to figure out Triviac's clue. The mayor reads the clue to the bank president. He says, "What popular movie musical directed by John Huston is based on a comic strip by Harold Ray?" The mayor and the bank president are unable to solve the trivia question. In their frustration, they comment, "Arg, such a vicious, baffling conundrum." The answer to the trivia question is the movie Annie, which came out in 1982. If they were able to solve Triviac's dastardly trivia question, then they would know at this moment Triviac is at a dining club named Annie's Exclusive Supper Club, where a whole bunch of millionaires are taking part in some sort of charity auction. Triviac, he threatens to shoot one millionaire for every trivia question he is posed that he cannot answer. Still in Earth Alpha, Dragonfly of Earth Omega is driving around in the ridiculous version of the dragon car of this world. Dragonfly is driving around. He can't believe how well everyone is treating him here. He comments to himself, "They love me here, those morons." A police officer waves Dragonfly down. The police officer tells Dragonfly to follow him to this nearby church. When they get inside the church, Dragonfly sees that number 1 of his world has made his way here. and he has brutally killed many innocents in the church, cutting up their bodies into small pieces. It is very horrific. Dragonfly phones the police department to tell them about these recent bodies he discovered. However, instead of talking to the police department, they redirect his phone call to the bank president, which annoys Dragonfly to no end. The bank president and mayor tell the Dragonfly about Triviac holding Fortune City's leading citizens at gunpoint at Annie's exclusive supper club. The mayor and bank president seem to have figured out the clue of Annie's. Dragonfly is getting annoyed. He says he has to go after number one, who is butchering people. He doesn't have time for Triviac. But eventually he gives in and says, all right, fine. If I save your rich friends, will you start listening to me? Over at the supper club is trying to answer a trivia question. The question is, what was singer-actress Courtney Love's birth name? Triviac, he is thinking of an answer. But then he gets interrupted by Dragonfly. And Dragonfly, what does he do? He pulls out a gun and mows down and murders Triviac on live TV. Everyone on TV can't believe what Dragonfly just did. I mean, this is what Dragonfly does on his homeworld. He just straight up murders the criminals. Dragonfly then talks to the television and says, now, if you excuse me, I have real work to do. If you see this mass murderer number one around, get to a safe place and call the police. Back over to Earth Omega, the dark, gritty Earth. Dragonfly Man has finally discovered that Stinger is dead on this world. He asks the police that he has in custody in his hideout how the boy Stinger died here. The cops tell him that Stinger committed suicide. Dragonfly Man can't believe it. He walks off. The cops, still in a prison-type cell, are eating and drinking some things that Dragonfly Man has given him, and they comment that the water is terrible and black. Is Dragonfly poisoning them? Dragonfly Man, he walks the streets of Fortune City, and he is sad ever since he found out Stinger committed suicide here. And he is also sad how all of the citizens seem to be very scared of him. As he is walking around, everyone's kind of running in fear, and they cower, and they walk away from him. Dragonfly Man is not used to this fear. He's used to people loving him. Dragonfly Man walks into a coffee shop, and the clerk pulls a shotgun on him. That is how scared and untrusting of Dragonfly the people are here. Dragonfly Man grabs the man's gun out of his hands and asks him, why? Why are guns the solution to everything in this awful place? In my life, on my world, I've been chased by a massive bowling ball, fed into a giant sewing machine, boiled in an oversized percolator. But I would choose any one of those terrible ordeals over 5 more minutes in this horror. Do you hear me? I am done. Fortunately, I came here with a man who knows the way home. Back there, he was the worst person imaginable. But here, probably not in the top 100 million. Probably not as evil as a typical coffee shop owner. So I'm going to find him and make sure he's safe. And then number one and I will bring each other home. Elsewhere, we see the number one of Earth Alpha, who has made his way into Earth Omega. He gets shot in the head and killed by number one's henchmen of this world. The two henchmen discuss, and the one asks, what do you shoot him for? And the other henchman answers, hostages are a chore. Besides, we needed to concentrate looking for the boss and for the bug-eyed maniac who incinerated our guys. Not jerking around with every cosplayer who shows up and starts giving orders. So it is kind of amusing that the henchmen of Earth Omega are so unimpressed with the number one of Earth Alpha, they just immediately murder him because he is annoying to them and weak. The henchmen then talk to Jordan Reese, the young man that their number one was siphoning blood from earlier. They ask him what a Dragonfly gave him earlier. Jordan, holding up a symbol on his hand, answers, he gave me a way to signal him. The henchmen decide to use Jordan and this signal to set a trap for Dragonfly. Back over to Earth Alpha. Deuce is talking to her henchmen and tells them they need to find Dragonfly's secret base so they can get the mirror back and bring back the number one of their world. It is at that moment the more evil number one of Earth Omega arrives and asks them how they plan on doing that. Issue 4. We are still on Earth Alpha. Stinger is in the hospital and he sees Dragonfly murder Triviac on TV. Stinger can't believe it. He says, "This isn't happening. It's trick photography. Somebody's fooling everybody." Stinger is content to leave the hospital and try to get to the bottom of this. Dragonfly Man needs him. Back over to Deuce at her hideout. Omega number 1 asks Deuce, what is her plan to retrieve the teleport mirror? Deuce answers that they're gonna sneak into Dragonfly Man's headquarters and grab it. Easy. Number 1 asks, and how do you know where that is? Deuce answers, oh, she figured out Dragonfly Man's secret identity a long time ago. Number 1 is furious to hear this. He slaps Deuce in her face and calls her a liar. He says, I've never been able to penetrate the secret of Dragonfly's identity, but I'm supposed to believe a bubble-headed, gum-chewing girl outdoes me? Deuce does not like being slapped around. So she headbutts number 1 and tells him, yup, you think you're so big? I've been putting up with you and your type forever, and I'm sick of it. On this earth, honey, from now on, Deuce is number 1. She then kicks number 1 a few more times and knocks him out. Dragonfly, he goes down to the bank to confront the bank president and mayor. In the bank, there is this massive piggy bank in the center, filling with pennies for the homeless. The sign reads, pennies for the penniless. Dragonfly, he walks right up to the bank president and mayor. He's angry with them. He says, you use the police and the courts solely to protect the property rights of your fat cat millionaire friends, while violence feasts on the people, like this church choir gutted by the maniac number 1 I warned you about. The bank president and mayor then begin laughing maniacally. Dragonfly is confused. The bank president then blows a special knockout gas into Dragonfly's face and it knocks Dragonfly out temporarily. Why did the bank president and mayor do this? Because they are not who they say they are. They remove their masks they are wearing, and in typical Adam West Batman fashion, it is revealed that they are really dumb villains, part of a group called the Dastardly League. And the real bank president and mayor are tied up in the closet. The members of the Dastardly League are Dr. Yo-Yo, Granny Oakley, the Queen of Crime, Toreador, and Chef Escargot. So dumb. Jumping over to Earth Omega, Dragonfly Man decides to go undercover at a criminal bar called the Razor and Kidney to see if he can get info on where number 1 is so he can track down that teleportation mirror. Remember, this is the ridiculous Adam West version of Dragonfly Man. So when he wants to go undercover as a criminal in this bar, he decides to dress the part and puts on a stereotypical Halloween-looking costume of what a bank robber would look like, complete with striped black and white shirt and plain white sack with a big dollar sign on it. Everyone in the bar thinks he kind of looks ridiculous. Although a lot of the villains in this bar kind of look ridiculous themselves. There's one villain here named Cactus that is dressed like a cactus. Dragonfly Man, he is talking to the bartender who appears to be the Deuce of this world. The bartender is very nice to Dragonfly Man. Dragonfly Man, talking to the bartender, says very loudly, trying to get the attention of everyone, I'm just looking to join a vicious gang and commit a few dastardly crimes. Before he can get an answer, though, eventually the cactus guy throws a punch at Dragonfly Man. And Dragonfly Man, before you know it, is in a fight with all the villains in the bar. And while he is taking them down, he is saying, pow, crack, wham, choom, crunch, which is, once again, typical Adam West stuff going on. Dragonfly Man, triumphant after beating all the villains, asks, now, who's going to tell me the location of number 1 secret hideaway? He does not get an answer, though, and before he can stick around some more, the signal device he gave Jordan Reese earlier goes off. So Dragonfly Man decides to go and check on him. Before he leaves the bar, though, he tells the bartender, young lady, you have a good heart, and your whole life's ahead of you. Don't waste it serving alcohol to miscreants. Then Dragonfly Man heads off. He eventually arrives at an abandoned strip mall, and there he finds Jordan Reese tied to a chair. Jordan tries to warn Dragonfly Man by telling him, go away, man, fast, now. But it is too late. The building explodes, and they are both caught up in the flames. Back on Earth Alpha, which is known for its villains using convoluted, stupid death traps, we see the Dastardly League have trapped Dragonfly in that massive piggy bank, and they expect the pennies will smother and crush him to death slowly over time. As they are watching him, they are mocking him, saying those pennies are crawling with germs. Chef Escargot says, perhaps it is fitting that the champion of property laws will rest for eternity in a piggy bank. When Dragonfly eventually wakes up and sees where he is, he comments, you gotta be kidding me. Elsewhere on Earth Alpha, Deuce and her henchmen are now in the bughouse, the secret lair of the Dragonfly Man of this world. They have found the magic teleportation mirror. They wake the evil number 1 up, and Deuce tells him to use the mirror and get off of this earth forever. Number 1 calls them idiots. He says, you never think outside your game of cops and robbers. You don't even wonder about the mirror, who made it, what it means for your world, my world, others. Deuce, she doesn't care. She tells number 1 to go. Number 1 says, very well, and he starts walking towards the mirror. But before he can approach it, the mirror smashes and breaks into many pieces. It broke because Stinger used his slingshot to destroy the mirror. Stinger announces, villains in the bughouse! How? Deuce asks him, Stinger, what did you do? Stinger answers, I stopped that man who stabbed me from escaping. Now you're all in big trouble. Deuce replies, Stinger, no, Dragonfly Man needed that mirror to get home. You just trapped him in another dimension forever. Stinger, to this says, what? No, it's not possible. Deuce, a little saddened by this, says, I always kind of hoped him and me had a chance, you know? So Deuce is kind of revealing she had some romantic feelings for Dragonfly Man. Issue 5. On Earth Omega, Dragonfly Man helps Jason out of the exploded building. When Jason asks how they both survived the explosion, Dragonfly Man explains, through alertness and preparation, the 2 sharpest arrows in a crime fighter's quiver. En route in the Dragon Wagon, I used the remote dragon computer to trace the building's title history. It was once, I learned, a facility for the sale of dynamite. I reasoned that an evildoer with a perverse sense of humor, an affliction common to criminals, might have chosen this particular site for a similarly blast-related purpose. So I took the precaution of spraying myself with a double-strength, long-lasting explosion repellent. Thus protected, I was able to shield you with my body. Once again, a ridiculous device on Dragonfly Man's utility belt saved the day. Back on Earth Alpha, Dragonfly is trapped in that gigantic piggy bank. He places some plastic explosives on the little glass window and breaks it open with a blast. And the Dastardly League, who are mocking him outside the piggy bank, fall to the ground. Dragonfly, annoyed by this whole situation, says, screw this, your game. If you want to steal jeweled animal statues from museums, knock people out with purple gas, and send cryptic clues to the police, fine. Suit yourself. I'm busy. Just stay out of my way if you don't want what Triviac got. At the bug house, Stinger is trying to rebuild the teleportation mirror and place all of the pieces back together in the mirror to get the teleportation working again. That way, the Dragonfly Man of his world will have a way back here. Elsewhere, the dark, gritty Dragonfly that escaped from the piggy bank is now driving around Fortune City. He is driving that silly version of the Dragonfly mobile of this world. Dragonfly comments to himself, this guy, he labels everything: ejector seat, intruder alarm, dragon computer. What if the computer is as conveniently random as everything else on this world? Dragonfly clearly thinks this world is ridiculous, but he decides to test it out. He says to the car computer, computer, calculate the whereabouts of the villain known as Number 1. Dragonfly, not expecting this to work, is surprised when it does. The computer in the car replies, beep beep, analyzing, beep beep. Number 1 is in the bug house, beep beep. Dragonfly immediately swerves and begins driving as fast as he can back to his secret headquarters. Back on Earth Omega, the dark world, Dragonfly Man is driving around Jordan Reese, whom he recently saved from the explosion at the strip mall. Dragonfly Man expresses that at first he was confused about this world, how dark and dangerous it is, but now he is resolved to faithfully execute his campaign against crime. It doesn't matter where he is or who he is with, he still has a job to do. Jordan, he then decides to explain his origin story to Dragonfly Man. He explains how his dad abused him emotionally and physically. And one day, Jordan and his dad were working in his dad's auto repair shop, and Number 1 and his gang came in to rob the place. Jordan's dad reached for his shotgun, but Jordan actually blocked his dad from doing so. He wanted the robbers to mess his dad up, maybe even kill him. And that is what they did. Number 1 killed Jordan's dad. And when it was all over, Number 1 called Jordan his little orphan, and he took him in. It was weird, but Jordan didn't seem to really care. Number 1 would help himself to some of Jordan's blood on occasion. And after he'd put on a big show of being all energized, he'd say that Jordan was good medicine. And he'd give Jordan money to spend. It was messed up, but it was still better than being home. Once Number 1 disappeared, though, the rest of Number 1's henchmen kind of had it in for Jordan. Dragonfly Man asks Jordan if he happened to see the Number 1 of his world there. Jordan says that he thinks he did. He saw a weird guy show up and start giving orders, and the gang killed him. Jordan asks, was the man a friend of yours? And Dragonfly Man replies, no, he owed me a ride home, though. Back over to Earth Alpha at the bug house. Stinger is working on the mirror. He almost has it all put back together. Eventually, Dragonfly arrives. He begins fighting with Deuce and Number 1. He decides to take his chances with the mirror, which is roughly put back together, but the pieces are still shattered a bit. When Number 1 jumps through the mirror, there is a problem. All the cracks and pieces of the mirror begin cutting him up as he goes through it. And Number 1 says, 1 Prime, hear me. I'm begging you, make it stop. Don't let this happen to me. Not to me. Not me. And then Number 1 dies a brutal, gory, bloody death as his body is cut into many pieces by the mirror. Dragonfly, Stinger, and Deuce stand over the mirror and comment on it. Deuce says, what a disgusting way to go. Dragonfly replies, but not undeserved. What do you suppose he meant by 1 Prime when he said that? Stinger, he doesn't care though. He is angry because he saw Dragonfly kill Triviak on TV. He says that Dragonfly is a killer. Now, with this mirror broken, Stinger is worried because he feels it is his fault it is broken, and now the real Dragonfly man will never be able to make it back home. Stinger, he starts losing it. He says, I hate myself. I broke the mirror. I wish I were dead. Dragonfly gets serious all of a sudden. He is listening to Stinger say that he wants to kill himself. And this really hits home for Dragonfly because the Stinger of his world died by committing suicide. And he does not want to see that happen again here. He wants to make Stinger feel better. So he decides to make up a convoluted story. He tells Stinger, listen, you've been deceived by dastardly villains. Of course I'm the real Dragonfly man. And of course I didn't kill anyone. Triviak is alive. He's in the witness protection at a secret location under a new name. He turns state's evidence against the Dastardly League for his own safety. The world must believe he's dead. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you before, but I was following a direct order of secrecy from the President of the United States. Deuce, listening to this, doesn't believe this ridiculous story for 1 second, but Stinger kind of does. Back over to Earth Omega at the bug house. Dragonfly Man reveals his secret identity as Richard Fame, the famous Wall Street guy, to Jordan. Jordan asks, I always heard Richard Fame was like this greedy predator. Dragonfly answers, that was merely a bluff to deflect suspicion from my dual identity. Never take greedy Wall Street predators at face value, Jordan. Some of us might be your allies. Dragonfly Man leaves the room for a moment to fetch something. While Jordan is standing around, he sees those two dirty cops that are being held prisoner. He asks them, are you guys prisoners? And one of the dirty cops says to Jordan, what the fuck's it look like? Listen, my partner's real sick. I think that fucker's poisoning us. Unlock this door. I'll give you 10 grand. Dragonfly Man returns and presents Jordan with a Stinger uniform. And he asks Jordan if he wants to become new Stinger. Should they partner up? Issue 6. The conclusion. Continuing on in Earth Omega, Dragonfly Man and the new Stinger, Stinger 2, are fighting the rest of Number 1's henchmen, and they successfully knock them all out. And Dragonfly Man slaps some handcuffs on them. Stinger, he is grateful. He feels without Dragonfly, he'd be dead. These henchmen would have eventually hunted down and killed him. As they are walking back to the dragon buggy, Stinger questions Dragonfly about the dirty cop prisoners he is keeping in his cell. Dragonfly Man answers, now, Stinger 2, that's a necessary precaution. Those two corrupt officers know my secret identity. Stinger says, I think one of them is dying. The Dragonfly Man answers, if he requires medical attention, he'll have it. Stinger asks, you can't just incarcerate people. Who do you think you are? Dragonfly Man answers, Stinger 2, I am but an ordinary campaigner for righteousness. If ego played a part, I would certainly not take such pains to conceal my true identity. I hope we can discuss this more calmly and rationally back at the bunkhouse. A nutritious meal might unruffle your... Stinger cuts him off and tells him, too late. I called the police, told them about the prisoners and where the bunkhouse is. Dragonfly Man is shocked. Did Stinger just compromise his secret identity? Back over to Earth Alpha. Stinger on that world believed the ridiculous story Dragonfly made up, and he hugs him and says, I believe you, Dragonfly Man. You're no killer. Deuce, still there, tells Dragonfly, like any of this matters, Mr. Richard Fame. Even if I can't prove you're a scary copy of the real thing, your so-called campaign against crime is kaput. My boys and I know the real Dragonfly Man's secret identity, and it ain't safe with me. Dragonfly asks her what she plans on doing with this info. She says, I don't know. Maybe I'll just auction it off to the highest bidder. Dragonfly says he has a simple solution to this problem. Deuce worries Dragonfly might kill her. Instead, he offers her a bribe. He says, what if I'm the highest bidder? Stinger, not liking this, says, you can't give blackmail money to criminals. Dragonfly answers, remember your Shakespeare, son. To do a great right, do a little wrong. Plus, if you'd been some of the places I have, you'd know some criminals aren't so bad. He says this looking at Deuce, implying that he's not really that angry with her for her criminal ways. Stinger questions, but they'll never be satisfied. They'll keep threatening to expose you, and you'll have to keep paying them forever. Dragonfly to this says, meh, I can afford it. He then asks Deuce, so what do you say, Deuce? Do you want to spend the rest of your life running from the law or lounging in a penthouse in Monaco? Deuce decides to take Dragonfly up on his offer. Back over to Earth Omega. The rest of the police have arrived at the bug house, and they free the dirty cops that Dragonfly Man was keeping as prisoners. Well, that Dragonfly Man tries the same thing his counterpart just did on Earth Alpha. He decides to do a little bribing. He pays off the cops. The chief of police asks, you're not serious with this, are you? Dragonfly Man replies, a campaigner against crime is always serious. I repeat, you and every officer present will share not only in this considerable sum, but I will match it to establish a fund whose generous interest you can draw for as long as my true identity and this location remain secret. Stinger asks, what are you doing, Dragonfly? Why wouldn't you pay off these crooked cops? Dragonfly Man answers, remember your Shakespeare, son. To do a great right, do a little wrong. Dragonfly Man, now aware that one of his prisoners was getting sick from drinking the water, says, I will also arrange for these two officers I detained to be examined and treated at Fortune City's most exclusive clinic. At my expense, of course. One of the cops that was held prisoner says, no, it's a trap. He's a maniac. Don't let him send us away. He poisoned us and almost killed Wheeler over there. Dragonfly Man, defending himself, says, I never poisoned anyone. The cop continues saying, check the drinking water. It's like frickin' battery acid. Dragonfly Man insists, that is not my doing, I assure you, but I will look into it. You have my word. The cop continues being angry and says, what's it going to be? Are we going to cover for a cop killer? What do you think will happen when we turn our backs on him? The police in the room look around at each other and think about it. But then eventually the chief of police turns his pistol on that angry cop and tells him, don't mess this up for us. It's a lot of money he's paying us. And the one dirty cop that was really angry says, fine. Dragonfly Man then tells them, if that's settled, then we're all in agreement, officers. Get out. Afterwards, Dragonfly Man and Stinger head up to the roof of their base. Stinger asks if Dragonfly is upset with him for phoning the police earlier and, in a way, betraying him. Dragonfly Man answers no. He says, your so-called betrayal is the brave act of a young man trying to do the right thing. I could hardly wish for more in a partner. The two of them then decide to continue their crime-fighting work together, and they jump off a roof and begin gliding to the ground, and we get that stereotypical hero shot of the two of them coming down from the building. Back over to Earth Alpha. The dark, gritty Dragonfly is getting used to what life is like for him in this world, and he kind of enjoys it. The mayor and the bank president are holding a ceremony for Dragonfly Man and congratulating him. Beside Dragonfly Man are Stinger and Deuce. The ceremony gets interrupted by a pie being thrown into the face of the mayor. We see Chef Escargot, the pie thrower, and the rest of the Dastardly League have crashed the ceremony. Dragonfly Man, Deuce, and Stinger begin fighting the Dastardly League and start taking them down. In the middle of the fight, Chef Escargot has a mallet in his hand, and he is going to swing it down on Stinger's head. But luckily, Dragonfly stops him in time. Dragonfly then drags Chef Escargot into a side alley and tells him, "You swung that mallet right at my kid's head. You could have killed him." Chef Escargot starts apologizing, but Dragonfly, who remember is the dark, gritty one, tells the chef, "That's a mistake you don't come back from. You're going to die." He injects some venom from his suit into the body of Chef Escargot, which will kill him. Dragonfly then says, "And I'm going to get away with it too, because dragon venom's untraceable, and because they love me here." So we see a little bit of that darkness within Dragonfly coming through. Dragonfly, he goes back out into the street and tells one of the police officers around, "Officer, Chef Escargot is dead in the alley. You'll want to preserve the scene." The cop tells him, "Oh, that culinary cook will trouble us no longer. Praise be." Deuce is a little skeptical. She asks, "What did you do to him?" Dragonfly answers, "Nothing. He just collapsed. Probably ate too much of his own cooking. Speaking of which, dinner later." So we see some hints of a potential future romantic relationship between Dragonfly and Deuce. Stinger, he drinks some water from a water fountain and comments, "Gah, this water tastes like battery acid." Now, why does the water taste like battery acid? Well, the dirty cops on Earth Omega said the same thing. On the final page, we jump over to a new Earth called Earth Zeta. It is a futuristic world where technology has thrived and global warming and pollution are non-existent. There is a press conference going on, and one of the journalists asks, "Your secret processes have reversed carbon emissions nearly to zero, cleaned our water supply, solved our waste problem. Are you ever going to tell us how you do it?" The answer from an unknown speaker says, "With mirrors." The journalist asks further, "Seriously though, you saved the world and everyone agrees on that. You can have any reward, any opportunity you choose. Nobel Prizes, trillions in tech contracts, the presidency?" The unseen voice answers, "Those things all sound quite appealing naturally, but really, it's enough to be number one." And we see the number one of this Earth Zeta is in a position of power. He is the one that is behind all of this mirror technology, teleportation stuff that has been going on. And he has been using the mirrors to clean his world and become a hero and slowly poison Earth Alpha and Omega with all the excess pollution and chemicals in his world. And with the reveal of this other Earth and this other number one, that is the end of Volume 1.
Destroyed 5 times more plaque above the gum line than floss. Listerine, feel the whoa.
Okay, so that was The Wrong Earth, and what a funny book this was. I loved it. I thought the artwork was great. I thought there were so many good jokes in here. I love that the Adam West version of Dragonfly Man is just so ridiculous. How he has an anti-bullet capsule that stops bullets, so stupid. His car is just ridiculous and has all these powers that don't make sense. The legal system is so dumb. The villains are so stupid. Triviac, what a funny twist on the Riddler. He's not telling you riddles, he's telling you trivia. Okay, so funny. Oh man, great stuff there. And to juxtapose that with the dark, gritty version of Dragonfly, where the world is just gloomy and everything is the darkest version of everything, and the main villain, number one, has that cringy scar on his face. Oh, it's just such a funny comparison with the lighter version of that character. So, what a great concept for a book, and lots of great jokes in here. Now, was every single thing in here executed perfectly? No, maybe not. I also sometimes had to take a little bit of a pause and try to remember, okay, we're in the silly world and we got the dark version of the character. Okay, all right, now we're in the dark world and we got the silly version of the character. Okay, I got to try to remember that as I'm reading the story. And it turns out I'm not the only one that would sometimes get a little bit confused by this, because even the creators of the frickin' book made a mistake on one particular page, kind of like this powerful man, and he is sort of using the mirrors to read volume 2. It is not bad. Not my favorite, but I think it is worth checking out if you want to. But next week, I'm going to be covering a new book. I'm going to be covering Mark Waid's Irredeemable, which is an amazing series. It is about a evil Superman that starts kind of destroying the world. A movie on Netflix at some point in the future, so be sure to tune in for that next week, because it is going to be an epic one.
Hey, Dad, I got an A in my book report.
That's cool.
And I went for a walk in the woods, and I didn't get a single flea or tick on me.
You are just the best.
Right? I'm great.
You are great.
This flea and tick season, trust America's #1 pet pharmacy, Chewy.
All right, everyone. In this video, I'm going to be breaking down Fables Volume 6. And this volume is a top-tier volume. It is amazing. We're going to have a two-parter Jack Horner storyline, where Jack Horner has made off with billions of dollars from Fabletown, and he's going to Hollywood, and is going to get a trilogy of movies based on his life made. How fun does that storyline sound? So good. Then we're going to have the Homeland story arc, where Boy Blue is adventuring in the Homelands, where the adversary will finally be revealed, and we will get the adversary's origin. So that is some super exciting stuff. And in the final thoughts section of this video, I can finally tell you my thoughts on the adversary, so stay tuned for that. But for now, let's dive into it. Fables Volume 6, Homelands. Fables Volume 6, Homelands, written by Bill Willingham, art by Mark Buckingham and Pond.
Looking for an easy way to get that LLC next to your business name? Say hello to Taylor Brand. You just go to their site, enter your LLC state, add your business name, answer a few questions, and that's it. Now your business has tax flexibility, personal asset protection, plus is approved by the state. And it took you like what, 7 minutes? It takes longer to make an omelet. Now that your LLC is official, you can get a matching domain name, set up your website, create a unique logo, and trademark it. All in one place. Taylor Brands already helped more than 30 million business owners, like Jennifer, everything's so easy, Mariana, this is all in one thing, even Tariel.
All there in one spot. So that you can focus on doing what you love.
And it's so simple. You can start your business from anywhere. A bus, a plane, a horse.
Doesn't matter where you are. You can even start one right now.
Wow. So visit Taylor Brands and start your official business today.
The spin is so strong. It must be at least $20.
It's only $2.14 with free shipping.
Does it work?
Of course. It's also how you put aromatherapy. Your car smells super nice. The fan is not only strong, it can be rotated 360 degrees and tilt 180 up and down. Do not obstruct your view. 3 designs so that everyone in the car is comfortable. Just plug it into USB and you're good to go. Can also be used in your home and outdoors.
Are you sure it's only $2.14?
Absolutely. Double deal to buy now.
Fables, issue 34, Jack Be Nimble, part 1 of 2. Shortly after Prince Charming took over as mayor, Jack Horner left Fabletown and made off with one of Bluebeard's treasure rooms, and is driving all of that treasure in a truck across America. It was estimated last volume that Jack made off with in the neighborhood of $2.4 to $6 billion. Beast suspected Jack might have been the one that took the treasure, but he had no proof on that. He only suspected Jack because Bigby always told him to always suspect Jack whenever anything happens. Although with no proof and with bigger matters to deal with, Jack basically made off scot-free with all of that treasure. So what is Jack planning on doing with these billions of dollars? There is a theory in Fabletown that the more popular a fable is, the more powerful that fable becomes. So Jack is planning on going to Hollywood and getting a trilogy of movies based on his life story so that he can become the most popular fable in existence. Jack is driving across America with Jill. Jill might be the Jill from Jack and Jill Go Up the Hill, except she is tiny. She is one of the Lilliputian tiny people that lives in small town up on the farm. Jill, due to her tiny size, was the one that stole the key to Bluebeard's treasure room for Jack. She gave it to Jack, which Jack used to steal some treasure. Jill initially is excited to be on this adventure with all this treasure with Jack, but Jack makes it clear to her, first of all, kiddo, it isn't our fortune, it's my fortune. All you get in return for helping me with my caper is this ride to parts unknown. You successfully escaped the farm in Fabletown, that's all you wanted. At least that's all you bargained for with me, so that's all you get. Jill says this isn't fair, and Jack tells her, and you've learned a valuable lesson, Jill. Next time, strike a better deal. When they arrive in Hollywood, Jack goes by a new name. He goes by the name John Trick. Jack, as John Trick, meets a small-time player in Hollywood named Bernard R. Stein. Jack tells him, how'd you like to make some real money for once in your life, Bernie? Bernie, he's kind of interested. Jack tells him, I want to buy your exclusive services for 1 full month, premium pay. I'm new to Hollywood and the industry. I don't know nary a thing about it. The real inside shit, but you do. So you're gonna teach me who the real players are and who's just blowing pretty smoke. Money's power here, and I know that much, and I have more money than God, so that means I have power, right? You're gonna show me how to wield it, openly and bluntly, like a hammer. Hell, like a big-ass atomic hammer. I don't have time to learn finesse. Bernard, he agrees to help Jack. The first move they do is Bernard helps Jack buy an old movie studio lot, which Jack renames Nimble Pictures. After a few more moves, Jack eventually has Bernard introduce him to a hot up-and-coming movie producer named Moss Waterhouse. Jack, he talks to Moss. They have a meeting. Jack wants to offer Moss the job as head of the studio, the public face of Nimble Pictures. Jack asks Moss to wow him in the interview. What did he bring to the table? Moss explained, well, I'm a gay, Jewish, black liberal. I belong to all the right groups and support all the current trendy causes, from the highest studio type hands to the lowliest junior assistant agents. There's not a warm body in town that can risk not taking my call. Jack, impressed, hired him. And then, in a very cold power move, pretty much just done to impress Moss, Jack turned to Bernie and fired him there on the spot. Jack told Bernie he outgrew him, and we're playing above his league now. Later on, in Jack's new Hollywood studio offices, he had a whole bunch of antique dollhouses brought in. Most people in Hollywood would just think that it was Jack being eccentric, but really it was so Jill would have a nice place to live in the studio. Jill, she kind of appreciated the dollhouses, but she tells Jack that she felt trapped there. She wanted to see the world, not be stuck in Jack's office all day. Jack tells her she's free to leave if she wants, but Jill says, how can I go anywhere on foot? I'd be some Monday rat's dinner before I got a block away, and I can't hitch a ride on a Monday bird. They don't talk. I miss the farm, Jack. I want to go home. Jack replies, so what do I do about that? Just slip you in an envelope and mail you? Forget it. Jill, you're stuck with the bad decisions you made.
He's just your local stockroom worker, right? Wrong. He's on his way to becoming the next web developer at a promising tech startup. His pay? Double. His school? New Camp, a top-rated coding boot camp in the U.S. Or take the quiet, unassuming cashier who realized she could be punching in code rather than the price of your order. She's attending New Camp and going places. As in Fortune 500 places. And just your local software engineer who's the top developer at their firm? I don't think so. She graduated from New Camp and is now the top developer
I already said that.
Oh, right. My mistake.
I'm gonna get back to coding now.
Or that friendly driver. He's not dropping off strangers at their destinations. He's picking up coding boot camps to go where he really wants to go. Next up, full stack developer. Start your journey in tech by joining a top-rated and most affordable coding boot camp. Learn software engineering on your schedule and get everything you need to thrive.
Whatever you can do. We thank you.
Will you save us?
Will you make him suffer?
Have your shadow be our light.
Will you fight the darkness?
Please, have no terror.
Later on, on, Moss had pulled together a team of all Hollywood executives and players that Jack would need to get some movies made. Moss told them all his plans for their first project. He says, "Our first project is going to be a trilogy of blockbuster high fantasy films, like that furry little New Zealand guy did with The Lord of the Rings, only bigger and better, with more splash, more special effects, more spectacle, more everything. Our budget for the first 3 films, shot simultaneously, is a modest $600 million, or more if we need it." Now as to the subject we're going to do. We're going to do the life story of Jack. Jack of the Tales. The one who climbed the beanstalk when he was a kid. That's the first movie. And then slew giants when he got older. That's the second movie. And in the third movie, he comes to America, beats the devil in a poker game, seduces Snow White, Cinderella, Rapunzel, and Sleeping Beauty, and eventually kills the big bad wolf in single combat. One of the execs in the room says, "You can't do that. Those are all characters from different stories. They aren't part of the same fictional universe." Jack replies, "Who cares?" Moss turns to that exec and says, "Pack your bags, Rodriguez, you're fired. You're a can't-do guy, and we're a can-do operation. There's no room for you here, buddy." Jack then tells the rest of them to get to work. He says, "We're going to hire the hottest screenwriters in the business, and by close of play today, I want at least a dozen pitch meetings set up for the first thing next week." Jack, he also wanted the biggest Hollywood star to play Jack. So, they got themselves Brad Pitt. Well, over the next several months, the ball got rolling. Scripts were written, sets were built, and then they were rebuilt because they weren't big enough. The writer of the first Jack movie, in a testimonial said of Jack, whom he knew as John Trick, "John Trick was the biggest asshole I ever met. I had to rewrite my screenplay 7 times for him, and he's still pissed all over it until it smelled like him. He had to control every aspect of the story. No one else could contribute ideas. Even though his sense of story structure could best be described as amateurish and insipid, he would even messenger me pages of dialogue he wrote himself. Handwritten crap, misspelled completely, alien syntax, grammar, and absolutely bizarre punctuation." The first Jack movie was finally made, Jack and the Beanstalk. It was finally premiere night. Jack, or John Trick as he was publicly known in Hollywood, was nowhere to be seen. Jack, he was trying to be elusive, not in the public eye. He mostly did this because he did not want to get in trouble with Tabletown. The man he hired to be the studio head, Moss Waterhouse, he would be the face of the company. We see Moss doing an interview, facing questions from reporters. They ask him who John Trick is and if John would be here at the movie premiere tonight. Moss, he would try to dance around those questions. He would say, "Who knows, Gilda? Maybe he's already here, but tonight isn't about him. It's about the first of the Jack films." Back at the studio offices, Jack and Jill are talking about all of Jack's scheming in Hollywood. Jack, he's drinking champagne, and he says that this time this scheme is going to work. He has no intention of ever getting caught. Fables, issue 35, Jack Be Nimble, part 2 of 2.
With the Planet Fitness Black Card, you don't just get a great workout, you get a great perk out. Because your membership is packed with perks. Get access to over 2,400 clubs. Bring a friend and more. Perk out with a PF Black Card for $1 down and $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends June 14th.
The first Jack movie was a huge hit. The second Jack movie was weeks away from opening, and it promised to be an even bigger hit. Jack, he was enjoying his new wealthy life, as well as the many women that he would bang. Jack had been in Hollywood for 4 years now at this point. Moss told Jack that he should do an interview, at least one. He said, "This is Hollywood, Jack. We're eating your own young as a virtue. Fascination can all too quickly turn into resentment here. If their hunger isn't fed, love will inevitably turn to hate. I've seen it happen before, so you gotta let them get one good look at you, and then they'll dutifully respond by finding some other shiny ball to fix their attention on." Jack, he refuses to do an interview, though. He does not want to be a public figure. He tells Moss that that's what he pays him for, and he pays him a king's ransom to do it, and he will replace him if needed. Moss says that won't be necessary. Jack notices that Moss looks a little glum. Jack asks him, what does he want? Moss says, I want more real responsibility, not just pretend to run the show so you can stay in the background. Jack says, sure. What in particular does he want? Moss says he wants the authority to choose future movie projects. Now that the Jack films are almost done, Jack says, sure, done, with the exception of anything in the fable, folklore, or fairy tale genres. I still need to be consulted on those. What else you want? Moss says he wants to expand, bring special effects labs in-house. Jack says, do it. Moss says he also wants Jack to stop nailing the female staff. They can't face another wrongful termination suit. Jack laughs at this and calls Moss a tyrant, and he drives off in his sports car. Jill, she has become a little bit fed up being cooped up here for years, and the way that Jack treats her. So she gets on the phone, and she decides to rat Jack out to someone in Fabletown. The second Jack movie opens, and it is even bigger than the first one. Massive hit, lots of money coming in. Moss gets a mysterious call from someone in Fabletown who claims to know who their boss, John Trick, actually is. Later on in his office, Jack is looking at his movie trilogy posters. He is so pleased. He comments, Jack of the Tales is on his way to becoming the most well-known fairy tale character in history. Not just the films, which will eventually show in every country in the world, but the merchandising too, the toys, the action figures, the official adaptations, novels, and comic books. The animated series too, let's not forget that. As Jack is thinking about all the future projects that will come about, he gets pulled into an emergency board meeting. Moss has apparently overtaken the company, and Moss fires Jack with glee. Jack is confused. He encompasses most of the board seats. How is this possible? Moss tells Jack, maybe you better go see the man waiting in your office while we finish getting the paperwork ready. He'll explain everything to you. In Jack's office, Beast is there. Beast is the sheriff of Fabletown. Beast says that Jill phoned him and told him everything Jack has been up to. And he tells Jack it's all over. Jack angrily asks Jill, you ratted me out? Jill replies, you should have treated me better, Jack. Jack, he threatens to find a fly swatter or bug spray and use it on Jill. Beast tells Jack to calm down. Jack asks Beast, or what? Try to throw down with me and I'll mop the floor with you. Beast transforms into his beast form, which is not something Jack knew Beast knew how to do. So Jack, he sits down. Beast, he then transforms back into his human form. Beast informs Jack that he has to now legally sign over the company to Moss Waterhouse. Fabletown is going to be Moss's extremely silent partner. Jack asks, why would I ever do that? I didn't do anything wrong. Beast tells Jack, you stole lots of money from us. Jack replies, yeah, and I turned that fortune into a vastly bigger fortune. I can pay you back right now with interest and still have enough left over to... Beast, he cuts in and says, and you also entered one of the forbidden professions. You risked drawing attention to our true nature. Beast tells Jack that the Fabletown brass wants Jack's head on a platter. They want him dead for what he did. But Beast, he tells Jack, look, I've managed to last nearly 5 years as sheriff without spilling any blood, and I'd like to keep that record going a little bit longer. So here's what we're going to do. I assume you have a safe somewhere in this room with a bundle of untraceable emergency cash in it. You can take as much of it as you can fit into this briefcase. Jack is annoyed. He says, that won't even amount to a fraction of what I'm currently worth. Beast tells him, too bad. The rest of the money belongs to Fabletown now. Now I'm going to go back and tell my superiors there that you gave me the slip, and then you are going to disappear forever. And if you ever stick your head up again, I'll arrest you or kill you, whichever seems the more viable option at the time. Jack, despite losing most of his fortune, takes solace in the fact that the movies are hugely popular, and it will make him all the more powerful because of it. He tells Beast, fine, ruin my new life and steal my money, but I still win. I'm the most popular fable in existence now. The Mondays absolutely adore me, and that translates into raw power. I'll never die, never grow old, and I'll bet you'd have one hell of a time killing me now, even if you tried. So I've accomplished everything I set out to do, and you can't take any of that back. I finally succeeded in a big way. You can't unmake the films. I doubt you could even stop the third one from coming out. Beast, this says, why would we want to? The lion's share of the money it makes will flow into our coffers now. Who cares if it also makes you the most popular girl in school? I don't even mind if it really does make you more magically powerful, as long as you stay hidden from now on. Later on, back in Fabletown, Flycatcher is talking with Grimble. Flycatcher tells Grimble he's going to go see the newest Jack movie. He says they're showing all 3 Jack movies back to back. 9 hours total, dusk till dawn. Grimble asks, haven't you seen them before? Flycatcher responds, at least a dozen times each, but I never get tired of them. Want to come with me? Grimble replies, nah, I never had much use for that boy. Flycatcher answers, I didn't like Jack before either, but now that he's so famous, so I wonder how he's doing. I wonder if we'll ever see him again. And we see Jack walking down the highway. He's hitchhiking. He's off to his next adventure. Now, we covered around 5 years of time following Jack. The next issue will turn the clock back, and we will see what happened in Fabletown and the homelands during this time.
With the new Beats Studio Buds Plus, we've upgraded the active noise canceling and transparency of Studio Buds Plus pack our whole lot into a little.
Now in front of over 100,000 people, live on 5 continents, and that one thing that changed is I started wondering
Fables, issue 36, Homelands Part 1, Death and Taxes. In an interesting change of perspective, we will now get to see what life is like in the homelands now, under the adversary's rule. 2 goblin soldiers, Throck and Ogren, are collecting taxes for the Empire. As they walk their route collecting taxes, the 2 talk about their lives, as co-workers would. Ogren has a human mistress. Throck comments, ugh, how can you stand touching her? They're so pink and soft, hardly a distinguishing mole, canker, or blemish among them. Ogren responds, take my word for it, Throck. They'll get to look good to you once you've been away from your wife as long as I've been away from mine. They then go visit a poor woman, and they tell her she owes 63 pence. The woman complains it is too much money. Winter was brutal, and she has mouths to feed, but they force her to pay what she owes. As they walk, Ogren comments that, my mistress's cooking is bad. Last night she cooked something called chicken for me. She told me, trust me, it tastes like snake. So I tried a bite. Thought I was going to die. Later that night, as Throck and Ogren set up camp for the night, they heard a horn blowing. Throck got a little scared. He tells a rumor of someone called the Black Knight. Ogren laughs it off, but Throck explains, laugh if you want, but I heard it directly from Corporal Crump. The Black Knight hunts these woods, killing innocent tax collectors and stealing the money. And every time, just before he appears, he sounds his hunting horn. It's always the last thing you hear before he cuts your throat. As the 2 goblins talk some more, this is when Boy Blue appears to them. Boy Blue is actually this mysterious Black Knight the goblins were gossiping about. Boy Blue has been missing from Fabletown for months. He is known to have stolen the witching cloak, the Vorpal sword, as well as Pinocchio, and he teleported to the homelands. He is here to do some spying, find out who the adversary is, find him, maybe even kill him if he can. He is also here to find his love, Red Riding Hood, the real one, and bring her back to safety. Also, if he can find Geppetto, perhaps Geppetto can bring Pinocchio back to life. Now, Boy Blue is just one person, but with the magical witching cloak and the Vorpal sword, Boy Blue is a formidable foe, as the witching cloak and the Vorpal sword are super OP, mega overpowered. Back in the Battle of the Last Castle, Boy Blue did not know the full limits of the witching cloak, but now he has been practicing with it in Fabletown for years, and he knows how to do all sorts of tricks with it. So let's talk about these two items he has in a little bit more in depth. The witching cloak allows teleportation as long as the user knows where they want to appear. It can also make the wearer invisible if they wish. They can also change their form to whatever they desire, looking like another person or an animal. The cape is nearly indestructible, and it thereby protects the wearer from harm. The interior of the cloak also contains effectively an unlimited storage capacity, so Boy Blue can keep all sorts of stuff in it, with its weight and dimensions of the objects inside having no effect on the wearer or the cloak itself. The storage space is unable to be accessed by those who do not know how. There can also be keywords used to activate certain abilities in the cloak. Super overpowered. There's also the Vorpal sword. The Vorpal sword is an enchanted weapon that kills anything with a single cut. It makes the distinct snicker-snack sound with each strike. With these two weapons, Boy Blue is a one-man army. So Boy Blue reveals himself to these two goblin tax collectors. They charge at him. The goblins swing their weapons right into Boy Blue, but the witching cloak absorbs it like it is nothing to Boy Blue. He is completely unharmed. Boy Blue then, with his Vorpal sword, swings through the goblins' weapons, splitting them in half. Their weapons are useless now. Boy Blue wants to question them for information, the location of the gates to the next world, troop deployments, etc. The goblins refuse, though, and they just keep attacking. They bring out their backup weapons and start using those. Boy Blue is forced to kill them with one solid swing of the Vorpal blade snicker-snack. He slices through them. Boy Blue, he later on explores more of this world he is in. He goes to the Governor General of the Empire in this land. Boy Blue kills him, and then using the cloak, he shapeshifts into a copy of that Governor General. Boy Blue, now impersonating the Governor General, traveled further. He journeyed for weeks, and he finally arrived at a guarded gate to the next world. The next world is a secluded backdoor shortcut to where the adversary is. The goblins on guard here are hesitant to let Boy Blue through, but Boy Blue, looking like their Governor General, orders them to let him pass, so they have no choice but to comply. Boy Blue, he enters the next world. It is dark and desolate. Boy Blue, using the witching cloak, transforms himself into a bird and flies, covering great distances. He travels to the other side of this world. It takes weeks. At the end of this world, he comes across a dragon named Old Worm. Fables, issue 37, Homelands Part 2, the St. George Syndrome. Boy Blue is forced to fight the dragon. After some back and forth, Boy Blue manages to wrap his witching cloak around the dragon's mouth. Since the witching cloak won't tear or burn, the dragon won't be able to get it off. And the dragon won't be able to blow its fire out of its mouth. So the fire inside the dragon's belly keeps growing and growing, and the dragon can never blow it out. So eventually the dragon explodes because it can't hold its fire breath forever. It turns out that the doorway to the next world was actually hidden inside the dragon itself. So Boy Blue enters the doorway portal and travels to the next realm through the dead dragon. And in the next world, Boy Blue travels on. In that world, he comes across a white knight called the White Rider of Dawn. They battle. In the course of their battle, the White Rider of Dawn says, I'll chop your skull and serve you up to Baba Yaga's bottomless stew pot. You'll simmer for weeks and make a tasty treat for her upon her return to these lands. Boy Blue tells the White Knight that Baba Yaga is dead, and then Boy Blue slices the White Rider's head off. The White Rider, being headless, somehow is still alive and haunts. He tells Boy Blue that Boy Blue is lying. Baba Yaga is still alive. He says, she still lives, or me and my brothers would have ceased to exist the moment she died. So the White Rider Knight and his brothers are tied to Baba Yaga. And if Baba Yaga was truly dead, then they would have disappeared. But since they are still here, Baba Yaga must still be alive. Boy Blue thinks of it. He thought that she was dead. He saw Bigby throw her down the witching wheel, but then Boy Blue figures out that Bigby was probably pulling a fast one and has secretly been keeping her alive. Boy Blue, he travels on, and eventually he kills the next knight. This next knight of Baba Yaga is orange color, and he is known as the Radiant Sun, the Knight of Midday. Boy Blue kills him and travels on. The last knight is the Dark Knight, the Rider under the stars, and Boy Blue slays him as well. Elsewhere in the homelands, in Calabria Anagni, the capital city of the empire, located in the Tuscane world. This is a fabled world which is Italian in nature. Two bureaucrats that work for the adversary, or the emperor as they refer to him as, have been getting reports of this Black Knight, who is actually Boy Blue, and his various exploits. The two bureaucrats are the scribe minister Muddlecock, as well as senior undersecretary Mudsnipe. Muddlecock and Mudsnipe go over the various reports that they have received. They learn of deaths in the world of Cardan. The governor general was killed there. And then, in the neighboring world of the Wastes of Skold, a dragon was killed there as well. And then, in the next neighboring world of Rus, the three knights were killed there. The two bureaucrats theorize that whoever is responsible for all of these deaths must be coming here to the capital. It will take them so many months to cross over to the next gate. Minister Muddlecock theorizes, our killer wields devices of great power. Since all such imperial devices are cataloged and traceable, we can assume these items are from outside the empire. Mudsnipe adds, this implies that our killer is also an invader from outside the empire. It's hard to narrow down from where, though, as there are so many worlds we have yet to conquer. The two bureaucrats theorize that their attacker seems to be making their way to them. Perhaps it is an assassin meaning to kill their emperor. While they debate what to do, Boy Blue continues his journey. He transforms into multiple animals and travels across the land. Meanwhile, the bureaucrat, Senior Undersecretary Mudsnipe, goes over to the powerful Snow Queen and warns her of the coming threat, for surely she can protect the Emperor. The Snow Queen tells Mudsnipe, our visitor may have some impressive things in his bag of tricks, but none of his heroics and backwoods conjurations impress me. No matter his talents, he's hardly comparable to your beloved Snow Queen. Fables, issue 38, Homelands, part 3, Petition Day. Today in the homeland capital city of Calabria Anagni is an event called Petition Day, in which many citizens can visit the capital and petition the emperor in person for a favor or ruling of some sort. The Snow Queen has been trying to find this Black Knight for weeks and months, and she believes that this is the day the mysterious assassin may try and strike at the emperor. She says, this is Petition Day, the one day of the month in which the entire populace knows precisely where the emperor will be. Two guards in the capital city are discussing this Petition Day on their way to the emperor to protect him. One of the guards explains to the other, this is Petition Day in which our beloved emperor graciously hears the grievances from any of the vast unwashed who cares to show up. At least that's how it works in theory. In practice, it's a bit more complicated. In a single day, the emperor can hardly see everyone with a grievance, so imperial bureaucrats take measures to winnow the herd down to something more manageable. Generally, there is some bribery at work, too, to get a spot. We see a massive line of people waiting to see the emperor and petition him. One nobleman is awaiting his audience with the emperor. He has explained the formalities by some guards. The man is told, "Lay your troubles at the feet of our glorious emperor and be judged by his perfect wisdom and understanding. Follow your guard escort into the hall. Stop when he stops, and immediately hit your knees. And don't speak until spoken to, and make your answers short and to the point. And keep your head bowed, never look directly at him." This nobleman petitioner is then allowed into the royal chamber. There are guards and a crowd of people, and the Snow Queen is there too, trying to find this mysterious assassin they have dubbed the Black Knight, who was actually Boy Blue. The Snow Queen theorizes that the Black Knight may be in this very room, and also in that room, sitting on a throne, is the Emperor himself, the adversary in the flesh. The adversary is massive, shrouded in armor like a knight. He wields a giant sword. He looks super intimidating. He looks like a boss in Elden Ring or something. Boy Blue is in fact in this crowd, but we don't know who he is. He is impersonating someone, but who? He might be one of the guards. The Snow Queen. She suspects something is on. The Emperor asks,
"And what's your problem?"
The petitioner then explains, "It's my brother. He inherited our father's estates along with me, but he's a crook and an imbecile. He disagrees with me on every matter. When to bring the crops in, how to manage the apple and cherry orchards. If I decide to do things one way, he'll insist on another way, just to be contrary." The Emperor listens to the man's problems. The Emperor thinks this is a family matter and should not be brought before him. He asks the man,
"What would you have me do?"
The man asks the Emperor, "You have the power to retroactively change my father's will, leaving it all to me. My brother is ruining everything. We'll be penniless soon." The Emperor, he thinks on it, and then he makes a ruling. He says,
"No, we won't come between two brothers. Strong families are the foundation on which our empire is built. Instead, we'll remove the material things that cause division between you. We order all your fields and orchards burned, your wealth confiscated, your homes razed to the ground, and your slaves and tenant workers put to the sword. Now your brother and you have nothing left to fight over."
The petitioner is outraged and yells at the Emperor. He paid thousands for this audience, and the Emperor just royally screwed him. The man is then hauled away for speaking back to his Emperor. The Snow Queen, sensing Boy Blue is among them in the crowd, tells the crowd, "Listen, everyone, listen to me. There's an assassin here among us within this hall. He's cloaked in some way that makes it impossible to pinpoint his identity, but I can discern some things. He'll be a stranger to us. I know he only entered the city today. Everyone, look around you. Point out anyone you don't recognize." One of the guards is suspicious of the guard he rode in with. He accuses the guard publicly. You arrived only this morning, a transfer for which I received no advance notice. Highly irregular. And as I recall, you expressed particular interest in getting close to the Emperor." The other guard, who may or may not potentially be Boy Blue in disguise, says, I merely expressed my awe at the prospect of meeting him, as anyone would. I was amazed and honored that I was chosen to be numbered among his immediate protectors today." The accused guard is forced to fight in a sword battle to defend himself, and he is killed when a sword is poked through him. Well, Boy Blue was not that soldier. Boy Blue was instead hiding under cover as a hag slave woman with a broom. Boy Blue, he transforms with a cloak back into his normal appearance, and he announces to the crowd, "Typical aristocrats, you never take notice of the peasant class. I'm your killer." The Snow Queen yells, seeing Boy Blue. "Kill him! Protect the Emperor!" Boy Blue yells, "Too late!" He climbs the Emperor, and with his vorpal sword, he slices and decapitates the Emperor. Snicker snap. The Emperor's head falls to the floor. The Snow Queen yells, "Dear gods above and below! He's killed the Emperor! He's killed the Emperor! No one slay the assassin! I want him alive!" Boy Blue replies, "Don't worry, lady. With the powers and weapons I have, no one here has a remote chance of harming me." Boy Blue, he fights off some guards. With his cloak and sword, he easily beats them, slicing through many of them. The Snow Queen orders one of her captains to clear the hall, but don't let anyone who witnessed this leave the grounds. All that is left now is the Snow Queen and Boy Blue. Boy Blue, he did what he came to do, though. He slayed the Emperor. He has no more reason to stay. Boy Blue, he transforms into a bird, and he attempts to fly away. But the Snow Queen, well, she can't seem to kill Boy Blue and get through his witching cloak. She can freeze him with her magic. She casts a spell, freezing Boy Blue completely while he is in his bird form. Boy Blue falls to the ground, and finally, he is captured. Fables issue 39. Meanwhile, we will return to the homelands and continue that story, but for now we were checking back in on Fabletown and seeing what has gone on there. Mowgli, the main protagonist from the Jungle Book, arrives in New York City. Mowgli, like Cinderella, works for the sheriff of Fabletown, who at this point would be Beast. Mowgli is something called a tourist, and not a typical tourist like you and I maybe. He is meant to keep an eye on the Fables who choose to live outside of Fabletown or the farm, and make sure their secrets aren't exposed by the Mundies. Mowgli has been traveling for several years and been living outside of Fabletown, but he has been called back in for a meeting with Prince Charming. Trusty John picks Mowgli up at the airport and then drives him to Fabletown. Once Mowgli arrives in Fabletown, Beast, along with Kay, who is assisting Beast, greets Mowgli. Mowgli is here for a big meeting with Prince Charming, but he is a few days early for that meeting, so for now, Mowgli intends to take a small trip up to the farm to visit some old friends. Beast and Kay, they are walking around, and they walk by Trusty John, who is carrying some of Mowgli's luggage. Beast and Kay greet Trusty John as they walk by him. And as Trusty John is out of earshot, Kay tells Beast he's the one. Now, I mentioned when we first met Kay a few volumes ago, Kay has the ability to see every evil deed someone has done in their lives. This ability is troublesome to Kay, though, so he would often gouge out his eyes and live as a blind man so he wouldn't have to keep seeing the evil deeds of people. However, on the request of Beast, Bro Totenkinder has regrown Kay's eyes, and Beast and Kay have been walking around having Kay look at people and try to find some spies. When Kay looked at Trusty John right now, he saw that Trusty John is actually a spy for the adversary. Beast can't believe it. Trusty John is always so trusty. Kay says, "You can't fool these eyes." Up at the farm, Mowgli visits his friend, the panther Bagheera. Bagheera is like a brother to Mowgli. Bagheera has been imprisoned here ever since the revolution up on the farm in Volume 2, which took place a few years ago in the world of fables. Bagheera explains to Mowgli that he did deserve punishment. He admits what he did was wrong. He was given the choice of hard labor or jail time. He is the only one that chose jail time. He says to Mowgli, "I'm no lowly plow horse. I refuse to labor in the fields like some common draft animal." So this is Bagheera's punishment. Mowgli tells Bagheera that he's going to free him. He owes him a blood debt after all. In his younger days, Bagheera killed a fat bull to bribe a wolf pack into accepting Mowgli. And he also stopped them from handing Mowgli over to Shere Khan. In Fabletown, Beast and Grimble summon and force Trusty John into the business office. There, they confront him along with Kay, Prince Charming, and Beauty about the allegations from Kay about Trusty John being a spy for the adversary. Kay filled an entire notebook on all the stuff that Trusty John did. Prince Charming says, "For the last 4 years you've been spying for the adversary. We already know how many secrets you sold." Beauty, she asks Trusty John, "You're supposed to be the most faithful fable in history. That was the whole point of your story, so how could you betray us?" Trusty John explains he didn't want to betray Fabletown. After all, he swore an unbreakable oath to Fabletown. But prior to that, in the homelands, he swore an unbreakable oath to his previous king. Up until recently, he thought the king was dead, but it turned out that previous king was still alive in the homelands and was under the adversary's control. So when that king somehow got in touch with Trusty John and told him to secretly spy on everyone in Fabletown and report back to the adversary's people, Trusty John had no choice but to comply, as his first oath trumped the second. Later on, when Beast is alone in his office, Frau Totenkinder visits him. She tells Beast that she has some information she wants him to pass to the mayor, but she doesn't want Beast to reveal that she was the source of this information. Totenkinder tells Beast she has some of her own spies in the homelands, and she learned that Boy Blue has been captured. Beast, he eventually tells Prince Charming this. Prince Charming, still talking to Trusty John, tells him his punishment for his betrayals. He says, "I've decided it's best for the community if you simply disappear without a trace. So most fables go on their lives never knowing how badly you sold them out. We'll let them keep their fond memories of you as a gesture of mercy you don't deserve. I'm willing to let you jump down the witching well alive and under your own power. The alternative is Grimble puts a bullet through your head right now and we dump your corpse down there." Trusty John, deeply sorry for what he has done, decides he will jump down the witching well willingly to his death. At the end of the day, Beast and Prince Charming discuss how hard it was to do what they had to do today to Trusty John. Beast explains ever since the initial meeting where they brought his king along to prove he was still alive, Trusty John delivered his material through a system of dead drops. Whoever picks up that information does so long after John has come and gone. They never see each other. Beast, he proposes then that they continue these dead drops, but feed the homelands false information, maybe undo some of the damage that Trusty John did. Mowgli, now back from the farm, finally has his meeting with Prince Charming. Prince Charming tells Mowgli that he will free his brother Bagheera in exchange for Mowgli bringing Bigby back here, as Prince Charming has a very important assignment for him. Mowgli, he willingly accepts this mission if it will help free his brother. Fables issue 40, Homelands Part 4. He's only a bird in a gilded cage. Returning back to the Homeland storyline now, the true identity of the adversary will finally be revealed. When Boy Blue wakes up after being frozen 2 issues ago by the Snow Queen, he is in a bird cage. And it turns out the so-called emperor/adversary he killed was only a decoy, an imposing, powerful figurehead that most believe is the real emperor, but is really just a more complex wooden soldier, just like the ones that invaded Fabletown. The actual adversary and man pulling the strings behind the scenes is... Have you guys guessed who it is by now? It is Geppetto, Pinocchio's creator/father. He was not the adversary's slave. He is the adversary himself. But how and why? That will be answered soon. Personally, I think Geppetto is a great choice for the adversary, as we will see in the coming volumes, but I think it is interesting to know that famously, Bill Willingham originally intended Peter Pan to actually be the adversary. In a 2007 interview, Bill Willingham explained he wanted Peter Pan to be the adversary. His thought process was Peter Pan always seemed like a villain. He would come into our world and steal our kids. He was going to make the pirates, like Captain Hook, be the good guys, and they were just going to Neverland to rescue the kids from Peter Pan. But they were only painted as pirates because Peter Pan was doing the press releases. Anyway, that was his concept, but while the character was not under copyright in America, Peter Pan was under copyright in England, so he couldn't use him, so he ended up pivoting to Geppetto. And I honestly think we are all the better for it. Boy Blue in the cage is talking to Geppetto. Geppetto greets Boy Blue and says, "It took my best sorcerers most of a week in a way to change you back from the bird form you adopted and get the witching cloak away from you. Then it was an iffy thing for several days to see if you'd live to wake up or continue slipping away from us." Geppetto, he gives Boy Blue some water. He introduces himself and says, "And you're Boy Blue, right? You were a friend to my son in the Monday world before he died in the Fabletown battle? Baba Yaga handled the business badly. You can be sure she'll be reprimanded when your people decide to return her and my soldiers to me." Boy Blue comments, "So the mighty emperor was just another one of your puppets all along. That means you're him, right? You're not the adversary slave. You don't need rescuing. You're the adversary himself." Geppetto explains, "I guess that depends on what you mean, young man. I don't hold any grand title or official position in the empire, but I am the power behind the throne. Hundreds of thrones, in fact. We tend to let the local kings continue to rule once we've conquered them, as long as they remain loyal and pay their taxes. It's generally better that way. The secret to managing a large empire is in letting the locals continue to see familiar faces and maintain the illusion of autonomy." Boy Blue asks about the fake emperor he saw. Geppetto says, "Oh, I thought it important that the main figurehead be more impressive than any mere king. Larger, scarier, and essentially immortal, as long as repairs are kept up." It turns out, a lot of the rulers throughout the many kingdoms in the homelands now are actually born from the same magic grove that first gave Geppetto Pinocchio, and Geppetto controls them like his puppets. Boy Blue feels so stupid that he thought he killed the real emperor earlier. Geppetto tells Boy Blue, "Don't berate yourself, boy. You did more damage than you can imagine. After all, we can't allow people to see their indestructible and immortal emperor beheaded in public and then discover that he's made of wood. With the exception of the Snow Queen, who knows the truth, everyone that witnessed Boy Blue behead that fake emperor earlier had to be put to death. Then, of course, Geppetto had to rebuild the emperor. Not only that, they're going to have to put all sorts of protection spells back on the emperor." Geppetto says, "Then there'll be more spell work, of course. It'll take hundreds of sorcerers months to replace every protective spell your sword shattered as if they weren't there." Boy Blue's magical Vorpal sword managed to cut through the many magics on the fake wooden emperor. Geppetto is admiring Boy Blue's witching cloak and all the many magics on it. Boy Blue says, "It can't be destroyed unless I allow it, and you better hope I don't. The Vorpal blade isn't the only thing I've stored inside it. Your son Pinocchio's in there too." After some more talking and a meal for Boy Blue, Geppetto and Boy Blue start talking a deal. Geppetto wants his first son, Pinocchio, back. Boy Blue explains, "You should know I set a number of magical preconditions on the cloak before I ever set out on my quest. There's a certain word, if I speak it, that will cause Pinocchio's body, both halves, to spill out of the cloak, but there's also a certain word, if I speak it, that will cause the cloak to destroy itself, along with everything in it, and most of the surrounding countryside. Boy Blue, he then says a trigger word. He says, Satchmo. Boy Blue then continues, there, I've just armed the witching cloak to destroy itself if I fail to say a certain word every day. Looks like you'll have to keep me alive and relatively happy, old man. Geppetto remarks that Boy Blue is smart, smarter than he thought. He asks Boy Blue what does he want in exchange for Pinocchio. Boy Blue says he wants two things. Boy Blue, he knows that Geppetto will never let him leave willingly. He says any bargain you made to set me free would be under duress and broken the first chance you get. Geppetto admits this is true enough. Boy Blue then says what he wants then. He says, first, you have Red Riding Hood brought here alive and unharmed, and make damn sure she's the real one this time. Second, you tell me your story. I'm determined to know how my best friend's kindly old father became the evil master of an evil empire. Boy Blue, he also requests to be allowed to talk to Pinocchio once Geppetto brings him back to life. This is just a request, though, not a demand. Boy Blue says that once Geppetto has fulfilled all of his asks, Boy Blue will say a magic word and destroy the witching cloak and Vorpal's sword, as they are too powerful in Geppetto's hands, so no one will get them. Geppetto, he accepts Boy Blue's bargain, as he does not really have to give up that much. All he has to do is bring Red Riding Hood here and tell his story. Geppetto, he sends for some of his guards to go out into the world and collect Red Riding Hood and bring her back. And then Geppetto sits down to fulfill one of the other obligations per their deal. He begins to tell his story to Boy Blue. Geppetto made Pinocchio from the wood in the magic grove, and the Blue Fairy made Pinocchio a real boy. Pinocchio, ever the rebellious vagabond, went on various adventures and was often away from home, away from Geppetto. Geppetto got lonely with Pinocchio away so much, so he created more older wooden children for himself. And not just men, too, daughters as well. From time to time, the Blue Fairy would visit him, and if she took a liking to one of Geppetto's children, she would transform them into a real boy or girl. She also told Geppetto, don't worry, old father, our little vagabond Pinocchio has also broken my heart too many times. My spells now include bonds of loyalty to you, and so unlike Pinocchio, who has more free will, all these subsequent wooden sons and daughters have to be fully loyal to Geppetto. Life went on like that for a while for Geppetto. One day, though, some locals in town visited Geppetto. They were friends of his. They were talking about their local count. They were complaining how he has been corrupted and has been making one bizarre edict after another. They say, one day he commands all of us to pay taxes in golden statues of his likeness. And then on the next day, he commands us to pay instead with exotic beasts from far corners of the world. Geppetto, he admits, it is dire indeed. But he asks, what help can I be? The men then come to Geppetto with a scheme. They explain, well, we've decided for the good of all to replace the count. We want you to carve his double, his fetch, to become our new feudal lord. We'll make the switch at some opportune moment, and a measure of sanity will be restored to the land. Geppetto, he thought on it, and he said, this is possible, but you'd have to be a real man, not a wooden puppet. That means enlisting the Blue Fairy's help. The men asked, do you think she would go along with it? Geppetto replied, she might. She'd likely find it amusing. But this plan could only succeed if the real count was dead. What we're contemplating, good sirs, is the cold-blooded murder of our dear feudal lord. Well, Geppetto and his conspirators, they were fine with that. And the Blue Fairy, she went along with it too, and it all worked out wonderfully. They killed the old count and replaced him with the fake one, and the new fake count ruled with perfect justice and worked tirelessly for the good of his people, and they all loved him for it. Of course, as time went on, his eldest son was an intolerable ass. So when they thought it was time for their beloved old count to pass away, they replaced the sun too. And then over time, it became a habitual practice. Soon enough, every major ruling official for hundreds of miles was one of Geppetto's replacements. And thanks to the Blue Fairy's adjusted enchantments, every one of them was loyal to Geppetto. Boy Blue asks, and the Blue Fairy went along with this? Geppetto says, well, at first she did, but eventually she grew tired of the dangerous game we played. Geppetto's other conspirators were a little bit too drunk with power, and they kept wanting others replaced. Geppetto eventually thought that too many of his conspirators knew of their schemes. He needed to do something. He needed to replace them too, but the Blue Fairy would never go along with that. So Geppetto had all the various kings and noble lords that he controlled and were loyal to him. He had them send their mages, magicians, and warlocks to Geppetto to instruct Geppetto in their hidden ways. The mages taught Geppetto how the Blue Fairy did what she did, and Geppetto learned how to do it himself. There was a problem, though. It required a unique power source which was tied to the Blue Fairy's own magical nature. So one day, Geppetto knocked out the Blue Fairy, kidnapped and drugged her, kept her comatose, and then he manufactured magical elixirs from her. And now he has a never-ending supply of blue magic. Geppetto can now turn any of his wooden children into real flesh on his schedule, not hers. Sometimes he even uses a diluted potion to make certain aspects of a still wooden child seem real, such as the heads and hands of various wooden soldiers. While Geppetto is telling this story, we see the real Red Riding Hood is collected from her home by a soldier. She is told that she is needed by decree of the emperor. She comes willingly. The soldiers tell her they are to escort her to some decrepit old woodcarver's hut a few leagues outside of the imperial city. The soldier says God alone knows why. So the soldier himself, he does not even know the importance of Geppetto, and now Geppetto is actually the emperor. Geppetto continues explaining his story to Boy Blue. Eventually, Geppetto had to eliminate his co-conspirators as they may reveal their secret. One by one, he killed them and/or killed and replaced them. Geppetto, he didn't realize it at the time, but his empire was underway. The whole time, Geppetto was telling his story to Boy Blue. He was working on fixing Pinocchio up. Geppetto, he reattaches Pinocchio's parts and head, and then he uses some of the Blue Fairy's magic on Pinocchio. And then Pinocchio springs to life again. And when Pinocchio awakens, he is confused, wondering where he is and why is he naked. Fables, issue 41, Homelands Part 5, the conclusion, Pax Imperium. Geppetto continues his story. He continued his expansion of his empire, replacing leaders with his wooden soldiers that he would turn into real people. But eventually, even Geppetto couldn't keep expanding this way because the leaders he would have to replace were strangers to him in faraway lands. So that is when he turned to armed conquest. Not him personally. He never ventured out to conquer anything. He is no military man, but he had a number of armies dancing on his strings and their lords and commanders who served him faithfully. He then also created the emperor character, an imposing figure that would inspire loyalty. Geppetto explains to Boy Blue and Pinocchio, "As much as possible, I let others run things, my sons and daughters mostly. I'm content to stay here in my cozy workshop, occasionally setting broad goals and policies, but even that necessities become rare these days." Pinocchio asks, how many siblings does he have? Geppetto answers, let's see. An average of about 20 a year times a dozen centuries maybe tens of thousands or so. Pinocchio wonders how many worlds has Geppetto conquered so far. Geppetto answers a few hundred, give or take. We go through about 50-year cycles of expansion and consolidation. We've just started another expansion push. These are exciting times for the Empire. Having finally absorbed the last of the European fable worlds, we've just started our conquest of the Arabian worlds. We should be ready for the Asian or African kingdoms in only another century or two. Later that afternoon, Geppetto is resting outside, lying in the sun on a lawn chair. Pinocchio and Boy Blue get to talk, alone. Pinocchio tells Boy Blue that he is torn. His dad is cool and everything, and it's great to see him again, but he is their greatest enemy. Boy Blue understands, but he says that he has spent too many years fighting Geppetto's armies to feel any compassion for him. Boy Blue asks Pinocchio to hand him his cloak that is on the chair over there. When Pinocchio touches the witching cloak, it zaps him. Pinocchio, annoyed, asks, "Yow, did you know that would happen?" Boy Blue responds, "Let's just say I suspected it. Your daddy's sorcerers are thorough." Boy Blue asks Pinocchio if he could get the two of them out of here, would Pinocchio want to come? Pinocchio thinks on it and says he's not sure. The next day, Red Riding Hood is brought to Geppetto's cottage. The real Red Riding Hood. Geppetto allows Boy Blue to talk to her. Boy Blue says, "Oh dear God, after all these years, it's me, right? I know you're surprised to see me alive again, but I can explain that. It's me." This Red Riding Hood appears to have no idea who Boy Blue is. She says, "Pleasure to meet you. Who are you again?" Boy Blue tells her, "I know it's been a long time, but you can't have forgotten how we met at the keep at the World's End. You had a place on the last boat of the homelands, but you stayed because you thought I had to stay behind too? We had a magical night together?" Red Riding Hood apologizes, but she does not know him. Boy Blue yells at Geppetto. He says, "You promised me to bring the real one here." Geppetto says, "He did. You wanted to meet the real Red Riding Hood, and I delivered her to you as promised." Boy Blue asks, "But the girl I met at the World's End?" Geppetto explains she was probably false, one of my spies, just like the one you met in Fabletown. Boy Blue says that the Red Riding he met in Fabletown was not the same one he met at the World's End, and she is not this woman either. Geppetto explains, "As I told you, I seldom involve myself in the fine points of our military or espionage operations. My spy masters must have duplicated Red Riding Hood back then, and Baba Yaga did the same when she went to Fabletown recently." Blue asks, "Why do they keep copying Red Riding Hood then?" Geppetto answers, "I don't know. You'd have to ask my spy masters. Maybe Red Riding Hood is especially trusted by you rebels, or maybe it's as simple as she's easy to duplicate. Not everyone can be copied exactly, though, or more than once." Boy Blue asks if Red Riding Hood has a good life here. Geppetto responds, "Who knows? And why should you care? She's just another peasant girl, one of the millions of my subjects you've never met before today. They're scum, most of them." Boy Blue asks if he can have a moment alone. Geppetto says, sure, but he has fulfilled all of his obligations to Boy Blue, so his jailers will be taking Boy Blue away tonight. Geppetto says he hasn't decided what he's going to do with Boy Blue yet. Either imprison him or send him off to the headsman, one or the other. Geppetto, he leaves his cottage and shuts the door. Boy Blue, he then smirks and comments to himself, "Well, I guess my work here is done as well then." Boy Blue, he says a trigger phrase, "Big Walter Horton," and the witching cloak teleports into Boy Blue's cage. Boy Blue apparently could have retrieved this witching cloak at any time. Boy Blue removes the Vorpal sword from the cloak. He cuts his way out of the cage. Boy Blue then runs over to Geppetto and says, "I've enjoyed your hospitality, old man, but I really will forgive me for this, Pinocchio, but he's a monster that needs to die." Boy Blue swings the Vorpal sword at Geppetto. However, it appears Geppetto has some sort of magical, invisible force field around him protecting him, even from the powerful magics of the Vorpal sword. The Vorpal sword merely hits the magical invisible barrier and bonks off of it. Geppetto comments to Boy Blue, "Did you imagine any weapon could harm me, boy? Every imaginable protective spell has been layered over me for thousands of years. I'm astonished that your blade survived, though no other weapon ever has." Oh shit. Geppetto has his guards fight Boy Blue. Boy Blue, he kills them though. Geppetto yells for more guards to come. Boy Blue asks Pinocchio, "Okay, Pinocchio, it's time to decide. Are you coming along or are you staying here? Choose now." Pinocchio is conflicted. He answers, I can't. Boy Blue is going to let Pinocchio stay then. Boy Blue, he decides to grab the real Red Riding Hood and take her with him. He grabs her and teleports both of them away. Geppetto, now furious, yells for more guards and more warlocks to come. And when Pinocchio tries to calm his father's anger down, Geppetto states, "Your foolhardy friends made a dire enemy of me today. I'll have the Snow Queen tend to him personally." Boy Blue and Red Riding Hood are now miles away. Red Riding Hood is confused. Boy Blue explains that he met one of her doppelgangers in the past. That is why he thought he met her before. Red Riding Hood, remembering an incident in her past, comments, "That's what they were doing to me in the Warlock's Hall all those times, making fetches of me? That's the foulest sort of magic." Boy Blue says he is sorry he dragged her into this, but if they catch her now, they will do evil things to her. So, for better or worse, she is stuck with him. He is going to bring her to Fabletown. Boy Blue teleports himself and Red Riding Hood to Fabletown, out of the homelands. Boy Blue has been away from Fabletown for years. Boy Blue walks with Red Riding Hood into the Woodland Luxury Apartments building. Grimble is on high alert when he sees Red Riding Hood because she looks identical to the woman they know as Baba Yaga, as Baba Yaga took on Red Riding Hood's appearance when she arrived. Boy Blue explains the situation to Grimble and tells her that this is the real Red Riding Hood. He gives her to Grimble, and then Boy Blue walks on. Later on, Boy Blue is down in the business office where Prince Charming and Beauty are talking with him. They are very furious with him. Boy Blue is in a lot of trouble. He stole vital weapons and he took off. So many crimes he committed. Prince Charming says that they will hold a hearing. He orders Beauty to go and find somebody to represent Boy Blue. When Prince Charming and Boy Blue are alone, though, it is revealed that Prince Charming and Boy Blue were working together on this scheme all along. Charming is the one that gave Boy Blue the permission to take the witching cloak and everything he did. Charming tells Blue, "We really will have to hold the trial, you know, and I'll have to find you guilty. Even with leniency, you'll do at least a month in the detention cell or some hard labor up at the farm. Otherwise, no one will believe you were acting on your own." Charming asks how the cloak worked out for Blue, and Boy Blue answers, "Perfectly. I only wish I'd known how to fully utilize its abilities back at the keep at the world's end. If I did, I believe I could have won that battle on my own." Prince Charming then asks, "And the intelligence you gathered on the adversary?" Boy Blue answers, "I got the whole story, plus tons of info on the general state of the Empire." Charming tells Boy Blue, "You did well, son. Better than we dared hope. Take a few hours before I have to throw you in the slammer. You'll have time to write your full report in jail. In the meantime, go clean up, see some friends, and visit that girl of yours." Boy Blue replies, "She's not my girl, sir. Turns out she's a stranger to me. Always was, in fact." And with this, we end Volume 6 of Fables. Alright, so that was the Homeland story arc. Let me go through my thoughts. I really liked the Jack Horner storyline.
Legislated at the state or excuse me, the state or the county level that they have a certain percentage of like ownership versus a certain percentage of renting. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I'd say that there could be something that could be motivated from the state and county level, which is where most of these policies come from when it comes to how the folks are impacted and how the layout of the cities, who gets to develop areas, where that money goes, and those are also that's where all the corruption comes from at the root level. Is it comes from the county boards being small enough to be accessible by big money. So they don't get to be in, like, for instance, this is just very simple stuff that does affect the whole thing. I'm building a home. It's taken me 7.5, almost 8 years now from the beginning of project inception to now, 3.5 years in dealing with the process of dealing with the county. And that has just been in getting permits. So, but the big builders that have millions of dollars behind them and a lot of foreign investment don't have to go through that. And that impacts you all too. If you're younger than me, good luck right now. I mean, if I hate to tell you, but good luck.
Well, okay, so what's crazy, pull out a fucking Destiny just to keep it spicy or whatever. Like, I'm actually looking at the stats for home ownership versus renting, and it looks like only a third of the country is actually renting. It looks like a 2/3, like I'm looking this up right now, homeowner versus renting, it looks like 2/3 on average. 63% in like Washington and Portland, 72% in Idaho, 69% in Montana, 66% in Florida. So it's actually not as bad as I thought it was. I thought it'd be like a 50% split. Yeah, so get good. But isn't
it generational though? Look,
that's exactly where I was going to go. To kind of also give us maybe something else to chew on, something that the World Economic Forum and the globalists want us to do is to build 15-minute cities, basically like walkable, low car use, mixed zoning, all that kind of stuff. And I actually think that a lot of this stuff could be fixed through intentional urban design, trying to make the cities of the future, and then
fucking
also
Judge Shred super blocks.
Yes, exactly. And then literally like Soviet apartment blocks. Sure, yeah, let's do some brutalist architecture. And then, then like having a certain percentage that's required to be renter versus required.
Certain amount that's required to be renter, but that doesn't. I don't know how that stops people from buying our property, right? Like there is a lot of investment in the American housing market, right? Like it's among all housing markets, it's like the most stable, it's the best investment for anyone. But there's a lot of right.
Sorry, you go first. Well, I was just gonna say, Doobie solved it with Get Good. We could just let BlackRock and the Chinese multinationals and the all the multinationals or whatever, we could limit them to buying exclusively condominiums in the Judge Dredd apartment blocks, and then we could limit the amount of apartments that they can buy, and then we can just let them be parasites on the American working class, where they just turn them into debt slaves for the rest of their lives. But as long as we keep like a 60-30 ratio, where 60% homeowners, 30% debt slave, then we can. I'm okay with Doobie just saying Get Good.
So
I guess one issue when I'm looking at stats is that millennials are getting into homes later, right? So 50% of millennials right now in 2023, from what I can see, I'm sure people will define. This is my cursory glance. About 50% of millennials now own their home, which was a pretty big jump during the pandemic. But the issue is that millennials are getting it. So I'm the youngest millennial that can exist, which is 29, which means millennials are getting into home ownership way, yes it is, way later.
I'm a home millennial. I'm 27. Super fucking.
Okay,
Hold on.
I am not bowing. I'm not bowing to your autism. I'm not bowing to your Okay. Regardless of what the range of millennials are, the issue is that it seems like, again, from cursory glances, that people are getting into homes later in their lives than they were like 30 years ago, right? So there is this, this like idea that it's like mass calamity, nobody can own a home, isn't real. What is real is like a slowing. And the question is, will the trend continue? Because this trend has been persisting for a while, where there's like increased slowing, particularly in Canada, of new homeowners, right? New homeowners is a really key question of, are young people getting into the housing market? And if that's slowing repeatedly across generations, that's going to be a cause for concern in the future.
Is it just like home ownership?
The question is, why did millennials wait? Right? It's because the pricing was high. Like, that's why they didn't do it. Like, otherwise it would have followed the exact.
No, they're just lazy. Everybody knows.
They are less financially literate.
Where is a lot of the price?
I would just ask, when we say less financially literate, the issue is, for me, the bar of being financially literate in 2023 is so different than the 1960s. In the 1960s, a lot of like Dave Ramsey financial principles worked, whereas nowadays you need to understand things like debt and how to move it, and how like debt is in many ways cash, and how you need to occupy and understand like movement of debt. That is very different than like my parents' generation, because my parents' are both successful homeowners, blah, 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 blah. You as well, yes. The education.
What?
It's rich dad, poor dad.
Wait, how old are credit cards? Because I'm pretty sure they're not even really that old, like realistically.
Credit cards are the late 60s. The first Visa was in the late 60s.
So like you're going off of these, it seems like as banking gets more complex, right? The types of debt you're juggling is going to be more complex, right? You're just going.
You're not trying to argue. Yeah, you're not trying to argue that the financial system of 2023 is the same level of complexity as the 1960s? You think that they're the same?
No, I think that the amount of awareness is actually similar, and that the amount of intelligence and intellect to it is about what your influences are. So I think that the amount of rich dad, poor dad situation is not so different. Now, whether or not it's more complex or whether or not you have more options, yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. You have more options, and there's a different playground to play in. Yes, but the amount of intellect to it, I see the same situations as when I was a kid. You know,
I didn't ask if it takes a higher IQ to participate in money. I asked if it's
I didn't
more
say it, but perspective does make a difference, whether or not you've been around to see whether or not that adjustment has happened. And I can tell you that people are just as smart about money now.
The reason why I rolled my eyes when you said anecdote is because you literally called me up for having an anecdote and then your anecdote. It's anecdotal to you.
It's anecdotal to your experiences. This is mine, and that's an equality. So that's why I brought it up. And anecdote is something we use as an example from our own lives. Simple, nothing more than that. I don't know why you would think this is important.
No, I have to disagree with this. I have to disagree.
Just to be clear, I don't want to litigate about what they're not. That is the majority. I don't give a
I'm here to talk about moving the subject.
So let's go to Lactoid, FK, and then Darius, or Adarius.
So, and you guys can all look this up, right? So it is true, millennials just don't have the same financial literacy as the prior generations. When asked like very basic financial questions, a smaller percentage of millennials get the correct answer as opposed to prior generations. That doesn't mean that buying a house is always the financially literate thing to do. Like Counterpoints brought up, majority of Americans do own their house, and apparently now 50% of millennials do. And I'm guessing that number is going to increase as the pandemic shockwave cools. The pandemic shockwave raised construction costs because obviously it closed the businesses that were creating construction materials. New homes being built slowed to a crawl. Overall sales of houses slowed to a crawl because people didn't want COVID-infected people touring their houses. There was all sorts of reasons why this happened. And yes, COVID put a tremendous amount of like a bulge in the price of the housing market that will have to come down at some point, at least compared to inflation. So that all being said, now that we know that millennials aren't as financially literate, but even despite that, there doesn't seem to be like a sky is falling moment. I'm curious, Counterpoints and a couple other people brought up how we're going to stop like domestic property investors. From what I've read, most economists believe the way to lower housing costs is just to manufacture as much as possible. Why would you disincentivize large property management companies from building more housing? Wouldn't that be actually antithetical to lowering housing prices?
No, I'm actually I'm changing sides now. I'm with Doobie. I'm on the get good side.
Get good.
So,
all right, thanks. All right.
Because
lazy millennials.
Hold on. Let me. I want to articulate this though, because here's the reality. So millennials are getting into properties later, which could be a problem, but we're getting into everything later. We're marrying later. We're picking careers later. We're doing education more slowly. We're not just like turning 18, getting our high school girlfriends pregnant, and then working the same job until we die. And by the way, that's not a life that I would want to live anyway. So if the price I have to pay is I have to wait a decade later in order to get homeownership, okay. And then also the boomers are going to die, so we'll be able to we'll be able to jump on their heads like
you get their homes,
people,
right?
like Mario and Luigi, and we'll disperse the coins out of their corpses. It'll be fucking awesome. And then basically, like as long as the domestic and as long as renter versus owner stays at a 70-30 ratio, I'm okay with that. The two problems that I'm seeing as far as like markets is California and Nevada, which I just view Nevada or whatever as like mini California. They're at like 50%. So I would view that as something going wrong where investment is creeping into population density, which is causing less home ownership. I would socially engineer against that.
Okay, counterpoints, real quick. The one thing when you said like as long as the ratio remains the same, we do see an increase of urbanization and a move away from the sort of like suburban. Look, I have a house in suburbia. It's fucking awesome. I love suburbia. Okay, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't like suburbia. They want to move to the big happening city where they can get like an apartment downtown and have a whole bunch of fun. That might lead to
accept the city's a rent place, right? I think that just has to be something more people need to just start realize, right?
Like, yes, there's reasons for that, right? And so the ratio might change, like as like we move away from like land ownership and more towards lifestyle focus, urbanization. This is relatively inevitable.
That doesn't mean though that urbanization has to be expensive, right? You could come into that. You could change zoning laws. You can make it so that those urban areas are built out to be like conducive for affordable prices, as much people as possible, and as comfortable lifestyle as possible, right?
I want to say one last thing. So home ownership traditionally in the U.S. has been a vehicle for wealth,
intergenerational
with retention. But the reason for that actually is not because homes are like a super solid asset in terms of like appreciation compared to the market. In fact, if you had for some financial models, if you don't actually get out like ahead if you rent but spend the money you would have spent on a mortgage or a down payment or earning this stuff and put that in the market, under some calculations you come out ahead. The problem is people tend to not do that, right? Because they're financially literate. Instead of spending that money on mortgage, they tend to blow it all. And they don't buy, they don't purchase stuff. They don't make financial decisions. They wouldn't actually need to own a home to be a financially well-off person that does. They just have like 5 counters.
Smokers and blowing are very expensive. Let me tell you.
Yes.
Let's go to FK and then Adelaide.
And I went after that.
I was going to say something earlier. I forgot. I said whatever I had to say at this point.
I was going to say, well, we're saying that millennials are buying, 50% of millennials are buying more homes. You think the pandemic helped us? I mean, maybe, sure, but also millennials are getting older. And when you get older, you become more financially stable, you become more socially stable, you're ready to settle down, own homes, things like that. So it's not even just the pandemic, it's about just getting older. And I really think it was complicated.
Yeah, no, it's that's a good thing though. So all the boomers are dying, we're taking all their property. It's awesome, it's great. So
and I'm sure Wake Steak Nation has nothing to do with any of these issues, right?
So anyway,
Wake Steak Nation, anyone want to deal with that?
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that in a second. Not real. Yes, it is. Okay, hold on. I want to talk about I want to talk about urbanization though, because basically people are saying like, oh well, if it's their choice to go be wage slaves in the big city, then it just is what it is. Let them be happy-go-lucky Zoomers. No, fuck that. I would say that downtown urban areas are reliant on a certain amount of labor, and that labor is required in order to make those downtown areas work. And it shouldn't be an option between spending $5,000 a month in the city versus commuting like 2 hours in order to do that. And those families, just because they're financially illiterate and they're effectively like, debt slaves for their entire lives, I think they should, a decent chunk of them should still have access to intergenerational wealth equity, which is the primary vehicle for that. So I would say that major urban areas like San Francisco and like New York and like Los Angeles and like San Diego, they should basically apportion out a certain amount of the properties that are inside their downtown areas for the wage slaves that live there, and force those to be either housing covenants or condos in which the lower class or whatever can build equity and then pass that on as intergenerational.
You're asking them to waste so much land.
And why is it because they can't afford that? Why is it? What if they can't afford the condo? Who? The people living there, what if they can't afford to buy the alcohol?
You're asking for cities like Green.
Free condo?
You're asking for.
They get a subsidy. No, sorry. Because I counterpoint to the next person you're trying to say. I'm saying he's going to subsidize.
Yeah, okay. Let me explain it fully. Yeah, so let me explain it fully, and then you can basically attack the idea. So New York already does this with rent control, where they basically and the black market for them is fucking horrific. But what I would say is that if you have a state level minimum wage, let's say it's like $15-20 an hour, you know that you require this many wage cage slave awaits in order to make the economy work. You know that they're going to have this much money on a fucking monthly basis. Then you basically say if you're going to develop a multi-unit housing development in this area, 10% to 20% of your units are not going to be for rent. They're going to be condos, and as a result, we're going to basically give these units to these people within this income bracket to make sure that they have equity that they can pass on to their families intergenerationally.
Okay, real quick. So you brought up rent control. Rent control is like the one issue that economists on both the left and the right agree is a terrible fucking problem.
I don't agree with rent control.
Right. Rent control is absolutely fucking awesome, right? It discourages exactly the same thing I was talking about before. It discourages investment. If you're a major property, if you're a major property.
But he's just talking about payment in the form of housing.
Right. But I mean, like, look at the Maryland housing. He's kind of, I'm sorry, look at Maryland. Let's just talk about this.
Right.
As the lefty here.
Right. You're not a lefty. Right. Rent control is absolutely terrible. Like, so if I'm like an investment builder, right, and I'm going to go and build a high rise. And if I have to rent control that building, this is obviously major dissuasion for me actually going in and building more housing, which is the main thing that actually drives the cost of housing down. My question is, under your system kind of points, you're saying that the city is going to do what? They're going to like pay for part of people's condos. So like, who gets the subsidized condo?
They're going to zone. So basically, like, we know XYZ amount of people are required in order to maintain the jobs in our downtown area. Think about like downtown New York, downtown Manhattan. We know that there's like
all those people who work construction, all those people who are doing all the necessary jobs for that city to function day to day. Those people would have a portion of that city designated to them in housing.
Correct. And then basically you would maintain those properties not as rental units, but as equity ownable properties. So, for instance, if you know that these people, the county or city or state minimum wage is $20 an hour, you know that these people are making $20 an hour in downtown Manhattan. You look at their rates; they're making, they're making $40,000 a year, $30,000 a year. If they have a spouse who's working part time and they have 2 kids, they're making $100,000 a year as a couple. 30% of their shit should go to housing. Then you basically just do that math out. So some people, not all, but some people who work in that city can live in that city. That way they can have a 10-minute commute. That way they can have a 20-minute commute. That way
would you do the equivalent? Hold on. Would you do the equivalent for like nurses in the city?
Yeah, any necessary jobs in order to make the city function, 100%.
So are you saying that like, okay, maybe I'm wrong. let's say I'm a family and I got a lot of money, and I'm coming into the. That's crazy. Okay, there are financially literate ways to rent, certain circumstances to rent, especially construction workers who are maybe only there for like a limited amount of time. Travel nurses, you brought construction workers. Those are both groups of people in which there can be transient elements to the work.
Yeah,
so is the point here? Yeah, is the point here that like, let's say, so if I want to live in an area for like 4 years, and there's somebody there who's like willing to rent to me, you're saying they should be able to say sorry if the city says that you have to buy this from me if you want to live here.
No. What I would say is that it could be a percentage. So for instance, let's say that you're building an apartment, you're building like a housing block, and it's going to be mixed-use zone housing. That the first layer is going to be like commercial, and then all the upper tiers are going to be housing. Then, as a part of the calculation, and let's say that the city designs, we're designing the perfect 15-minute city. So we know that we're going to need this much labor approximately in order to make the city work. So you apportion that as a percentage. Let's say it's 10%, let's say it's 20%. And you say, instead of renting at whatever the fair market rental is, this is the minimum wage in this city. This is what we expect people to be able to make. This is what we expect them to be able to house. And if they're going to have kids and get those kids educated, this is what we expect them to be able to afford. And then you allow those people, instead of renting, to go into condo contracts. That way they're building up equity that they can pass on intergenerationally. So basically what you don't have is, I view New York, I view Los Angeles, I view San Diego this way, is they basically have thriving metropolitan areas that are only able to thrive because they essentially have commuter debt slaves who will work themselves to the fucking bone, die without health insurance, and who can't afford to raise their kids. That's not good for society.
Yep.
Okay, it's ridiculous. We live in a country with public health, universal public education. We live in a country where now you have to get insurance, health insurance. And then thirdly, right, there is like, and I hate to say this, but like, there is like a natural market force, which is if you have a city in which the rent is too high compared to the wages are going to have to rise. Otherwise, the workers that you need to run the city are going to have to leave, and if they leave, well, then you're going to have to bring them back somehow. Otherwise, your city's not going to function. You're going to lose more money overall in the long run.
No.
That's part of the problem.
Wait, isn't that exactly what Counterpoint is arguing for, right? To get these people into those cities?
All right, sounds good. So when you are bringing up things like condo ownership, right? So if you want somebody who built that property, they use their blood, sweat, and tears to actually build a building in this area, and they want to sell you part of the building. There's totally fine with that, right? But it's when you have these like little fucking like policies come in that the shit starts going haywire, right? Rent control, absolutely universally a terrible policy. What you're proposing is to mandate that certain areas can't be rented and that certain areas can only be owner occupied. That, especially in an urban area in which every building is a skyscraper, so like New York, Manhattan, like this is wild. There's transient workers that are cycling through a city all the time. And yes, you have people that want to live in a suburb, want to have that life, and so they're going to buy a house 3 hours away so they can spend their money doing other things that they want.
Okay. So my point, yeah. So
people are trading being
wage slave. What a weird concept.
Talk to a working class person, and wage slave is not a weird concept at all. And then, sorry, Darius, if you want to finish, but I do have a counterpoint to this that I want to finish. So, Darius, Rise, you want to finish?
Yes. So people are trading being wage slaves for the nightlife. Is basically what I'm getting at.
Well, okay, yeah. And so backing this up, there are intangibles.
Yeah, I don't know.
There are intangibles to certain metropolitan areas. Like people like to live in San Francisco because they want to be a part of the West Coast elite that likes to smoke pot and have gay orgies. They want to be a part of Los Angeles for Tinseltown and Hollywood. They want to be a part of New York because they want to go to the city that never sleeps and all that kind of stuff. And basically, this is what happened to my peers, because my peers did, they actually did well. They survived. They got good. But when they were young, if they were unskilled, what essentially would have happened is these cities would have attracted these people for the intangibles. it would have rinsed them dry of all of their resources in order for them to try to survive in that city. And when they couldn't make it, it would have cast them out of the fucking city. And basically other people would have said, get good. So no, I am perfectly fine with saying that 10% of the housing within a major metropolitan area can be equity, in like you have to build equity instead of being rented, so you don't have generations of people just getting fucking fleeced. And then I'm also okay saying that that income should be proportional to the people who are making money within your city for the stratified lower plebeian fucking classes. I don't think that I don't think that major metro areas inside the United States should be exclusive places where only the fucking rich can live and raise kids and have families, because it's fucked up, it's classist, and basically it makes me want to throw Molotovs at downtown areas, even though I'm not Antifa. So,
all right, one quick response. So, I own a house. It's in the Midwest. I pay ridiculous, the mortgage I pay is absurdly low, okay? Because there are amenities that you don't get when you live far away from a city. This is what makes cities so desirable, right? There's all sorts of nightlife, there's other people, there's more restaurants, there's more goods and services available.
The place is boring, you got it, yeah.
Sure, you can say that, but this is a trade-off that I have consciously made in the interest of financial responsibility. What you are essentially doing, if you can't, like literally, this is you're advocating for price controls, right? When it comes to any kind of product in which there's going to be like a strong demand for, and not, obviously like a capped supply, like real estate, of course you're going to have the places that everybody else wants to fucking live. Of course they're going to be more expensive to live. That makes total fucking sense. Of course you're going to have to make more money in order to like buy it or occupy a piece of property that everybody else wants to fucking buy, or everybody else.
You're just explaining the fucking market to me, and
yeah. So you're explaining the market, but what you're doing is you're advocating for artificially restricting like the market from like allowing people who are actually occupying the demand for that product from being able to occupy the demand for that product. If you can't afford to live in a city, like you have to fucking move. Okay? I don't live in a downtown urban area. Why? Because I crunched the numbers. I'm a little bit math brained. I decided maybe that's actually not going to work out for me, so I didn't do it.
Something I don't think.
I also don't own a golden Mercedes.
Maybe Counterpoints has brought this up, but I might have missed it. But like also, there's the idea of public housing. I'm not sure if we really touched on this, but we could. Okay, there you go. Never mind. So you could have massive investment in public housing. We could give that actually a second try, right? Within our the American tradition. I don't know what it's like in Canada. That might be interesting to talk about. But within the American tradition, we sabotaged that. And we decided, this is just going to be a shitty thing, and we're going to impose this on like the most vulnerable. But we could just decide that a portion of this housing that if we're dividing housing into portions for these cities, right, that a certain amount of it is dedicated to public housing that has reasonable rent, and that allows for those migrants, transients that you were talking about. And it gives an escape valve, I guess, for others who just want to be a part of this situation if they're lucky enough to get a spot.
Number one,
how do we get rid of this bias in the apportionment? How do we get rid of the bias in the apportionment?
As opposed to if they work and aren't financially.
To be fair,
I don't give a shit.
To be fair, Prime, did we go into this with the idea of like we want to make it as shitty as possible? I feel like realistically, right? We went in, we were like, hey, whoever's the lowest bidder is going to get this project. We gave it to the lowest bidders. They built out like the cheapest thing they could. I feel like, again, this is more of a case where we need to have standards on how we want things built, what we want to like maximize, and impose those standards on the people who are building out our properties.
Sure, I guess
half the problem, by the way. That's half the problem. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Aaron. I think with public housing and stuff, I think governments that want to instantiate welfare systems, I think is totally fine. But I think that governments that are like wise should try to like get on the back of the good of private industry and then subsidize it through like government money, but not have it government run at all, right? So like there is public housing in Canada. Some of it's government run and some of it's going to be nonprofit run. A lot of times you can tell a massive difference. A lot of nonprofit run businesses that have like housing that has been partially subsidized. So the nonprofit pays for the development and they house it all and they do all their donos and they get supported. But the nonprofit manages the property. They do everything with it. Those properties tend to be okay as long as they can get like zoned in a location that isn't like super high in crime, because a really big issue with all this public housing stuff and high affordability is that you typically have like highly criminological individuals that are oscillating between same individuals. Like you've got high criminological people who don't have jobs and are cycling in and out of jail next to young refugee immigrant families that are like just trying to figure out how to like exist in life with young children around these criminological spaces. So I think when it comes to like public welfare type stuff, I think we need to be really, really cautious about the way that we roll that out, because I think it's good to have welfare services, but I think a lot of times, like when I look at like public welfare housing, for example, it's almost always seedy, it's trashed, it's destroyed, there's drugs on every floor, it's dangerous to have children around, nobody does repairs because it's too expensive to do repairs because it'll be broken next week, it's not maintained, and it's dangerous to be around at night. And it's just like, this isn't what we want.
Before you do that, so as a response to me, so we're going to let Aaron, counterpoints, I see your hand, friend. Adarius, if you want to jump, FK, all right. There are lots of things that cause poverty, right? One is disinvestment, having a lack of, like what you're just describing what it is to be poor, right? So how do we address that? Yes, it's not simply creating public housing and hoping for the best. It's a multi-pronged thing. But it starts with housing. Housing is, I think, at the center of it. Well, one thing, don't segregate. I don't know what the history of Canada is with segregation, but here it's like the biggest factor in determining who's gonna your life outcomes, and you're aware of all this. So, like, if we place
like redlining neighborhoods so that like blacks keep on being forced into a very specific location and then we like see problems.
Wait, but don't you have to segregate? Don't you have to kind of segregate in some type of manner though? Like, because it seems like.
It has to be within integrated strategy. These people have to have access to better schools. They have to have access to transportation to get to better jobs. Like that, it's all part of that. But I think it starts with housing, because housing is if you want to disempower people, you do it through housing. It's the single easiest way to do such a thing. So that's why I would start here. Now, whether the management is within some sort of profit group that's maybe publicly funded or something rather than directly funded by, like managed by the government, sure. I think there's room to talk about that. But that's where we start. So, Erida, if you have something you want to say, then we're going to move around. And Corey, I see your hand up as well.
Yeah, I don't actually know as much about history of zoning in Canada with red.
Yeah. Just Google LLC Taylor Brands. It's totally easy. You pick a state, you fill out your information, you give your business a name, and you're done. There's no paperwork, no bureaucracy, no headaches. With that taken care of, I was able to set up everything else I needed for my new business. A unique logo, personalized website, branded digital business card, business domain, and professional email address, all in one centralized place. Now, my business is protected, my personal assets are secured, and I look super professional to my clients. Let's listen to some reviews.
It's going to be able to take your business from one level to the next without any headache.
So you can make things so much easier. How did you focus on doing what you love?
There are literally no more excuses. So head to Taylor Brands and launch your business today.
Working it with the Experian app, your credit's going to look so money. Fit check, see your FICO score anytime to find out if you're in the green. Lemon up with Experian Boost and raise your FICO score an average of 13 points. Get matched with credit cards tailored to you. And look like $1 million by saving on auto insurance. The Experian app looks good on you. Download it today and give it a try for free.
Ladies and gentlemen, woo! I wanted to talk about that Apple Vision Pro. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today was an interesting day. I woke up and I saw the WWDC, which is basically Apple's yearly presentation. Basically, you're excited for the new iPhone, the new MacBooks, the new iPads. Now, I'll be real. I was excited this year because I thought, I was hoping, all right? I huffed the copium. I thought maybe Apple would just make a foldable phone. You know what I mean? And then I would go on Reddit or like 4chan, and then I would just try to see the Apple fans try to like explain why this foldable is going to be better than the other foldables. Anyways, that didn't happen. But boy, oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, we got some Black Mirror on today. This is not a joke. This is not a fake page. This is a model wearing the Apple Vision Pro. Yeah, they got some new goggles, ladies and gentlemen, some new AR, VR goggles, if you will. Sorry, that's a copium kind of hitting me up there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tons of companies have made this. Valve has made it through the Index. Meta, all right, Facebook, Oculus has made several actual headsets. Some of them are actually pretty good, like in terms of pricing. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I think the Oculus Quest is pretty reasonably priced, okay? I think it's definitely a million times more affordable than some of the other shit. And of course, they've also got the Meta Quest Pro, which, again, if you look at the sales for that, it isn't doing so well. And then, of course, you've got mixed reality. This is mixed reality, okay? This isn't like totally committing to the virtual world of Roblox-like graphics, but it also allows you to put augmented reality in the entire world around you. Now, this is something Apple's been kind of doing for the last few years with their iPhones. They actually have really stellar augmented reality tech built into their devices. So we got like a 9-minute presentation of it. And ladies and gentlemen, it appears to be somebody putting on the old helmet and actually browsing through what they could easily do on their actual cell phone. Ladies and gentlemen, meaning 3,500 US dollars to get this headset. Now, obviously, if you're looking at how smooth it looks, oh, wow. Probably is going to run smooth. It better run smooth for that price. It better look that goddamn sharp. And this better not just be clever editing, Apple. So as you can see, these two kids are playing, and the guy puts on his, like, Apple augmented reality, and he can record his children with Apple Vision. Why you couldn't just whip out the iPhone and do that right there and then view this on the couch and save yourself $3,500 is beyond me. Hey, you guys want to make FaceTime calls? Yeah, I used to just put the phone up to my face. Now I have a $3,500 helmet doing the exact same thing. Look at how goddamn dystopian this shit looks. And it's cool that you can open up a FaceTime call on your phone and blow it up to your wall size. But again, I want to ask, how much are people going to be doing this after like 20 minutes of using the device? Arguably, the coolest thing about it probably is the ability for you to use it as a television set. But in the
what's up? It's your boy Buff Corral, baby, back on the Let's be back into the friend, your boy Buff Guru on YouTube, back on the pump. Anyways, today we're gonna do some.
We do begin tonight with the scare over the U.S. and some of the most secure airspace around Washington, D.C. A small jet flying from Tennessee to New York, air traffic control losing contact with the pilot just 15 minutes into the flight. But that Cessna was in the air for another hour and a half before F-16s were actually scrambled to intercept it. The pilot reportedly seen slumped over. 6 F-16s ordered to take off from 3 different bases at supersonic speeds to catch up with that small jet. Those speeds causing a sonic boom. You could hear it across the region. It was captured on surveillance cameras in neighborhoods. Thousands were alarmed by this. The F-16 pilots trying to get the Cessna pilots' attention. They stayed with that jet until the Cessna slammed into the Virginia mountainside. All 4 on board were killed. Tonight here, one of the leading theories, what happened to that pilot and why did it take so long for F-16s to be scrambled? ABC's Martha Rabbit leading us off tonight.
Tonight, urgent new questions in the investigation into this deadly plane crash in Virginia, causing chaos in the nation's capital and fighter jets to be deployed. A small Cessna jet slamming into this rugged mountainside after the pilot passed out, all 4 on board killed. It was just an hour before the crash, a thunderous roar in and around Washington, D.C., rocking homes, terrifying residents.
We thought it was probably an earthquake.
Authorities tonight saying that sound, a sonic boom from one of the 6 F-16 fighter jets, breaking the sound barrier after rocketing to supersonic speeds to catch the small plane. That Cessna jet taking off from Tennessee at around 1:15 Sunday afternoon, heading to an airport on New York's Long Island. But less than 15 minutes after takeoff, the FAA saying the pilot was no longer responding to air traffic controllers' instructions. 8 minutes later, the FAA alerting NORAD and other Homeland Security officials. The plane likely on autopilot, then turning around, heading back over the busy New York City airspace and continuing back towards D.C. But it would take 90 minutes before the military finally launched those F-16s, intercepting the Cessna just 20 miles northeast of Washington's Reagan National Airport. For the next half hour, those F-16s trying to get the civilian pilot's attention, firing flares and issuing warnings by radio. Multiple reports saying those fighter pilots saw the pilot of the private jet slumped over.
The pressurization system in an airplane compresses the air within the cabin so there's enough oxygen for people to function normally. If the pressurization fails, then there's not enough oxygen in the cabin, people get hypoxia, they lose consciousness, and sometimes die.
Tonight, family members mourning the lives lost, in addition to the pilot, Adina Azarian, a prominent New York City real estate agent, her 2-year-old daughter Aria, and her nephew. Truly a tragic ending, but tonight big questions about why it took those fighter jets 90 minutes to launch while that plane was flying near New.
Wait, what? That don't sound right. Something wrong with that.
In December and January till I'm like here. So as you can guess, I live in a rural part of Alabama. And I live right next to the state highway. Well, a couple, 3-4 days ago, I had a really good workout and I was pumped. So I come home and I'm just walking around in the yard without a shirt on. And, there's just people driving by. And I'm like, I don't care what they do. Yeah, I'm here getting some vitamin D. I'm here walking the dog. I don't care. So, but yeah, there are some.
Oh, sorry. Keep posting pictures because I'm obsessed when you see people's progress like that, especially now. It's so inspiring. I'll look through every single one of them, and I think most people do. The people who are hateful, who have no discipline, can't do it themselves. I mean, that 100% the hater literally post more pictures. You could be like degenerate of Subway without the child part.
Yeah, no child molesting. Don't do that part. Don't do that part, Eric. Don't do that part. She's right.
Such a great journey to watch because it's the only thing. It's like other addictions, you can't see the results so much. When you can see the results, that it's so great, and we're all struggling with something. And when you see someone actually, defeating it, it's great.
So that's what Ali, let me walk down. Ali, you have to have a similar issue with comedy, don't you? I mean, he's talking more health, but yours is professional in this regard. And that you have to get out there and you got to fall down and people are going to call your names and they're going to harass you and go, you're this, you're that, whatever. You got to have a similar, and I would bet, I don't know this, but I would bet tons of comedians quit. Right? I would bet tons of them do. They go in and they get yelled at or they bomb or whatever and they go, I'm out, this sucks, delete my Twitter profile, I'm gone. It's got to be a similar to have success even in that world too, right?
Well, it's even whether you call it success or not, anytime you're posting anything publicly, for all the support you get, there's going to be an equal amount of people that are going to be not funny, girls aren't funny, go back in the kitchen. It's like constant. I mean, at the beginning, this is Eric said, people get and some of them will get but for the take the good with the bad, and if people support you actually go after the people who come, which thing. And you can't really take, and it's also, it's like, comedy is so weird because, you know, they'll do the same joke that'll keep the crowd and another. If no one, people are gonna we're gonna hate, have to say it's negative, and it's just about it, and you don't want you know.
So let me move on, if I could, for just a second, to the thing that Eric brought up, which is fame. I think a lot of people think that fame is also success. That when you're famous, you're successful. I'll never forget a story I heard, believe it or not, from LL Cool J. You guys remember the rapper from the 80s and 90s, right? Yeah. LL Cool J. Then he became an actor. Now he's an actor. Oh, no. So he had a hit song at the time. I think the name of the song was "Mama Wanna Knock You Out." Right? So if you're old, remember that song. And he tells a story about when that song was on the radio. And he felt like, my God, I've made it, right? He felt like I was famous. The song's on the radio, I made it. And he was still living with his grandmother. And he tells his grandmother, look, Grandma, this is his story. Look, Grandma, I'm on the radio. She goes, great, go in the basement, get a chicken. That's it. She's like, where? She's like, go get a chicken, shut up, go get a chicken. And he's like, damn, I'm going to get a chicken. Right? So fame, I mean, he was famous, I guess, on the radio. But was it successful? I don't know. I don't know. Does it matter? I'll ask you, Erica, does it matter that you're more popular now? Is that good or bad, or does it matter at all?
To me, no, because I really just want to get my message out there to other people like me. And the more followers I get, the more people retweet my stuff, I'm getting more people motivated. I mean, I get DMs daily. Hey man, you're motivating me. Keep doing what you're doing. You're motivating me to start. And I told my friend the other day, if I can just get one person to do what I'm doing and better themselves, it makes everything that I'm doing to get my message out there worth it. You know.
So then let me go to the next level then. You mean when people come to you, there's got to be people who say, I want to be a star or something like that, right? They in some way want to be a star, and their way they're going to measure their success is not necessarily the dollars. I mean, that's going to come in their mind, but they want to be famous, right? I want to be the famous this, or I want to be a YouTuber, or I want to be an actor, or I want to be a radio star, a TV star, whatever. I want to one day be as popular as Larry Sharp, the awesome one. They want to be as popular as me one day, but they're never going to be. That's fine. They want to. They can shoot. But I'm saying people are going to ask questions. How do you handle? Is this something that we should be happy about, not happy about, care, support, not support?
I think it's a metric in terms of how many people are receiving your message, but in a world where so many messages get knocked down regardless of their merit, you can't really measure by that, right? So you also have this other aspect to it where you should just, do what you do and do it as well as you possibly can. And people will start to notice. That's what people connect with, is that you're mastering what you do, that you're so good at what you do, they can't ignore it. And they
isn't
connect
it true,
with
though?
that.
Hold on, let me give you a little pushback. Isn't it true that most people, and the example I often give is someone like, oh my God, who was the very popular designer who went to jail for, she's older now, used to hang out with Snoop Dogg. She went to jail for like, Martha Stewart, thank you. Martha Stewart, yes. Martha Stewart, right? Martha Stewart is basically an interior designer. So she basically is, right? That's basically what she does. She made magnitudes more money than the person under her. Like magnitudes more money. She's not magnitudes better than the person either, right? She's probably better, but she's not magnitudes better. And not just that, there's probably some people under her who are probably better than her. Probably, right? Probably better than her. But she's the most famous. So she's making the big dollars because she's the famous one Maybe not because she's the master. Is my pushback.
Well, her PR team might be magnitudes better than their PR teams.
Ah, okay.
That's where I would
buy
go.
that. I'll buy that. Yes.
Yeah, if you have a whole team behind you, pushing your message and agents behind you getting you signed up, left, right, and sideways to do things that aren't even related to what you do. Like she was just on Sports Illustrated. That's not really related to what she does, but she was there and it served a purpose to push her message even more and to, push the message of aging gracefully, which is I think where they were going with that.
Got it. Okay. I guess that makes sense. All right. But look, Allie, you have to see this here in your world. I mean, fame, you make a whole lot of money if you're a famous comedian versus just being a good one.
That's the thing. There's such a discrepancy between the top person and the second to top person. It's like, but right now, to Demi's point, it's like, if you just now, even with the internet, to Eric's point too, you can do it without a team almost. Like, so there's all these comics that I'm sure that you've never heard of because I've barely heard of them that are playing arenas right now. Like, I just Radio City Music Club that's a comic, and I was like, I have never heard of her. How? It's insane. So it's not about who's best by any stretch. It's not about, because people are marginally better than others. There's some people you've never heard of that are better than the top guys. But it's about how you market yourself. It's about how much you love doing it. It's about the energy you put out. That's what I was going to ask Demi. Do you ever have a client where you can tell they're like hopeless? Or do you think everyone has a chance at success if they try?
I think everyone has a chance. It's just a matter of, how much pushback are you getting from that person to really want to do the work and change. And you can tell whether somebody does or not. Absolutely. Right. And you can tell if they're going to be committed to it or if they're going to keep making excuses. And then you have to point out the propensity to continue to want to make excuses and see if they push back at that as well. So people just aren't ready to make changes.
What I always talk about when that happens, when I'm dealing with people in business world, is I try to say the difference between fault and responsibility. And most people don't know the difference between the two. And they go, well, it's because of this or because of that. That's why the bad thing. And I go, okay, great. It's that fault, right? It's their fault. Okay, great. Whose responsibility? Who's going to fix this?
Yeah.
Well, but they did it. I got it. They did it. Who's going to fix it? Well, but then this and that. Okay, the whole entire world's against you. It's a worldwide conspiracy to get you. I got it. I'm with you. The whole world wants to get you. Okay, who's going to fix it?
Yeah.
Until finally they go, oh, I have to. Yeah, it's going to be you. Yeah. The whole world's against you, but who's going to fix it? You're going to fix it or you're not. Yeah. I mean, that's the reality.
And it has to be. I mean, I have never met one person who had a completely 100% happy childhood. And if they tell you that, they're lying. And everyone's going to have something that they have to fix in adulthood because they're responsible for fixing that in adulthood.
Yeah.
So that's going to be that, and everyone has that responsibility, regardless of the way that they grew up, and delving into that and seeing, what can I fix? Can I make better? Sure. It's going to revolutionize your life. Even the ability to say, I'm responsible for fixing this because I can't carry this into my adulthood.
Yeah.
I mean, that's huge.
Absolutely. I love that. I can't keep carrying this. I mean, that is something that I think a lot of us sometimes really hear. Like, I'm carrying some stuff. Right? I need to not carry it.
But you have to do something about it. You have to be able to process it and set it back down and not carry it around forever. So, you didn't put it there, but you're going to have to get rid of it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yes. So let me grab a couple of comments if I could. Patty is chatting up company. She says, focusing only on the goal doesn't give you time or space to enjoy the journey there. It's the journey of small steps, noticing them, enjoying them. The journey empowers us and makes success sweeter. Now that's good. I like that. That's good stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But she brings up something else though. She says, may I say being poor and depending on food stamps and pantries makes you fat. I think she has a point there, right? If you look at most of the cheapest food that most parents have, it's not good for you. Most of the cheapest food's not good. It does hurt. Eric, you're nodding your head. Please jump on this.
Yeah. So I want to jump on that. And, I get a lot of pushback when people say, you eat steak all the time. Well, yeah, I eat steak because I'm not buying a $7 bag of potato chips. I'm not buying a $7 box of cereal. You know, you can now the eggs have finally started going down. And by the way, if you can find some farm fresh eggs, that's the ticket right there.
Yeah, it is.
But I digress. You know,
no, go right back then. You're right. Don't leave. That's good. You're right.
You don't have to eat steak every day to be carnivore. You can eat ground beef. You can eat chicken. You can eat fish. But so many people have got that in their head. Oh, it's expensive to eat right. It's expensive to eat healthy. It's really not.
Yeah.
It's expensive to feed your habits that you've been eating. And I know you said you've been on keto what now, Larry? You said 13 years?
13 years.
Okay. So do you eat any of the packaged food that says keto on it, or do you avoid that?
Not eat any of it. None of it.
Exactly. Because again, that's that keto, but it's full of all the same stuff just right down the aisle. So, and I know you've heard of this before. When you go in the grocery store, you should shop the perimeter.
On the outside.
Yep. Do not shop the inner aisle. The only time I go to the inner aisle is because I like spring water, and I get it for like 99 cents a gallon. But it's on one of those inner aisles, so I have to block everything out. I have to put my blinders on, and go through.
But this
So
goes
you're
to
exactly
what
right.
Mimi was talking about, though. She's talking about building habits, right?
Yeah.
And that's now habit for me. Like, I never go in the interior aisles. You're right. But that took years for me to build those habits of me doing that, to where I only shop on the outside, which is where they have the meat and the veggies, right? I'm eating veggies and meat. That's all I ever eat, veggies and meat. A little bit of fruit here or there, but it's rare. Usually just eat meat and veggies, and that's all around the outside. You're right. That was habit for me, though. I think Dimi's right. I had to get into the habit of doing that.
Well, that's where society plays a negative role, because society likes you're on a victim and say, hey, if you're poor, it's impossible to eat healthy, so why even bother? When, I mean, in the city, I always go, I lived in LA for a while. There were 99-cent stores, huge produce departments, huge. I mean, it was like, you can eat way cheaper. I could get giant things of apple stuff that's expensive in stores. And here, a place in New York called Jack's, it's like a 99-cent only. There's these food carts, you know, there's the hot dog carts, of course, but there's these food carts that have vegetables and fruits that are like a day or two old or whatever. You can actually really eat healthy almost cheaper than eating unhealthy, because a bag of chips and a soda is like $7 or $8 now. It's crazy how expensive it's gotten. You can get a bag of apples, a bag of broccoli, and mushrooms for an omelet for like $5, you know. But yeah, you have to look for that stuff.
Absolutely.
I've started going by my local supermarket after church on Sunday, because that's when they put out all their reduced meat. And I got a huge T-bone yesterday that was regularly marked like $12.50. I got it for $8, and it didn't even look that bad. I mean, it was starting to turn.
It didn't look that bad.
It didn't look that bad. Hey, it's on my Twitter if you want to look at it. But
there we go.
I threw that in a large cast iron skillet with some butter, and it was good. You know,
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, let me grab a couple more comments if I could. Liberty Shamrocker says, great topic and show. Timely for myself, and I'm sure so many. Yes, absolutely. I love having these kind of topics. People stop thinking and making change. I love it. Robert Newsom says, been watching Eric's journey for a while. He definitely motivates me and my journey. Eric, you got some fans. Joel, Joel's on my show. He's like on my show all the time. He says, I was getting close to 270. I cut carbs. I'm now down to 250. You get under 220. Hopefully I'll get to 200. Look at that. You got everybody going. Look at you, Eric. You're killing it, man. You're killing it. I love it.
You know, like I said, if I can just help one person, it makes it all worth it.
There we go. Sam says, I love that Larry brings up the importance of community and actively does things to build the communities. That's true, Sam. You're telling everybody my secret. But yes, it is true. I do this all the time. And people say, Larry, you run for office. You're a libertarian. You ran for governor. Why the hell do you do stuff like this? I tell you why. Because I talk about localism. I talk about the value of communities. I talk about the way that if I'm going to try to push the yoke of government off, people need help. So if government's not there, who's going to support people who fall down and need help? If I can't build my communities up, then I can't get rid of government. So I have to build my communities to support people who need help so I can push government off. I can't just be the guy who yells, government bad. That's not helpful. But if I get communities to support people, then I can say government bad because I found a way to support those people without having to use government. So yes, I'm trying to practice what I preach. I'm trying to not just be an ideologue, but also be practical in building up our communities. And in my personal opinion, we have lost them. The communities aren't there. I want them there. I do my part. So thank you for that, Sam. That's why I do stuff like this. Yes, guilty as charged. That's it. So Demi, I'm going to ask you if I could. When you have people come to you, do you try to get them to build some type of community structure, or is that like, how do you deal with that? I guess the worst part is what happens when their after support structure is bad? Like, what if the people around them are actually holding them back? How do you handle that? That's the world they're in, right? Their world is negative.
Yeah, they're stuck in the bucket of crabs, right?
Yes.
So they have to find a way to extricate themselves from that. And it's about, being able to tear themselves free from it and to understand, even though there are some people in this world who I love and I care about, maybe at this point in my life and in my journey, it's not best for me to be around these people when I'm trying to make improvements, and I need to, find other people to be around who will be supportive of the improvements that I'm making. And maybe someday, once I'm done with this, or, once I've created some distance, some boundaries here, I'll be able to go back and reestablish those relationships, but not right now while I'm trying to do this.
That has got to be hard for people to think about. I mean,
very.
Yeah, and that, but there's another part that there's a personal part, right? If I'm sitting here going through trouble, and Allie's my buddy, she's supporting me, she's helping me out. Eric's being a jerk to me. He's, you're never going to make it. He's doing that, and then I do it. Well, then Allie's my bestie because she was there when I was there. Do I want to go back to Eric and rebuild that? I'm mad at him now, right? Now I'm mad at him because when I needed him, he was calling me a jerk. Right? So do I even want to go back to or
not necessarily. And for some people, it'll come back around to where they'll have those conversations and, it's, is it an I told you so? Is it, the other person apologizing? Is it really that important to, the person making those changes to go back to the original people that they had in their lives? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It depends on the relationships completely. But having the ability to bring yourself out of, what you see as a negative feedback loop in your relationships and having that kind of feedback from people as opposed to the support that Eric's talking about, where you show up to the same community every day and you're getting that same kind of feedback. And if you have somebody who's acting, like a hater, everyone else is sort of converging on them and saying, look, we're supporting this person in their journey and in what they're doing. And then you see the positive versus the negative, and your vibration, your frequency changes at that point. And maybe there's such a chasm between the two frequencies, between your new frequency and the frequency of the people you left behind, and maybe you don't want to return to them, but you won't see it straight away because you're still in it.
Eric back into my life in this case, in this fictitious case, I've become successful, whatever I was looking for. I was with my buddy for the entire thing. Eric was a jerk, but now I'm good. If I bring Eric back, are we closer or no? Is it, in other words, if I bring him back, does he go, thank you, right? I'm glad I'm back in your life, Larry. Now you're successful. I'm glad you weren't a jerk in return. I'm glad you overlooked me being a jerk and you bring back, or is he just going to be like, well, no, I never did like you, Larry. Now I'm going to sabotage you and I'm going to, go into Allie's ear and say how bad Larry is.
It depends on the person, and the relationship and the dynamic they had before and how mature they each are, and we're not accounting for, like maybe Eric's had his own growth trajectory while you've been away too. So, we don't know that for certain, but, it's worth looking at, and it's worth knowing, like once you get far enough along on that journey, you start to notice like the difference in your vibration from the vibration of other people, the difference in your frequency from the frequency of other people, and the fact that people who have like really negative frequencies who are not solution focused are more apt to hold you back, or are more apt to shoot down your ideas instead of finding a way to do something. They want to knock it down instead of saying,
let me
here's a way
touch
to do
that
this.
negative piece if I could. There's sometimes value to negativity, and I'm going to move into Allie's world. There's a lot of dark comics who share some dark thoughts or dark. George Carlin was one who did it, and many others. I just named because it's probably the most popular I could think of, who were some dark comics who thought of some dark stuff. I would feel like that might be negative, but man, it came across as funny and brilliant and engaging. And I mean, don't you sometimes see the dark ones?
Well, for sure, but I think it's different than what TV's saying, because those people are talking about dark things we've all been through. So we're relating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hoping that
They're mining their lives for that.
Yeah, and you're saying, oh, there's some humor in this. I don't have to like wallow in the sadness or the darkness of it. But on the other point, like what you were saying about people who root you or against you, in comedy, that's huge. You have plenty of people that are like, you're going to kill it. Others, you're never going to make it. And the you're never going to make it people will, eat at the ones and force them to quit, or it'll actually energize a lot of people. Like, you hear people talk about that all the time. Someone goes to an agent, they say no, and they're like, F you, I'm going to show you, I'm going to be bigger than anyone you ever had. And it really energizes people. I mean, comics have a bit of a strange psyche for the most part. People, what motivates and demotivates people, you can never tell. But the negative is a big motivator for a lot of people.
Yeah, when you're constantly mining your life and the lives of those around you for pain to transmute into humor, like that's got to take its toll as well. Like you're constantly looking for something dark that you're shifting, and the whole world appreciates the fact that you're shifting it into humor because you're breaking the ice. We're able to have those conversations because you're willing to do it. You're willing to look at it that way, but it's heavy for the comic.
Yeah, and the whole doesn't appreciate it, but hopefully most of the world does. There's always people who are angry when you go into subject matter.
So let me ask you, Eric, have your haters, do they motivate you or just ignore it, or you ignore them? Like, how do you handle the haters?
The majority of the time, I just block them. If it's on social media, I'll just go ahead and block them. But sometimes, like today, I get a little snappy. Like I've got a picture on my Twitter of me wearing the same shirt in April of 2022, and it looks like I had to have it painted on. And the same shirt Sunday, where it's loose and it's baggy on me. And so, a lot of people were, hey, that looks, I can't believe it. You look younger, all the good stuff. And then this one guy comes around, he said,
did we lose him?
Yeah.
It was the punchline. How can we lose him on the punchline?
Like the clip.
Eric, you just did the punchline. Come on, don't do this to us. Give us the punchline.
I don't know what happened there. I guess my AirPods died, but he's like, according to his legs, he ain't got much longer to live, or something like that. Something along
that's cool.
Yeah.
But I was like, I said, maybe in April of 22, those legs couldn't do anything. I said, but ask my buddies at the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gym about how these legs are today. And one of the people in the gym commented down below it said, yeah, come on, the mat's open. Find out for yourself. So
yeah,
sometimes I try to ignore it, and it does better for me if I do, because I've always been bad. This has been a bad trait of mine. I fall into traps. I get into arguments, but I've noticed the last 4 or 5 months that's kind of chilled out too. I guess that goes with the whole confidence thing. I can break most of it off, but actually, I've had 2 success stories where people have looked at that, or they've been a troll, and I talk to them. I'm like, look, I came from this, and this is where I'm at now. You can do the same thing. And there's a couple of people that I've actually started talking to. We have conversations, and they started off as a troll. But it's just like anything else. And she's exactly right. I say sorry. Demi, she's right, because if you I lost a really good friend, not even probably about 3 weeks ago, to a personal issue, but he took a personal issue because he had posted about eating a big giant honey bun and a 20-ounce Coke. And I said, hey, I'm going to use this picture. It's no offense. I'm just going to use your picture. He's like, okay, whatever. So I used his picture and I said, okay, this Coke and honey bun compared to a big ribeye, which one of these would keep you full longer through the day? And people are like, oh, if I eat that Coke and that honey bun, I can go for hours. Oh, I'll be fine. I said, well, 30 minutes later, you're going to be hungry after eating that Coke and honey bun. Well, he took offense to it. He's like, well, just because you're Mr. High Mighty Carnivore, don't mean you can make fun of the crabs. And
he turned to a crab real fast. He did real fast.
I felt like that crab. So
yeah, he took it personally instead of just taking it as an example, which is what you meant by it. Right.
I don't mean no harm for you. I'm telling you right now, because looking at his pictures from a year ago to now, he's looking in reverse to me. His face used to be real skinny, but it's getting puffy now because that's the stuff that he's eating all the time.
This is literally what Demi just said. She literally said, now he's mad because now you're the mirror. And he said, wait a minute. No. I don't like that at all. You're making me look bad now. So now I'm mad at you. So
we've cut ties. I hate it, but I've got a new motto. I don't want negativity in my life because I've seen what it could do from like 2007 to 2020, and I'm not living that life no more. So
I like that. That's awesome. Let me grab, if I could, a couple more of these. Flying Rich, thank you for the $2. Flying Rich, appreciate it. Hello, Mr. Sharp. Can I get you on my show again? Of course. You didn't pay me $2 for that, Rich. You could have just asked me. I said yes. If somebody wants to pay me $2 to come on their show, please, I'll do it. Yes, absolutely. You don't have to pay $2, but thank you. I appreciate that. Awesome. 100%. I love that. 100%. So Dave says the cheapest food has high fructose corn syrup. It's worse than sugar. Nat says eating healthy is expensive. A couple people are saying that, and I think they're right in one way. It's expensive if you fall into your old traps, your old habits. I think it is, right, if you're going down that road. But and this is my view, if you want to eat healthier, you can do it less expensively if you take it seriously. And this is the hardest part. And I think, for me, now, Eric, I know you're in this whole world now, right? I have to think before I shop. I have to think where I'm going to shop. I have to think what I'm going to eat versus I'll just go wherever and eat whatever's there and whatever. Yeah, then it becomes expensive. But if, like you said, you know how to find the right deals, you know how to find the right thing. You've got to take your eating habits very seriously. And to be forward, most people either don't want to, don't know how to, or feel like I got enough crap on my plate. I can't do this. Let me just go to Mickey D's. McDonald's is cheap and fast. I don't have it. I can't handle it. Let me go. Go ahead, Allie.
McDonald's is expensive right now. To get a meal, it's over $10. You can get a meal at for the same. It's maybe $2. I don't know why people think it's cheap to eat unhealthy. It's just things are expensive. Like you said, you cannot spend the same amount of eating healthy as opposed to eating unhealthy. It's just your mindset.
But there's one thing that they bring up, which I hear all the time, and this is Buddha Black says, they're called food ghettos. And there really are places in the country where it's hard to find any good food. That's true, right? Most of them are in poor neighborhoods. They either call them food ghettos, food deserts. They call them it, where there are certain parts of the country where he's right. It's very difficult, right? In those areas, like the only place you eat is the bodega. Like that's all that's open is the bodega. There's nothing else around. If you don't have a car, if you can't drive to the nearest place, some of those places do exist.
Okay.
But it's not everywhere, but they do exist. That's a valid point, is what I'm saying. So yes.
Well, all of you have said you've done some level of intermittent fasting. That's free.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then if you're eating less times per day, it kind of comes out in the wash then, if you're going to be buying, better food. Also, if you're buying it bulk for enough people around you, even if you live somewhere out of the way, you can have it shipped in and all of you split it up and you'll save even more money doing it that way. And it'll be healthier. And you can get it from like a local farm that's doing that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
No, it's a good point.
Really no reason to not have what you need in order to do that. And if you need to eat less times a day to make that work economically, intermittent fasting is a great way to go.
Yeah,
Yes.
food's so good after the fast. When you haven't eaten for hours, that
Yeah.
first bite you take of anything to me is so good.
Absolutely. Yes. The national chapter team says it's mentally draining sometimes to try to stay on track. Agreed. And if it was easy, everybody would do it. It's not easy. Absolutely.
I think one of the biggest things that keeps people from really eating healthy, air quotes there, is we're a society of convenience now.
Yes.
We're all running somewhere, and I know myself when my children were younger and they played sports, it was pick them up from school, go to this sport, do this, do that, do this, do that. Who has time to cook? So. To your point, where intermittent fasting really comes in, for the last 6 or 7 years, my daughters have played basketball, and most of their games are not over till after 7 o'clock. So there was times where, they're young, they're athletes, they can handle a Big Mac and fries on the way home.
Right.
But it was hard for me to sit there and watch them eat. And I've got a funny story I want to tell real quick. Just last week, my daughter wanted Chick-fil-A. So we pull into Chick-fil-A and I get her what she wants and she starts eating her food while I'm driving. I could smell the ketchup. I haven't had ketchup in over 4 months, but I could smell it in the air, and the oil that the potatoes was cooked in her waffle fries, it was actually making me sick. Like physically, like I was like, oh my God, I had to crack my window. But and we're what's that? We just want instant gratification and everything with food and life, and if we can't get that, it all piles down on us. So
I'm going to tell you two things I think you may enjoy. One of them is there was a time when I would see people eat things that I liked, and it would really bother me. Like I would break, like I would break the pressure. Like everyone else is eating pizza, whatever. I'm like, fine, all right, I'll have a slice. I would do that. Now the reverse is true. I've been in for so long. It's like, pizza, I'll make the pizza for you. I'll order it and hand it to you. Like I've got to the point where it doesn't matter at all to me. In fact, it's almost like a sense of pride that I can do. I had a buddy of mine who used to be, this is perfect, he used to be an alcoholic. And he went to a point of being so sober that he could be a bartender. He would be a bartender and not drink. And I remember that. And I'm like, you know what? I'm like the pizzeria owner who doesn't drink pizza. It's like, I'm that guy. I'm going to be the same thing, just like him. So I think it is funny. But I'll give you some about the smell. My mom, again, people who watch know I've told this before. My mom was an addict. And when she was clean, after she got out of prison, I helped her out, gave her support structure. Allie, you were talking about, I gave her that support structure to get her up and running. And she was clean for years before she passed. But we would be sitting watching a TV or show or a movie or something. And this was years after she had been an addict, or had been active, I should say. You kind of always an addict. But after she was active using, she would watch TV. And she said when she watched people do drugs, she could smell or taste it. Just by watching.
Oh, wow.
She could smell or taste it by watching.
Yeah.
She'd watch and go, yeah, I can smell it.
Is it the Pavlov's dog response thing? Like, that's crazy. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I say that because, Eric, what you smelled was sugar. The sugar's as addicting as any drug.
Yes.
It's exactly the same thing.
I agree 100%.
Yes, it's the same as anything else. Dimmy, you have a fan here. I think, I'm hoping that Kristen says, Dimmy is so insightful and full of great information. She's not a fan. I love that. That's good. All good. While I can, if I could do a little bit of admin here, guys, if you like what you're hearing, please show the love and click the like button. I'm trying to get past Mr. Al Go Rhythm. I can't get past him if you don't click the likes. So click the likes so I can get around him. He's always trying to stop me. If you happen to be on Twitter, please retweet this. Retweet right now. Stop looking at me. I know I'm good looking. It's true. But you can stop for 2 seconds and click the retweet. Do that. I'm still going to be here. Go ahead. Still do it. And if you want to support me directly, you can 2 ways. You can super chat me if you want to, like Flying Rich did. Thank you, Flying Rich. I appreciate it. Or if you want to, you can also go right to patreon.com/Sharpway. Throw me $10 a month so I can keep doing this if you want to. That'd be amazing. But no matter what you do, there are 3 people here giving you a whole lot of love. So please show them some love in return. Follow them on Twitter or on the other things I've also put up on the descriptions on both Facebook and YouTube. You can follow Demi at Starfire Codes. You can follow Eric at Bama Bass. You can follow Ali at Ali Breen, all on Twitter. So I just want to make sure I was doing a bit of homework there, guys. That's all. I do have so many chats here I want to grab. Liberty Share America says, same with smoking. I could actually hear people smoking on phone calls.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? I love that. That's so good. Yes. So let's see here. Snork Y2K says, the hardest thing for me was when my wife and daughter quit eating bread. I had to find all new recipes. Yeah. I don't eat bread either. So yes, if I have a hot dog, it's a hot dog with mustard, no bread.
Yeah.
It's very different. Absolutely. She goes on to say, thanks for doing these forums, Larry. We'd love to have you back on Liberty Talk Radio again soon. Yes, Liberty. You don't have to give me $2. I will come on. See that? Rich, thank you, my brother. I appreciate it. I didn't do you $2, but thank you anyway. I do appreciate it. Absolutely. Yes. Good. So I guess the piece I want to bring on now, if I could, is does our culture support success? I don't mean necessarily the people, well, maybe I do, but are we looking for success? And I think there's a part of it, I feel there's almost 2 parts, meaning you've made it to a certain level, so now you're untouchable. And if you haven't made it to a certain level, anyone can beat you up for even trying. That's how I feel. I don't know if that's true, but I feel like if you're like middle or low and trying to move up, then the crabs are trying to pull you, right? But if you got to the top, it's almost like now they want to be you. Now you can do no wrong. Now you're perfect because you need whatever, you've hit nirvana because you're a billionaire. So now you're awesome. Or the reverse, now you're evil. You're either awesome or evil, and that's it. Am I wrong on this?
Or both.
Or both? Okay, tell me that one.
Okay. Yeah. So, a lot of the time people, will envy, but they'll still respect and look up to. So they're counterbalancing that. And it's 2 different energies that they have inside of them, whether they want to honor that person for their accomplishments, or they want to feel envious toward them because they haven't been able to do that themselves. So it kind of depends which way they're looking at it. And it could be the same person on a different day that's acting differently.
Yeah. I think it also depends on how cool the product is that you come out with. Like,
yeah.
I thought it was so cool because it came out with Apple and we all have Apple stuff. And, the big oil company, the guy who runs Exxon is evil because we hate oil right now. And so he's evil, even though they both worked as hard, they've done the same thing to accomplish what they've made. But yeah, Bezos cool, Walmart guys evil. We really classify it depending on if we like the product and how much we use it. And it's funny, you can give as much as you want to charity. If people would ask right now who the most evil person in the world is. A lot of people will say Bill Gates, and I don't know what it is about Bill Gates, but he's given more to charity than anyone, that's for sure. So that's not a metric people are judging him well by. It's just the bigger you are, the more people are gonna, try to tear you down. And even the government, it's like, I consider myself libertarian as well. I like small government, and the government doesn't help make you want to build a big business. They try to break up monopoly. They tax the hell out of you. They put so many regulations on you. So it's not really a big support of be successful.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that one.
Yeah. It's like we want get to a certain level and then calm down. It's like, all right, that's enough.
Yeah, right. Yes. Don't get too happy. All right, God. Okay, yeah. That's all you get. That's all you get. Absolutely.
Yep.
So I guess the other point, I guess, is, do you have to change your peer group? This kind of goes with what you were talking about earlier, Demi, when you were talking about, there are certain people who are, say, negative, right? And you want to get rid of them. But what if it's not just negative? Meaning, what happens if I come from a poor neighborhood and now I start making it and now I become rich? Do I got to get rid of my poor friends, or the reverse? Look at someone like Eric who's trying to change his lifestyle. So I'm sure you have friends who like lifestyle A. So now you move to lifestyle B. You have to dump all your lifestyle A friends. Do you have to change your peer group when you make a change in your life?
Not necessarily.
I think.
Okay, Eric.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm going to say, to a point, you have to, unless you're very, very strong-willed, because this just not. I'm just speaking from my experience. The last few months. If I go to a friend's party or whatever, what's usually at a birthday party? Hot dogs, hamburgers, cake, chips, soda. So I'm probably not going to eat. So I'm probably going to hurt their feelings because I'm not eating. Well, I'm not trying to hurt their feelings. I just don't want to eat the food that they're serving. And so to me, it's like somebody that, and I'm trying to draw a correlation here. It's like somebody that's quit drinking or quit smoking, but they want to go see Allie at a club, right? So they get a group of friends to go, and the first thing they walk in is they're hit with the whiff of smoke, and there's alcohol everywhere. Well, they can't enjoy Allie's show because they've got alcohol, they've got smoke, and so even when we have a monthly potluck at church, the very first one that we had when I started my journey was Italian night. I love.
Oh, that's murder! That's murder, Eric! Oh my God!
So I think I had. I want to say I had ground beef and boiled eggs, but I found what's worked for me. But I don't think there's so many other people that couldn't do that. It's just
a very valid point, Eric. It's a very valid point. I find myself in a similar situation because I've been on keto, right? So birthday parties, I can't eat cake. I'm not gonna have the soda. I can't have the candy, right? I can't do any of that stuff, right? So what I do, just to let you know, is I still go to all those things. I just let them know I'm on keto.
Yeah.
And so I have to actually, often people get funny because I'll have to eat before I get there, right? You go into a party, I'm gonna go eat. They're like, what? You going to a party? Yeah, I gotta go eat because I can't eat there. So I gotta go eat first, so I can then go to the party. Otherwise, I can't do it, right? It's hard.
Even now, when I go out to eat with my children, they're case in point. Saturday, me and my youngest daughter went shopping because I've had to find a bunch of new clothes because my clothes are not fitting anymore. I don't know if you've ever heard of unclaimed baggage in Scottsboro, Alabama.
Oh yeah.
So that's about 20-25 minutes from my house. So we went down there looking for some deals, and when we got done, she was hungry. So we went to a local sports pub. She had chicken fingers and French fries, and I had a hamburger patty with cheese and bacon on it. The waitress was like, we can't lower the price for you because we still got to charge you the same price. I'm like, that's fine, whatever.
Yep.
I mean, it is what it is. 100%. But I'm surrounded by the food that I used to eat. But once you get to that point, like you said, you find ways to keep on your lifestyle. And still,
let me see if I can grab someone. Snow Artsberry says your peer groups will tend to have all your triggers. So, Demi, let's go back to you. You were saying you don't have to, but maybe you should. Snark is worried about triggers. I'm kind of on your side. I think Eric's kind of not. Where are you? Tell me.
It depends on who you hung out with to begin with, right? If your friend groups were, generally supportive and generally healthy, and maybe you were the odd one out, why would you have to change who you hang out with? You just have to change your habits at that point, right? If your people are going to take offense to the fact that you're trying to grow and you're trying to better yourself, then then you're going to have to, be around them less and be around other people more who are supportive of you. So it really depends on the group you're hanging out with to begin with, whether or not you're going to have to change your peer group, and everyone has a different experience of that. But yeah, you have to kind of size that up. You have to gauge that for yourself and decide, what's a good enough trade-off for you if you do need to not be around certain people in your life. Are you okay with that? Are they so close to you that you can't possibly do that? How do you feel about that? And and a lot of people
probably don't want to bail on like your mom or dad. You don't want to bail on them, right? You probably don't want to bail on them. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And even so, maybe you come from a family where they're not supportive of your growth and your change, and maybe you have to be around them less to begin with until
it's like Eric shows up and Eric's mom goes, "Eric, you're not going to eat my meatballs and my spaghetti. What's wrong with you? Don't you love your mother anymore? You're not going to eat our spaghetti?"
Yeah, and then the guilt, right? So then you feel like you have to eat spaghetti just because you're there, you don't want to hurt your mom, right? So and not everyone is in the mindset of not taking things personally, like your friend with the picture. So so like it kind of comes back around. Depends on the way people gauge that kind of information. Are they going to take it personally or not?
Right.
And the people who are taking your choices personally to heart for them when they have nothing to do with them, that's their issue. That's on them. So it's nothing that you should be internalizing. You should just be deciding, okay, do I want to be around that right now or not? And is that healthy for me right now?
Let me grab, if I could, Allie, what you exactly said. Roger is like on board. Roger's like, Allie, all those charities Gates gives to are just scams, and it's to buy loyalty. Also, yes, we want to break up monopolies. You can't say you're for competition, but say you're against antitrust. So he's literally falling right into your stereotype.
Yeah, it's weird. The more successful, the more hate and the more credulous people are going to be of the person. I think they're going to think that they use tricks to get there. They're going to think that people don't see the hard work that goes into things, I think, and take it at face value. And like I said, I don't know enough about Bill Gates. I see a lot of information saying he might not be a good guy. I know, but I know that as far as his success, he has. Been tried. The government's tried to get at him. People hate him for it. He's a number one target for hate because of it. So so I just think in our culture we like to see some level of success, and we like to see like sports successes. We like to see entertainment industry success, business success. For some reason we don't really put a big premium on it. It makes us angry, I think, and it's weird because for government, I would think that more anger should be targeted at the things that they're not.
It's funny you say that. So if someone's like an entertainer, we're like okay with them. We're like, they're an entertainer. So they can be popular and sell because of their personality. Oh, you have a business? You are clearly evil. Right? You are clearly evil.
And people are like, well, for entertainment, they're like, LeBron deserves to make all that money because people are going out to see LeBron. Fair enough, for sure. But Walmart's making all that money because people love to go to Walmart. That's the same thing. It's not a trick that they're pulling. We're shopping there. So I just don't begrudge anyone any of that success. I think it's great. I think we should have more entrepreneurship and success in this country. I think to try to level it off and hinder people's ability to be successful is problematic, actually.
Well, there we go. So I guess, did we come up with an answer for does society support success? Or no? We didn't really come up with an answer. We just talked about it.
To a degree, in certain kinds of success, I would say. And it's even going back to the, the weight loss thing or any sort of success. No matter what, most of the people are going to support it. But there's going to be some people because they're unsuccessful that are going to hate and want to pull the crabs down into the bucket. So it's hard to gauge. Certain people are going to be for it. Certain people are going to begrudge it. And, you just got to keep your goggles on or whatever those are. You got to not look at that periphery and just
Right.
look kind of cheap.
I feel like the people have asked me, is there a definition for happiness? And I've often said, yeah, I can define happiness. And they say, how? I said, well, you have to have three things. You have to feel respected. You have to feel loved. You have to have purpose. Have those three, you're going to be happy. You go, oh, okay, great. Okay, what about success? And I say success is kind of happiness. Like, I think they're very similar, if that makes any sense, right? But they're very similar. But
I think so.
Whether you're looking for a date or the love of your life, you know where to find us and find them.
The Democrats should take them all in at their houses. It's your idea to have them all over here. So, any spare rooms at Gracie's mansion? Mayor Eric Adams wants to start paying every day New Yorkers to shelter migrants in their homes. As the Big Apple struggles to find beds for thousands of asylum seekers, they're still flooding into the city in his last attempt to battle the ongoing.
This evening on the Rock Newman Show, Black Economics Today, Dr. Claude Anderson discusses his new book, A Black History Reader, 101 Questions You Never Thought to Ask. He'll break down how recent political moves on taxes, judge appointments, and healthcare laws will impact the Black community economically. That's coming up right now on the Rock Newman Show. Welcome to the Rock Newman Show from the campus of historic Howard University, located in the nation's capital. I'm Rock Newman, and it is my desire to inspire you with personal stories of extraordinary achievement. Dr. Claude Anderson's new book, A Black History Reader, is laid out in a question and answer format. It begins with this quote: "The social construct on race was deliberate and permanent. It is so fundamental to the issue of race that the topic cannot be considered in any serious way without understanding it. It is therefore the first question in this book." Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Rock, for inviting me back.
This book, A Black History Reader, 101 Questions You Never Thought to Ask. I'll tell you what I did. I tore up the table of contents. In my estimation, this book is so extraordinarily comprehensive when it examines the issue of Blacks in this country from the beginning of time of this country until now, that it's almost as if I've got to stay away from thinking any one thing is a panacea. But this book right here is, I'll be corny, is the bomb.com. So let me just start here. The Black History Reader, 101 Questions You Thought You'd Never Ask. You never thought to ask, provides answers and solutions to how and why Black people have been consigned to the lowest level of America's ranking order of social and economic acceptability. Now, when I read that, I was like, well, boy, that's a very broad statement. That's a tall order. That's a high challenge there. Then I read the book, and it was like, it absolutely asks and provides answers and solutions. I want people to be aware of this book. I want folks to be aware. Now, it says today, America finds itself embroiled in issues of the Confederacy, slavery, immigration, and a myriad of issues based on race and racism. And it asks the question, why is race such an enduring problem? And your answer is?
For the simple fact that it's the third rail in American society. Nobody wants to touch it. Because see, if they touch it, all of a sudden that obligates white folk to do something in response to the fact that they have maltreated black folk throughout 500 years in this country. And they systematically maldistribute almost 100% of all this nation's resources. That's all the land, wealth, power, resource, privileges, rights, and controls of all levels of government into the hands of dominant white society. And they've been locked in boxes of that, and now they're presently a permanent underclass. And whites don't want to bring that up because that way they have some obligation. And so what they'll do, they'll push back and say, we're not planning on sharing anything with black folk in this country. And that's the dilemma. Nobody wants to address the issues of what they do. They just try to use very broad and ambiguous terms to make black folk disappear and become unnecessary and irrelevant in this society.
Become a versatile and in-demand asset in the workforce with the University of Florida's College of Pharmacy Forensic Science online graduate program, the largest and most prestigious program of its kind in the world. Whether you're a working professional in a crime laboratory, law enforcement agency, pharmaceutical company, or academia, a graduate certificate or master's degree in forensic science can help you stand out in your field. Career opportunities in these specialized areas are in high demand. This program has an established reputation for enhancing the career trajectories of its graduates, and many have gone on to leadership positions across the globe. The program operates entirely online with flexible on-demand courses, so they can be completed anywhere, anytime. Students will learn from award-winning faculty while gaining a foundational knowledge in forensic science, analytics techniques, and laboratory QA/QC. Choose from several focus areas, including forensic DNA and serology, forensic toxicology and forensic drug chemistry, and forensic science. Investigate the possibilities with the Forensic Science Online Graduate Program. Visit our website to learn more.
How many steps should you walk per day to lose 20 pounds? Hyperarch Motion are the only orthopedic shoes that makes walking so comfortable, you'll easily hit that crucial 10,000 steps that helps you lose weight without even thinking about it. Because sure, walking daily is a great way to lose weight. But if your walking shoes aren't supportive, comfortable, and fashionable, you'll be less likely to get those necessary steps in every day. And obviously, orthopedic walking sneakers are great for foot, knee, hip, and back pain. And they're amazing if you spend all day on your feet. But then, why should they look like something your Uncle Frank would wear to the gym? Meet Hyperarch Motion, the orthopedic walking sneakers that complement any outfit while also preventing foot pain in 9 different ways. 1. The unique rocker-shaped outsole is perfect for walking because it absorbs and reduces pressure along the foot as it progresses through the heel-to-toe motion, rocking you forward gently to save you energy. 2. The extra soft air cushion wheel absorbs pressure from walking to protect your heels and joints, keeping your feet energized and free from fatigue. 3. The soft cushioned heel section secures your foot for added stability when you walk, so your heels won't twist or make a wrong move, allowing you to walk more frequently each day and lose weight easier. 4. The stretchy and breathable fabric is extra breathable to make it more comfortable to walk outside when it's hot. Plus, this material adapts to your foot to accommodate any foot shape, even with bunions. 5. The unique wave-shaped arch support midsole distributes pressure evenly across your feet, improving the alignment of your entire body to help with conditions like plantar fasciitis and back pain. 6. The wide toe box gives your toes extra room to move, so you can avoid friction and prevent irritation, making walking feel amazing. 7. The Hyper Grip pattern. TPR outsole provides great stability even on wet surfaces, preventing slips and falls. 8. The dual layer Rememory foam arch. Support insole cushions every step, holding and protecting your arches for incredible comfort. And lastly, the discreet elastic pull tab makes Hyperarch Motion extra easy to slip on and take off, even with reduced mobility. We worked with expert shoe designers from Switzerland, using feedback from thousands of women who wanted to walk more often to lose weight. And we designed the one orthopedic walking sneaker that does it all. With 6 colors to choose from, now you can finally get therapeutic footwear that helps you lose weight while also upgrading your style. Finally, here's an orthopedic walking shoe that you'll actually want to show off to your friends. You're seeing this video because we want to offer you 60% off on your first pair of HyperArch Motion today with free delivery and a free 45-day wearer trial, plus free and easy returns. To get yours, simply scan the QR code on the screen with your phone camera and click the link that pops up, or go to walk20poundsoff.com to order today. But hey, don't take it from us. Take it from some of our customers who are already wearing the HyperArch Motion sneakers. We spent years obsessing over every little detail to make sure your feet will feel amazing as soon as you order. And hey, we know that buying shoes online can be challenging. That's why we're offering you a 45 days wear test on every new pair of HyperArch Motion that you buy today. It's so easy. Simply tap to order and try it at home for 45 days. If for any reason you're not completely satisfied with how they feel, we'll send you a return label and give you a full refund. And that's on us, which means you have basically zero risk.
You know, I'm going to go past the question of how is it that blacks are always on the bottom. I'm going to go past that because in your answer there, you to a certain extent, you just answered it.
That's right. See, the 98, 99.5% of everything of value in the country is maldistributed into everybody's hand except black folk. Black folk have been locked into only one half or 1% of anything of value in this country now for over 460 years. It is impossible, Rock, in comparative and theoretical terms, for blacks to be a competitive people. Can't be done. You can't make it off of 1% in a nation that is it is a competitive society where people are competing. They can't compete. What are they going to compete with?
You asked the probing question. How is it that black civil rights, the black civil rights era, produced more gains for other class groups than the intended beneficiary, blacks?
For a very simple reason, and that is through inherited wealth. See, I just told you a few minutes ago that 99% of everything was contributed and was maldistributed into the hands of the dominant white society. But now 87% of it is frozen, locked in there. It's locked into the dominant white society, into their trust accounts, banks, institutions, universities, communities, and their culture. The black folk cannot get access to it. That's why the present administration, like with Trump, one of the first things they're going to focus on is inherited laws, change the tax structure, so they can pass on all these rights and benefits into their offsprings. And black folk, on the other hand, are going to be confronted by white kids, for instance, a white child gets 87% of what he needs to be a competitive individual in our society at birth. As soon as he hits the air in the hospital, he gets 87% because everything he needs is in the white society. He can get access to it anytime he wants. But the black child, on the other hand, he can't compete because when he's born in that same hospital, there's nothing inheritable that he can gain. So it was everything that the blacks have been focusing on for the last 100 years is not inheritable. Food stamps, welfare, public housing, and a job, you cannot inherit it. So the black child is non-competitive. He can't compete with a white child. So in the morning, even if he wants a job, he got to dress up and go to a white neighborhood or somebody else's neighborhood try to look for a job. It's impossible. He can't compete. That's why he's a permanent underclass.
You say permanent underclass, which begs the question: will the issue of is there any hope that the issue of race will ever be resolved in this country?
I think there's a very, very slight chance that it can be resolved, but it's going to be up to black folks to do it. See, because they're going to be pushed back from the dominant society. Because they got a social construct that excludes black folk, and so so later on you can ask me about it. The key is going to be how black folk classify themselves. See, first of all, black folk got to classify themselves as native blacks. Make sure there's a distinct difference between a black coming from Africa and a black coming from the Caribbean. Native blacks. That means people that were born and raised in this country 400 or 500 years ago. That are peculiar to this. That's it. And if you focus on that, then say, now, what is special about those native blacks? Then you have to say, they are exceptional people. Black people in America are exceptional, they're special people. Now, we have politicians running around the country every day talking about America is an exceptional nation. and because America is a exception nation based on the fact that they have a democracy, so it'll be the cradle of democracy, and that they have the most liberal immigration policies, and that people can vote, do all these kind of things. So they said, therefore, the American political entity is supposed to be an exception, and therefore they should be given special favors among all the nations of the world. What I say is that if that's true, then Black people in America are exceptional people. They're an exception within an exception, because nobody's been treated like Black folk. You keep talking about this is a land of immigrants. And see, but Black folk are only non-immigrants. You can't keep bringing immigrants into the country over Black folk and giving them special benefits in that terms. That's why Blacks can compete. And can I take about a minute to get these points out for you? See, there are 4 or 5 things. They're right now debating the DACA immigration law. That's going to be the death knell of Black folk. That's going to be the nail in the coffin for Black folk. Because see, this nation set up its first immigration laws in 1790. It says this is an immigrant nation, and any people of the world that can pass for like whites can come here and get special benefits. They can come here and get it, but the only people that can't get it are Black folk. And then everybody was invited to come here. That's how they now distribute all the resources. And they started out by putting most of the resources on the land, which Black couldn't get. But let me go back to this.
Can I stop you there? Because I want you to take that further. Okay. So most progressives, to use that term, when they look at the policies of this particular administration that's in power right now, Republicans control the White House, the Senate, and Congress, and you talk about DACA, the sense is that most progressives, most Black folks want to do, quote unquote, the humane thing, and make sure that those that are born here have rights and are not exported. And their parents are put out of the country. So are you on the other side of that argument?
No. What I'm saying is that to do that, it is unjustifiable. It's illegal and unconstitutional. It's the worst form of injustice being committed against Black folk, because what you're violating is Black folks' rights. But see, you cannot see the 13th Amendment. See, let's go back for a second. The 13th Amendment came into existence after the Civil War. It says very clearly that it mandates that Black folk be treated in all manners similar to whites in this nation. Now, but immigration policies and bringing in immigrants only negatively impact Black folk. It's not impacting anybody else. Black folk are the only injured parties by immigration. Then you go to the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment says that Black, remember the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, those things were written for Black folk, that Black folk must have due process and equal protection of the law. If Black folk are the only people being negatively impacted by immigrants, you would violate their 14th Amendment. There should be all kind of lawsuits right now raised by Black folk. And then the Civil Rights Law of 1865 and 1866 said very specifically, that every level of government is mandated to use all necessary means to lift the badges and incidents of slavery off the shoulders of Black folk. Now here you are bringing all these immigrants over Black folk. And here's what you do when you bring them all into Black folk, because you do the same thing they did in 1790 when they brought in all these immigrants. You bring a million immigrants over Black folk from Europe, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, Northern Europe. You brought them in over Black folk. When you bring in immigrants, here's what happened. You got Black folk that are branded. They don't get any benefits for being in this country. They're branded as being slaves. They get zero benefits. Now, they're not immigrants. Now, watch on the other side. Now, when immigrants come in, watch the benefits they get. They go past Black folk at 200 miles an hour, passing. That's why in all these cities, in Chocolate City, they do better right here in Chocolate City. Now, they're underneath the immigrants. Immigrants that come in the country, they get a point over Black folk for being an immigrant. Blacks are the only non-immigrant. 2, they all are classified as whites. The Arabs, Asians, Hispanics, all been reclassified as whites. Even American Indians back in the 1890s became classified as whites. They get a point. That's the second point. They get over Black folk in getting access to resources and benefits. The third thing they get the benefits for being put into a minority category. They're classified as minorities over Black folk. Thirdly, they come in with a culture that they can establish a culture, and they can now build businesses, industries, and relate back to their homeland. And lastly, what they can do, they also bring in a religious aspect and business opportunities for their people. Black folk get nothing. and they can come in and take and dominate black folk. That's why right now black folk have been buried as an underclass. That's why in this Black History Reader, you look at the second question, it'll show you that the last statistics that came out from the United States Department of Labor says that everybody's over black folk. Black folk have not moved one iota in 150 years. They're still on the bottom, underneath the society and outside of it.
You said something earlier in an answer where you said that you talked about native blacks. And so that clearly sounds as if you are delineating native blacks versus someone that comes here from Bermuda or Jamaica or wherever they may come from. That's black.
That's right.
And the purpose of that is what? Because you're on the surface, it would be like, hey, everybody here that's black gets treated a certain way. Why are you making that delineation?
That is an excellent point. You know why? Because you see, those people coming in from Jamaica or coming in from Africa, they have not been treated like black folk in this country. That's the first thing. And secondly, historically, they haven't had those historical spirits. They come in here voluntarily. They come in here, they bring some cultural aspects from Africa. They can go back anytime they want. But the black people in this country are exceptional people. Nobody's been mistreated, maltreated like them. Black folk are exceptional. They're the only people that came here out forcefully. One. Two, they're the only people that denied their humanity. Three, they were the only people that denied a right to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Four, they were the only people that denied the right to participate in government. Five, they were the only people that denied the right to vote. Six, they were the only people that denied the right to have an education. Seven, they were the only people that denied the right to have a business. Eight, they were the only people that participated in every war that this country has had since its founding, but whose mother country has never been against this country. All those immigrants come from countries where they fought America, and they came in. And the seven, that they're the oldest and most patriotic people in the country. Not the Confederates in the South. They're not the most patriotic people waving the Confederate flag. The most patriotic people in this country are black people, native blacks, because you see 99% of all those blacks have been direct descendants of slaves. They've been here before 99% of all the other people ever arrived in this country. They are special people. And because they're special people, they need to be recognized, appreciated, and reparated for what they've done in this country and building this country. They're the ones that built the bridges, the roads, cut the timber, the trees, and cleared the land, raised the tobacco, cotton, indigo. They're the people that fought great in every war to protect this country. The people coming from Africa or coming from Jamaica didn't. They came here voluntarily. And the most important point on this is if you lump them with black folk, then you give the dominant white society a justification to say we don't owe black folk anything. Mm-hmm. Because you see, the blackness black people's blackness is more than just color. It is their heritage, it's their history, it's their code of conduct, and more importantly, it is their badge of honor, and it's what it symbolizes the indebtedness this country has to them. This country does not have an indebtedness to people coming from Africa. They don't have an indebtedness to people coming in from the Bahamas. If you lump black folk in there, you deprive black folk of the benefit, the debt that's owed them. Don't do that.
You are spitting fire. Let's keep going here, and I want to deal with some of the historical aspects of all of what you're talking about. Okay. But something that is what is 50-year history, for example, is Martin Luther King's colorblind dream. Did his and the civil rights movements focus on integration and having the ability to sit at the counter with the dominant society and open up a lot of doors where there was obviously very clear legalized discrimination to knock down those barriers? Did that take the focus off of blacks' rights?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And let me go back before you get to the back of what Martin Luther picked up. And Martin Luther King and the civil rights leader, they did the best they could at that particular time. What they thought was right, but they didn't look far enough down the road, and they got bamboozled and tricked. Because you see, the initial decision in the suit that was filed for what you all might call social integration, the civil rights movement, was filed in McClinton, South Carolina. And what those black folk filed for, they filed for desegregation. And what desegregation means, we don't have what Anderson talks about. We don't control those resources. We don't have any resources. And so what was happening with Clinton, South Carolina back in 1948, when that lawsuit was filed, those black kids were walking to school in a dirt road in the rain and snow trying to get to school. They when they got to school, they didn't have the same privileges in those schools. Like in North Carolina, I was from South Carolina, North Carolina, where we spent the first week of school every year cleaning up old textbooks, old materials, and used stuff that was coming from the white schools. Whites got all the new materials. They got all the fabric and the tools, the machinery, technology. We got the used, broken down. They had to fix it up. Spend the first week of school with big erasers, cleaning up the books and putting tape on them. The white kids had swimming pools in their schools. We didn't have swimming pools. We used to have to go down and dam up the creek to swim. And so, then plus, and more importantly, the white kids rode the buses. We walked. And the worst part was that the state was giving something like about $12 for every white child to go to school, but only $1.50 for a black child to go to school. What the Clinton, South Carolina people were saying is that we won't have equal control of the resources. If you began to maldistribute in the 1790s to everybody but us, we won't have our fair share of it. And so they went to the courts, and it wound up going to the Supreme Court by 1954. At that point, what black folk wanted was to have equal treatment. Blacks had miraculously acquired a lot of communities. They had bars, professional football teams, baseball teams. We had a lot. We had our own business land. We had some land there. And by 1920, black folk had acquired about 20 million acres of land in this country that they had to buy. White folks didn't buy their land; they got it free on land grants. And so when Martin Luther came along, what he says is that now, what will end up is he triggered it by simply saying, the best thing we can do for blacks in this country is eradicate anything that reflects blackness. Let's move now to let's sanitize everything. Let's get rid of all aspects of blackness. That means decent. So they changed it to social integration. Social integration is a weakening process. But if I start putting cream in a coffee, I'm not making the coffee any stronger. I'm weakening it. If I put water in gasoline, I'm weakening it. So when Martin Luther came in, he picked it up and he started saying, what we want is to show white folk that we are acceptable, and we can be and to take the focus off our blackness. And when that started, they were successful. Then the black leadership gave up and say, hey, we can't do it anymore, so we'll just go with what we call benign neglect and political correctness, which make black folk disappear. And that way nobody has to focus on the black issues anymore. And when Martin Luther took the focus off of black folk and put it on socially disadvantaged, they was twisted over and merged into and morphed into what you call political correctness for everybody. And so therefore they corrupted and distorted the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, those civil rights laws. Those laws were written specifically and solely for black people. And that all these immigrants have no rights. There's no justification for it.
Okay, so we certainly have the luxury of hindsight now and doing not Monday morning quarterback, but 50 years later quarterbacking, So what should have been the focus to achieve a status for black folks that would have prevented 50 years later there being a permanent underclass?
Oh, Rock, you just asked. You always ask some beautiful questions. That's right on target. That's what they should have done in the civil rights movement. Say first, before we do anything, before we start talking about social integration, let's go back and identify what was the primary purpose of slavery. What was the primary purpose? Yeah. The primary purpose of slavery was to classify blacks, strip them of their humanity, and to make them classify them as 3/5 of the human being, and classify them as property. And so, and therefore, and it started with property that anybody can own, and they'd be no different than any other property. Mm-hmm. And that's why George Washington says that starting this new nation, the wealth would be embedded, starting first with land. And so George Washington said in that case, in owning property, George Washington says to give me 100,000 acres of free land. Thomas Jefferson said, if you give him 100,000 acres of free land, give me 100,000 acres of free land. Mm-hmm. Patrick Henry says, I want 65,000 acres of free land. Every white immigrant coming to the country can pick up 650 acres of free land, and then they get another 150 acres for every slave he owned. And so, and then the bottom line, the railroads picked up something like about 24 million acres of free land across the nation. Everybody got free land except black folk. And if
you just stop there, the basis for building foundational wealth
is in land. And see, and blacks couldn't even get 40 acres of land. Blacks couldn't get free land because land was property and blacks were classified as property. So they passed things like fugitive slave laws saying you are property. You're no different from the land. And they set up a thing called the American Dream, which you hear all these politics. The American Dream was anybody coming from any place around the world, from the Middle East, from Asia, Africa, coming to America, and they can get what's called the American Dream. They're still doing it right now. That's what the doctor is. They come to this country looking for it. And the American Dream is unearned benefits. Slavery was unearned benefits. So they come to this country right now getting unearned benefits, but black folk can't get them. And that's how they go right past black folk. And it is illegal, unconstitutional, but nobody's raised that issue in all these discussions about immigration. Nobody says that black folk are being negatively impacted. They got all these programs for immigrants.
Yeah.
They go around and say, we're going to give immigrants Social Security, welfare, public housing, all that. But you're not going to give it to black folk.
Yeah. So I don't think we fully completed is your idea of what civil rights was, what should have been happening.
Let me go back to that. Mm-hmm. So what the first thing they should have done was say, what we first going to do is go back and correct the purpose and address the purpose of slavery. Mm-hmm. What was the purpose of slavery? The purpose of slavery was to handicap a specific a group of people and handicap them and hold them while we provide benefits to everybody else. So what they first thing should have done is say, if this nation is maldistributed 100% of all the land, resource, businesses, income, privileges, rights, and controls of the government to the white society. That's the first thing we must address. We must go back and look at that and address it. And they never did that. Even when they came out of slavery, that there was no wealth. Blacks had no wealth. The average white person coming out at the beginning of end of slavery had 3,500 times more wealth than blacks. Black folk have never owned and controlled anything greater than 1/2 of 1%. That means that in present terms of law, even today, it hasn't changed since slavery. That the right now in this country, we got something like about 500 to 600 white billionaires. We got over 500 to 600 white billionaires in this country, and I think 2 or 3 of them has more wealth than all 44 million black folk put together. Black folk can't compete; they don't own and control any wealth. Everything from Boston to San Diego, California, all the land, resources, business, trucks, airlines, anything made that belongs to whites. Blacks only control 0. That's why right now 38% of the black folk in America are beneath the poverty line. You got about another third sitting right on the poverty line. They lose their house and their car, and they can't compete. As a matter of fact, if black folk own sold such a small amount of wealth in this country, and if whites were to stop in racism tomorrow, and it would take black folk another 238 years to catch up with where white folk are today in terms of wealth ownership. 2 white men right now own more wealth than all 44 million black folk. How can you compete in a society where you own and control nothing? And the only thing they've given you is things that are non-inheritable, and it's like a real life monopoly game. If you don't own and control the land going around the board, you can't own the water company or the railroads. You own nothing. You're gonna either go bankrupt or you're going to jail.
You know, you've mentioned different times here. You talk about going into the schools. What you did for the first week or whatever it was to clean up the old books that you got from. That were hand-me-downs. And I went to a segregated elementary school, and I did. Yeah, absolutely. And I remember that we had the books that had come down from the school just up the street from where we were.
See, that's not right, Doc. Rock.
So, it felt as if there was a foundation at this all-black elementary school that was trying to lift us up with education. So the question is, has education been a equalizer for blacks?
No. It's been an equalizer for everybody but black folk. And the amazing part about that is that black folk right now hold the greatest academic achievement on the earth. See, they're all doing slavery for 360 years, and I never heard anybody talk about this on the Fox channels or these white redneck conservatives say this. But the problem is that in this country, they talk about how ignorant black folk are. They never say that, yes, if black folk are ignorant, it was imposed ignorance. Ignorance that was imposed on them. For 360 years, it was against the law to be caught teaching a black person to read and write. It'll cost you 39 lashes and $100 to teach a black person to read and write. And that was all the way up to 1860s. And so in 1860, when blacks came out of slavery, You got to understand, 96% of black folk in America cannot read and write. But guess what? The immigrants coming into the country, the white people classified white immigrants coming to the country, they had a 96% ignorant rate too, illiteracy rate. And so, but between 1865 and 1895, black folk reduced their illiteracy rate from almost 196% all the way down to 40-some%. And they did it by themselves basically. They hold a record of achievement. Nobody in the history of the world has ever come out of slavery and be able to reduce their illiteracy rate by in half in 30-year time period. But what happened really didn't benefit black folk. And by 1950, as an example, black folk never got the benefits of getting an education. There were no benefits to track their education, educational achievement. That's why the white teachers were working twice to 3 times more than a black teacher in the 1950s. In the 1950s, a black teacher with a college education and teaching degree, he could only earn 50% of half of what a white high school dropout was earning. Because the benefits for education never followed black folk. That's why right now I got all these black folk going to school, Howard University, all this universities, coming out with master's degrees, but they don't master anything. They got master degree, but master nothing. And I see half of them working at McDonald's and Burger King in the window with college degrees because they don't have a community, they have no wealth base, they have no businesses, so they're still dependent on other people to use their education. And to use their education, the white society puts the value of that education. You can have a doctor's degree, but I'm gonna pay you what I want to pay you because you have no place else to use it. And consequently, the benefits of getting an education have never tracked black folk like it tracks everybody else.
I have a rather explosive question to ask you. You touch on it, but I want to ask you this way. As we think about it, I do not know of a population of people that have been so taught to hate who they are and from whence they came as African, as black, as blacks. I'm going to use your term.
Okay.
Native blacks.
Right.
So there is hatred and distrust within the community. There is hatred of blacks just as an observer, more so than any other population of people by large societies of people around the world. Now, there are a lot of reasons that hatred is generated in part because of how the culture is exported, how blacks are seen through in so many negative ways through culture. So we observe all of that, but I'm asking you, the PhD, is for you to weigh in on why there is such hatred towards black people.
Again, there are about 4 basic reasons why they hate black folk. And a lot of it springs from our inappropriate behavior patterns to justify it. The initial reason why the dominant white society and other groups who are against black folk is because in their culture in Europe, that black folk typified just the opposite of them. When people look in the mirror, people always love that which is closest to them, and white people look in the mirror and says, we're whites and they're blacks in color. So therefore, what am I going to love? They're going to love themselves first. And they love, so that therefore whiteness became to symbolize goodness, fairness, angelical, honesty, everything you name, something that's valued. They valued white skin because they had white skin. Blacks, on the other hand, signify things just the opposite. Things that were evil, dirty, odious, devilish, foolish, and ignorant. And so that was the first thing that began on black folk. The second thing that began to handicap black folk is once they enslaved black folk, they branded them. Slavery branded black folk because in those European countries, in the Asian countries, they had codes of conduct that says anytime somebody offends you or your family, you're blind, or you have an obligation to defend yourself and fight. In Europe and in Asia, they had what's called dueling. You got with swords and dueling, fought it out. Or in the United States, in the West, they had shootouts, cowboys going out in gunfights because you defended them. But see, black folk never defended themselves. And what whites said in their psyche is there's no honor in being a slave. There's nothing, and so consequently, if you allow anybody else to enslave you for 460 years, We have no respect for you, no appreciation for you. We don't value you. And the last thing they did was say that now is that because you let us do this to you, we hate you because for the last thing is because you're weak people. You spend all your time trying to get along with us. There was a white doctor in about 1850 says, in one speech, he says, real racist white guy, he says, don't ever worry about black folk. They'll never come after you and take up arms against you. All they want to do is be at your beck and call, to be a hand servant, to wait on us, to help us, to comfort us.
The most forgiving people on
most forgiving person on earth. He says you're always forgiving, compromising, acquiescing, and going on kissing on people trying to get along with you and being acceptable. And that's what happened with the whole civil rights movement. And so now these civil rights leaders always want to
Quiet. Shut up. They have us. Run.
Are you out of your mind? He's not going to make it.
He has to. Listen, do not protect me. I define pace. Look at me. All the gold we want is right there. Oh, I just came here for knowledge.
I'm coming.
I know.
Get over here.
Now,
Breach the seal. Get us through that door.
by three they come. By three they way opens. Blood showing. This doesn't make any sense. Blood is the key. Blood is the key! What? What did you do with you? Go! So, it says that the blood of the willing goes.
You gotta be kidding me!
It worked! We have to help him!
He's dead already. Oh well, cheer up. Gold splits matter 3 ways instead of 4. Must be hidden here somewhere. Read this.
By three they come, by three thy way opens, by the blood of them willing. Hail, hail the Creator. Oh, hail the daughter of. Oh no.
What about the coin? What does it say?
This is forbidden. This is a summoning. I cannot speak. Don't lie to me.
We came here for treasure. What is this place?
I don't know. Maybe it's a temple. Or a tomb. Or... It's a gate. Blood is the key. From the abyss, we seek thy salvation. By three they come, by three thy way opens. By the blood of the willing, we call thee home. Open your eyes. There is no light here. You came to the darkness for knowledge. Yes. And all the knowledge you seek is here. Surrender. Speak the words. Call her home. By three, they come. By three, thy way opens. By the blood of the willing, we call thee home. Daughter of hatred, creator of sanctuary, Mother, save us.
You know what time it is? Hold on. I started recording this around 60 seconds, so we're gonna do 2 parts. That's not bad.
Sanctuary was never meant for humankind. It was forged as a refuge from the war between the high heavens and the burning hells. Instead, it became a new battleground in this eternal conflict. A secretive group called the Haradrim has kept mortals safe. But now this once powerful order is a husk of what it was. And Sanctuary's ancient creators have returned to claim the hearts of humankind. This is the story of their downfall. Another abandoned town.
Demons. Everywhere. Flames in the dark.
It bit me!
Careful. He's a wild one.
I can't do that here.
Also in difficult climb. This madman just stumbled into town and started causing trouble.
Demons spilling from the ruins. Kill us all. Kill us all.
Ruins? What is he talking about?
Come, I'll explain. There is evil staring in the ruins to the north. That poor monk back there must have gone inside. Even a holy man like him was taken mad by whatever he saw.
These will keep you safe.
Could you protect us from whatever is out there? We have nowhere else to turn.
No one should not fear. I will cleanse the old ruins of evil.
Truly? Oh, thank you.
Yo, 3 hours is the time that this app required me to play before I got paid. Yo, I promise you, this is probably the easiest money that I've ever made. Like literally getting paid to play games on the phone. And just 3 hours. You know what I'm saying, which is insane. The more I play, the more rewards I receive. And the thing is, you can play at your own pace. You don't have to play the whole day or play every minute on the minute. You don't have to do any of that at all. The more you play, the more you get paid, the more rewards you earn. Very simple, very easy, man. 3 hours. Crazy.
Okay, quiet on set, please. Here we go.
My name is Yvonne Orgy, and this is my perfect 10. What's the girl gotta do to get service around here? Hello? I'm a child in Marin. We didn't stay at hotels. It was six of us. We stayed at your auntie's house. So, the hotel that I'm loving at the moment is the Siam Hotel. And at that, I stayed at one of the rooms that overlook the river. And so you walk in and then you have like a pool and then there's a terrace. And it's like a boutique hotel. It's like a family owns it. And I met the matriarch. She was live. I was like, ma'am, somebody's getting married here. Hopefully it's me. I don't know who the husband's going to be, but I'm going to get married. When I do travel, though, I do like to find boutique hotels. If they're Black owned, I'm like, hello, even better, because you know the food's going to be good. Okay. Before every trip, I go to the store, I buy my snacks, plantain chips, granola bars, Inca corn, and I pack all of that with me, and then I put them in front of the mini bar, and let them figure it out. But I'm actually about to take it. I am so excited. Go to San Pedro. I am staying at Mahogany Bay. There's this private beach club, and you're just like in overwater bed over the ocean. It's gonna be a vibe. I'm so ready. And the food is going to be fire. I apologize to my trainer now. I'm gonna set us back a whole month. But you know what? We're here. We're one of those. and I made these decisions. So the first thing I do when I get to my room is I take a video of the room because I know I'm going to share it on the group chat. Then I go find the robe. I like a fluffy robe. I want to feel like a warm hug. If it has a balcony, I'm sitting outside. Ooh, getting that fresh air, that sea breeze. Oh, God, it's good. The Shangri-La in Paris. I heard it's very romantic. Direct views of the Eiffel Tower. Get wine and dine at the Shangri-La and fall in love. Sugar Beach in St. Lucia was pretty fun. When I tell you the whole resort was jamming, I'm talking like the wait staff, the guests, everybody was there. And then it's funny because the next day we would see the staff and they were like, oh, you were the one body roll. And I was like, I sure was. How are you? I would also love I take hotel slippers from the hotel I'm at. You can bring them back home and then they can be your guest slippers for your home. So you're like, oh, this is nice. I'm like, yes, it's from the Marriott. Top tip, make friends with the bartender at the East Hotel because the drinks are. Plus, next to the bar, they actually have live music there. Thank me later, if you remember. We're in Bali getting a 4-hands massage because, baby, it is like synchronized swimming on your body. And then you just get into the water and you just thank God that this is the life you get to live. Which one to bring up now? Oh, back.
Cats really know how to do less. Be more like your cat. Try Outstretch by Fresh Step. Absorbs 50% more.
and lasts 50% longer, so you can change it less often. Outstretch.
You've returned.
The old ruins are clear. Your town should be safe now.
Truly. Ha! By the light, you are heaven sent. Oh, I'm so sorry. We haven't any coin to offer. But we have hot stew, good company, and...
Stay for a pint.
Wash out the taste of the stew. We'd be honored if you'd join us.
Our savior.
My mother's blood, my mother's body. So shall you witness her glory before you die. Not ready yet.
They're coming! The whole damn village! Get up! Get up! We have to fight our way out! There! Take them!
May the light preserve us.
That was all of them. Tonight willing. Madman. Those heretics drugged me after I returned from the ruins. Just like you. I came to my wits and escaped. Tried to get inside the chapel, but it was locked and... What manner of evil is this? Petals of blood?
They must have fed them to me.
A blasphemous ritual. How did they learn this? Perhaps the answer lies in the chapel. They kept it locked up for a reason. The key might be on that woman who was leading them.
One deployment is about to begin.
Blood vessels, like the ones I was fed. Is this real?
Then attack and destroy the core. The mission is about to begin. All pilots, prepare to attack.
Leave it to me. I'll make this look good. Get ready to launch.
Shameful. Our Father has granted you a path to salvation. And yet, you stray from it at every opportunity. You drink, and gamble, you covet, and steal. Shameful.
Sin is their birthright. My children. The lords of hell are coming to devour our world. Salvation lies not in the night, but in you. The faith has taught you to deny your heart's desire and turned you into a prisoner within yourself. Break the chains and discover who you were meant to be. Break the chains and be beautiful in sin.
Resist! Resist her temptation! Honey, it's me. I brought your child into this world. They have awakened.
The first of many. Go to the dry steps and continue your preparations. Now, our true work begins.
You came to thank the light. You collapsed inside. I thought the darkness had swallowed you. I dragged you over and put this cursed place to the torch. What happened to you in there?
Vision. A horned demon. She said the words of hell are coming. She wanted to help the people survive.
Help them?
I must report to the cathedral. Listen, there is a hamlet to the northeast. A man of questionable loyalty, but he knows of the forbidden. He might be useful to us. Bring him to the cathedral in Kyokushan, and you will be in the light's favor. If you'll go to trespass into my home, that's quite the story. I wish it wasn't true, but it is. Why did I have that vision?
Thank those friendly villagers. They gave you the blood of Lilith.
1 minute remains. Now
The blood of a demon. Not just any demon. The daughter of hatred. The mother of sanctuary. She was banished ages ago. But this world is her creation. It was prophesied she would come back. What does she want? That's the question. Sanctuary has always been trapped amid the eternal conflict. A war between angels and demons. But Lilith serves neither side. She has her own plans for us. And me, am I corrupted? Not sure, yes. But you two share a connection. What will you do about it? Use it. Find out what she's after. Good. Then we're in this together. Rest while you can. Then we'll start to kill the shot. If we can't stop Lilith, we'll all be damned. Short forms. No. Fleshly times. Easy kill. Little soft friendliness. They're spreading. Let's see this. Never thought I'd live to see all that. The angel in Arius. I'm sure you've heard the Cathedral of Light babbling about that Holy Father. Well, he's real. An angel walks among us. And when he learns that Lilith is here, blood will flow. They are ancient enemies. They'll drag the whole damn world into their feud unless we can stop it. Let's not linger. Kiyoshad lies just ahead.
Hold. To enter the city, we must have enough time for this.
Are you ready? We're dropping you back now.
To enter Kiyoshad, you must perform a cleansing ritual. This gesture, some people say comforting.
How dare you?
Just let him through, lad. I've tried for years to get Lorak to do the ritual.
Fine, but this one stays.
On the inside.
Take a piece of holy cedar wood from the shrine and inscribe it with the seal which troubles you. Then cast it into the branch. As the fire burns the wood, so too will the light burn away your sin.
This is a waste of time.
Did you say something? You must feel as though a great weight has been lifted from you. Welcome to Kyobashi.
So, what did you write on this piece of work? I bet you didn't write anything to me.
matters little to life. I'm off to the dry steps in search of that pale man from your vision. I must know what part he plays in all this. But first, I need you to retrieve something of mine while I finish my negotiations. A merchant in the center of the city has it. Just tell me what I sent you. Tattoos, swagger, cloudy eyes. Just put things.
Of course we won. I'm here, aren't I?
Good work, everyone.
So the old man's finally decided to fight back.
Knowing him, he didn't mention oil, did he?
If he wants his weapon, you need to pay.
Wait, the old man sold you this too. He said he didn't need it anymore, right? And I think he wants it back all the same. No charge.
Apologies. He also gave me this amulet. What is it? The mark of their Rhetoric. An ancient order of scholars and mages, sworn to protect sanctuary from demons. These days, we are few in number. There is another Rhetoric. Dolan. His breadth of knowledge about demons is equal only to his hubris.
Sounds like he could help us.
You should seek him out in Scotland. But don't forget about the cathedral. They'll be expecting you, and they might prove to be useful allies too.
You're not coming with me.
I'm going to the dry steps to find out who that pale man is. Join me when you can, just be careful. Your ties to Lilith, the visions you see. You are the key to finding her and stopping whatever she has planned. Sometimes our paths in life are set to collide. We just don't know it. Whether it is by accident or fate's hand, there is nothing we can do about it. The wanderer lost in the storm, fed the blood of Lilith, saved by a lone monk. Different lives and incidents drawn together. By what? Destiny? Or some greater power pulling the strings? I did not know. But at the time, I thought I had the chance to protect humanity from the daughter of hatred. The Wanderer's connection to her gave me hope. Imagine that.
born in sin, children of darkness. The Father's light can be sought through penitence and faith. Walk in the light.
We must be ever vigilant against sin, brother.
Yes, Reverend Mother.
Let the light of Venarius burn away wickedness. Let not temptation lead you from his holy radiance. Let righteousness sear away corruption and sin. Cast out thy darkness, for only light must remain.
Cast out thine darkness, for only light must remain.
Is this the one from the west?
Yes, Reverend Mother. Did Lorath not accompany you?
He sent me on without him.
Putting faith in that old man was a mistake. What could possibly be of greater import?
Lilith. So, you know. We have received word from one of our knights of a demon sighting in Vale Valley. The description matches too closely to the sighting in the west. If you would travel to Yelesna and take stock of events there, you would have the gratitude of the Cathedral of Light. I had thought to send Lorath, but
Again, he fails in his duty.
with or without Lorath, the will of Venarius shall be done. Here, take the knight's report before you go.
Reverend Lord, received a report of a potential demon sighting. Horned woman near Yelesna Mines. Performed routine inspection. Nothing yet. Sent in priest and escort of knights. We'll report in when we find something.
do you need? Prava sent me. I'm looking for Vigo. You and that nuisance of a child both. Girl's been nagging us about a demon woman all week. Vigo's gone, looking into her claims. He should be at the mining camp north of here. All escort of knights went missing there last week, along with the girl's mother and another woman. Watch yourself out there. More strangers at the camp. Are you Vigo? Like you said.
I know what I saw. She had horns like a beast. Strode right past where you stand. I think my mother's trapped in there with her. You let my mother through, sir. Shouldn't you be responsible for her safety?
We have soldiers stationed inside.
You should be worried about them, too. Maybe you can help me.
She did. The horned woman is the demon Lilith.
No, that can't be. My mother taught me that name. You speak of the daughter of hatred.
Did Prava mention me? She wasn't angry, was she?
There's more than your job at stake here.
Come on. Let's get this over with.
The damn hoist is stuck. We've got to go on foot. Look out!
That's my mother's charm on my wrist.
It's mine now, girl. She gave it to me when I left her. Keep close. Maybe we should go back. Round up the knights.
And leave my mother in Lilith's care for as long as that will take? No. Going on.
Beams are too damn old. Leaves.
about this place anyway? What would draw Lilith here?
I know. Brother doesn't tell us anything. No one goes in, nothing comes out. That's all. No lift. The jam must be deeper down. What?
Over here. I can squeeze through to the other side.
Wait, hold on. And there she goes. Enemies approaching. Nowhere to go. The fight's coming to us this time.
I need time to prepare.
Why would your mother leave you like that?
She wouldn't. Or she shouldn't have. I'm sure she had
Damn mind's giving in.
over there. An opening.
Go! The tunnel's closed. We're trapped without the hoist.
Look, there she is. That statue. It's her. The way I saw her.
Lilith.
We need to find my mother.
Over there, the hoist. At last, I'll ride out. The sleigh. What happened? We need reinforcements.
No, we can.
What was that?
It came from beyond the gate.
The escort. They're all dead. Over there.
The woman. Dijo. It was one of the women you sent. She wasn't human. She was a demon. Like the statue. Claimed she mothered sanctuary. It was a temple on Beth.
The other woman, Vinod. Where is she?
She begged for her life. Well, I spared her. Let her deeper in. Give up, girl. She's lost. Useless. People did nothing. Spells. Prayers. All useless. Go to Corva. Tell Flo. Raise the army. The father. Evil itself mocks sanctuary. Do this for me.
He's dead.
I'm done for. Your mother told me this trinket would bring good fortune. To think I trusted her.
She bribed you with it, didn't she? You weren't supposed to let her through at all. But it's not too late. She can still be saved.
Not by me. Not anymore. Prava will know what to do.
You're leaving us? Abandoning her?
There's nothing left to abandon. She's good as dead. I'm sorry, kid.
He really just left us. It's up to us now. Lilith can't be too far.
What is this?
How your mind races. Yes, I am Lilith, mother of sanctuary.
Daughter of hatred.
I have what you seek. You hunger for knowledge. You dragged your child all over sanctuary in pursuit of it.
No, I taught her how to survive.
Is that what you want to believe? Drop the act. You have questions. I have answers. I know the fabric of the cosmos.
Everything I've read has warned me against you.
You've read so much, yet know so little. Will you accept my offer?
I don't know. Will you let me try? I want to try.
Your mother is alive. She came this way with Lilith.
How can you be sure?
Sometimes I see visions of the past. I saw them.
What? How?
It spills. The blood was fed to me once.
I'm not ready yet.
Not ready yet. There.
So curious. You are eager to know why you were spared.
Yes.
Do you have faith in me?
I want to.
Good. For now, all you need know is that we are going to meet my son.
Rathma, the first necromancer.
He is that, and more. He is the key to my plans.
It sounds like they're searching for Lilith's son, Rathma, together.
Mother, what are you thinking?
Locked again. Does Lilith know we're coming?
You've mastered your fear, but I still sense your pain. You miss your daughter.
My magpie. She's scared right now. She must be.
Go or stay. It is time to choose.
I trained her well. She's a good kid. Strong. She'll be all right.
You've chosen well, my child. To reach Rathma, we will need to cross a lake at the bottom of these ruins. It requires a ritual. I will teach you.
As you wish, Mother.
Good. You're ready for lesson 1. Blood is the key.
What did you see this time? I don't need sparing. Tell me.
Lilith plans to teach her mother a ritual. It's blood. Your mother seems receptive.
We have to reach them. I'm not ready yet.
I can dispel it. priest. Must be. There she is.
Forward!
Mother? Mary? You're just in time. Beyond this lake lies the necropolis of the firstborn. A trove of magic and knowledge. I opened the way for Lilith, but I could not pass through with her. I lack divine element, you see. Stop, but I can find it. I'm so close. I simply need Mother, stop. Look at what Lilith has done to you. You're writing in your own blood. My little magpie. She awakened me. She showed me things I can't even put into words. Once I finish, you will understand. I don't care what she showed you. Please, let's just get out of here. Oh, I see. Yes, clever magpie. Trying to lead me away so you can take all this for yourself. This is my discovery, not yours. I will finish these rooms with your blood. You mustn't stop this. Look at the gifts.
You were protecting me. I don't want to hate you. I'm trying. I really am. I'm going to make Lily pay for what she's done. So we need to really go back to your father. Get that blessing. Beg if you need to. Whatever it takes. All of us started this planet ritual. I'm going to finish it. Meet me in the streets. Hit a vault there. And it is life's work. So maybe it will help with the ritual. If not, at least I can bury her where she'd want. I need time. I'm sorry. Just leave me.
More strangers in the camp.
Relax. No harm will come to you here. Who are you? An admirer of sorts. I saved you in the mountains. You lost your horse and crawled into that cave. Would have frozen to death if not for me. Why are you helping me? Well, it's very simple. You want to stop Lilith, and I want you to succeed. But you'll never do that by following the Horadrim. Their path always ends in fire and death. Sing. Open the door. Why are you telling me all this? To warn you. The day will come when the Horadrim stop. Don't be there when they do. The portal will lead you to that little girl you're looking for. Back in the Horadrim's illusion. Hey, Rel.
You are. I've lost my way. The same thing happened to my mother and me earlier on. The trail to the vault ends here, so it should be somewhere around in these woods. Someone toyed with us. This is a managed It's supposed to be. I see. The path is different now. The statue was the source of an illusion. What I expected. It does not give up hope. All we need is one book, one spell, to help us cross the Black Lake and stop Lilith.
I knew I wasn't tripping.
Sealed shut. What's the passage over there?
First, I wouldn't let this slide.
I've never seen nobody make biscuits on the ground. This is crazy. I start playing with that. I don't tell boys, man.
This is.
Yo, there's no
I
debate,
think
man.
it's written in the Rhetoric code. And here, the same symbol on the door. I have an idea.
I
You might want to take a step back.
Yo, the sausages ball.
Just face shut. Let's keep on. I wish Mother was here.
One of the key challenges that most modern businesses face is that they end up accumulating a number of different tools to solve various problems in their organizations. The issue is
It's the same seal as before. Should be easy enough to break it again. But why would someone use it here?
Here we go. Boys, I need spare. We've lost
I can't let anything stop us.
a little notch.
I'll open the door. And if we split up, we'll work faster that way.
This will come in fairly handy, like we
Stay on this side of the door.
Fine.
What am I looking for?
Don't you know? A book, a scroll, or anything that will help us cross the Black Lake.
Now we gotta check if it's level. I don't know if I believe this.
writer and actor.
Why are you so mean to me? I just wanted to show you my new place. Not much of it to show. On your penis. Mom told me the blood of a gummy bear was molested. Your mom's a bitch. I'm your father, so I assume you have the same issue. Nope, I'm a strong lawyer. You have the mother's dick. Yeah, so, this is my... Take quick out your vocabulary. Take it out. Why? Oh, shit! Oh, hell! I will build you a fully automated YouTube channel to generate over 6 figures. Look, I've done it for many other channels, I've done it for myself, and I'm generating over 7 figures a year from my own channels. And the best part is myself and clients never have to be on camera. It takes as little as 5 minutes for clients to earn this money. So if you're interested, swipe up and book a call to see if you're a good fit to work with us. I will build you a
Jackson to the ground. 3rd and long. Jackson. Hanson now throws. Intercepted.
So, the length of time from when I thought Leon was molting to when he actually did molt was about 30 days. I notice his appetite is going down. The only thing he wants to eat right now is earthworms.
Experience Boost raised my credit score by 12 points instantly, which is insane.
So I raised my.
He charges the glass a lot. And I've noticed this also. Watch when I drop this earthworm in. His vision is pretty bad right now. And also the sensitivity in his leg seems to be really bad right now. He doesn't have any of the precision and sensitivity he normally has. It's not like it used to be. Obviously, if he's breaking away from his old shell, then his eyesight is going to be bad because his new eye covers are separating away from his old ones. And his normally very sensitive setae, the hair-like feelers on his legs, are not going to be able to feel nearly as well or be as sensitive as they would be normally. Seeing how sensitive the receptors are on Leon's legs normally, that he can sense his food around him and immediately scoop it up. And then, or now, seeing how he struggles now with that same feeling when he's about to molt makes me wonder again about what lobsters feel when they're being boiled alive. I personally think that if his legs and antennae are that highly sensitive, then boiling water has to be like a major electrical shock to them. At this point, we can clearly see Leon's old shell lifting, like the door of a Lamborghini. And his movements are slowing down considerably. Here, he's lunging forward at nothing. He might see a reflection, a shadow, or just be sensing that something is there in front of him when he's feeling weak and vulnerable. Notice the pulsing here between the two shells. His antennae are still moving though, and he still lunges forward, randomly, trying to keep anything and everything away from him. The glass shrimp, the little crabs, and me. His old shell keeps slowly lifting. He still has good movement in his legs, even though his shell is separating pretty seriously now. By 11 p.m. that night, things really started to happen. His shell really started coming apart. And he was constantly scratching himself and lunging at me whenever I was by the glass. He definitely doesn't want any cameras or paparazzi in his face. Look at this too. Notice his swimmerets have stopped moving. Normally, they're buzzing all the time. Baxter waits out the molt with me and Leon. I stand back and just watch him. Not like there's anything I can do if something goes wrong, but I certainly want to be there and try. Here is where things get serious. I'm surprised he's still able to move his legs and antennae at this stage. It's amazing to think what's going on inside him right now. And my little buddy slowly falls over. Painful to watch. It's like he's dying, but he still fights. In the ocean, he would be seriously vulnerable right now, totally helpless. When he molted last year, he fell to his side and stayed on his side for the entire molt. This time, he's upside down.
Is that a bone? I got a great price on it.
Did you see my tail when that Chewy box showed up?
Oh, I saw it.
It's hard to tell what's actually happening here. He's pulling his 8 small new legs out of the old ones. Not a comfortable position. But Leon's making it happen. and amazingly, he slowly makes his way out of his old shell. Leon tries to get himself upright and get his game back together as quickly as he can. He's still totally vulnerable and doesn't want the little crabs, the glass shrimp, or anybody else messing with him. Look how mangled and useless his claws are right now. Nothing big or powerful or intimidating about them. Here's a quick replay of what he just went through. His new shell is so shiny and clean right now. And as the shiny new Leon gathers himself back up, the old Leon I've known for the past year lays there motionless. Seeing Leon's old, empty shell freaks me out a little bit, actually. It's fascinating that he has the ability to do that, shed his old skin. And after just a few minutes, Leon's new claws are expanding and taking shape, getting his power back. Leon tries to walk, but just can't yet. He climbs back to his old shell and rests. Leon is starting to feel better now and beginning to walk again. He makes his way over to his old shell, goes back into his cave area, and we all get some rest for the night. The next morning, when I come to check on Leon, he's over by his old shell. His claws have expanded and hardened, and they look incredible. He looks amazing overall, very healthy and moving around well, more like his old self, but bigger and shinier. He walks over to his old self a few times, like the old Leon is in the shiny new Leon's way or something. I know we all do aquarium keeping differently, our own ways. My preference is to get his old shell out soon. I don't want it decomposing in there and fouling up the aquarium, causing a bad bacterial bloom or an ammonia spike. His old shell holds water like a balloon, so rather than trying tongs like last year, I reach in and grab it with my hand. Leon backs away and lets me take his old self out, and then comes right back, like he wanted to say goodbye or something.
Hi, Mom. I started making money by playing games.
Are you joking?
Just try it.
Okay, honey. I will try. With SpotMe, I can overdraft up to $200 fee-free.
Install the Chime app today.
I love talking about TikTok. No, really, I do. I can't get enough of scrolling for 5 minutes and getting the same ad 5 times in a row. And you know what? If I don't get an ad, maybe I'll get some degenerate on a TikTok live begging me to give them some kind of money for validation.
Stop the roses, please. Stop the roses. Stop sending likes. My followers are going down. My followers are dropping so bad right now. Not a chocolate. Not a chocolate. It's too chilly.
But today we're not talking about that. We are talking about the rise and fall of popular internet celebrity Johnny Elbows. Now, if that name doesn't ring a bell, first of all, shame on you. You clearly do not browse the internet enough. You should have at least 20 hours of screen time on your iPhone every single day. But you know what? I'm in a good mood. So to the uninitiated, I'll give a brief synopsis of who Johnny Elbows was. He was a very bizarre TikTok creator that went viral for this TikTok meme.
Right? Hey! You gotta be quicker than that, buddy.
Now, obviously, Johnny Elbows did not blow up for his charisma, his wit, more his very interesting build, with most people comparing his body type to that test dummy that could survive a car crash. Now, Johnny first blew up back in 2022, and his content, if you could call it that, was essentially someone filming him, or should I more say exploiting him, getting Johnny to do really bizarre and weird things in public. And to say he was being exploited is a massive understatement. This guy would basically bait Johnny into doing the most deplorable stuff imaginable, all in the sake of getting TikTok views and TikTok donations. Like, for example, this clip where he acted like he was the Hulk on a college campus.
Let's go. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is amazing, Johnny. Dude, this is great. Dude, people are really missing out if they're not watching this right now.
Now, I'm going to make a very brave statement here because, you know, brave statements only on this channel. It's pretty obvious that Johnny Elbows is not the full shilling. He has some kind of mental handicap. But obviously that really didn't matter to the guy filming because he saw Johnny Elbows, he saw the amount of views they were getting, and he kept pushing Johnny to do more and more insane things in public. Now, acting like the Do the Raw kid from Shrek doesn't seem too bad, but believe me, things get...
Stop earning money on overcrowd. Pretty happy guy you look. You know what? I am pretty happy today, actually. You're perfect. Okay. Okay, please. Not the car. All right, just take it easy, Mom. I mean, fuck. Sorry. Come on, give it to me. Give me what? My money? Your happiness. Give it to me. What? Your fucking happiness. Give it to me. Wait, no. How do I do that? You don't give it to me. I'm just gonna take it. What's happening right now? You can't steal someone's happiness. You know who I am? Ever? No, that's not me. I'm the serotonin burglar. I said the serotonin burglar. Are you trying to say burglar? Okay, fuck you. I have problems speaking sometimes. Yeah, can you know that happiness? Yeah, this is how to do it. How do you, as a leader, motivate your team to be just as hungry and passionate as you are?
All these guys with aggressive tattoos, and they're just sweating it in the kitchen. They're like, yes, chef! Yes, chef! 2 minutes! 2 minutes! It's still raw! It's still raw! And they're just making fucking scallops. There's 2 items on the menu. They can't handle that shit. You go to any Chinese restaurant, there's about 485 items on the menu. And there's one dude back there in the kitchen. He's not a chef, he's somebody's uncle from Hong Kong. And he knows how to make everything in under 30 seconds. That guy's the real hero. You know what I mean? He got a yellow white beater that he brought from the old country. Just chilling near the wall, cigarette in his mouth, just like. That guy's a gangster, man. And he just cusses casually in Cantonese, just like. All these guys with aggressive tattoos, and they're just sweating it in the kitchen. They're like, yes, chef! Yes, chef! 2 minutes! 2 minutes is not
Introducing the Telefrank Credit Chat.
Hey, check this out. I just got my 504 for free with this game. Good. You also have the best apps. You can also raise your FICO score with your sponsors in tiny little things watching your video. And you can add your rent, your phone, and utility.
Yes, I should get credit for those. So then I added my utility using my micro. Let me guess. It's the right. Download your free app. That's when I first became owner of it. I promised one of our first and longest running customers was soon to tell me that I'd make it even better. So how have I done so far?
Well, it works great. It's over $50 a month.
So I have no impact at all.
I guess not.
I love talking about TikTok. No, really, I do. I can't get enough of scrolling for 5 minutes and getting the same ad 5 times in a row. And you know what? If I don't get an ad, maybe I'll get some degenerate on a TikTok live begging me to give them some kind of money for validation.
What's up?
Gorgeous, by the way.
Thank you. You look fine yourself.
Thank you.
This guy would basically bait Johnny into doing the most deplorable stuff imaginable, all in the sake of getting TikTok views and TikTok donations. Like, for example, this clip where he acted like he was the Hulk on a college campus.
Let's go. Oh my god. This is amazing, Johnny. Dude, this is great. Dude, people are really missing out. They're not watching this right now.
Now, I'm going to make a very brave statement here because, you know, brave statements only on this channel. It's pretty obvious that Johnny Elbows is not the full shilling. He has some kind of mental handicap. But obviously that really didn't matter to the guy filming because he saw Johnny Elbows, he saw the amount of views they were getting, and he kept pushing Johnny to do more and more insane things in public. Now, acting like he do the raw kid from Shrek doesn't seem too bad, but believe me, things get...
I'm going to show you 3. Oh, and he... Just going to blow the air into the tank.
What? No way. Fuck's sake. I got this car, and I gotta get the fuel out of the tank. I'll show. There's the tank right there. So, Whiskey Biz had his vacuum blowing into it. I'm just gonna use compressed air. Stick your hose in.
grab one of my buckets. Okay, so we stuffed a rag in there just to seal it. And we'll stick this in and blow on it. And blow. What? No way. Fuck's sake. That's fucking way easier than fucking sucking on that goddamn hose. Fuck's sake. How many mouths of gasoline does a guy have to have in his mouth before? Well, now you know. You're just gonna blow it. What's your name, man? What is it? Jamal? Jamal. Like, sounds like Jamal. You don't have so little black people here, you start naming white people black people. This is to make up for it. One more time. Joel. White. Okay, cool. How long you guys been together? 11 years. Goddamn.
I took him for my best friend.
You took him for your best friend. Shame. This is why you can't be going around telling your girlfriends how good your man's dick is. It's exactly like. His name's Joel, but he looks like Jamal. He's got the dick of a Jamal. Interesting. Do you have any kids? Really? Fuck, I'm jealous. I do want kids someday. And abandon you like the last one? What's your name, man? Let me ask you a question. I try to win. Oh, just a nigga, so I sin. We spin the block, we spin again. Will you get the fuck around me with all that shit? Yeah, what you making? Don't get one on that. No, you better not fuck with nothing, man. Let me get so mad about recording French houses. Nigga, make it all. Then I can make that video. I don't want to make that shit. But that's your goddamn business. That's your. You turn my shit out, I'll fuck you up. Man, you won't do nothing to me. All right, now you try me, Christian. Try me. I'm getting sick and tired of this shit. Try me, motherfucker. You ain't gonna fuck me, bro. You try me, goddammit. I'm a legend. Legend my ass. I'm a legend, I said. Hey, so how you make that? What you do? You just put the bread in there? You soak it? Yeah. I ain't what you got there. Why you got salt and black pepper on it? That's what I put on there. Oh. So my ass. Get the fuck away. Hey, no, Daddy, you can really no voice acting too much, though, bro. No, you acting stupid, man. Man, first of all, you acting stupid. And you know what? You gonna start respecting me too, motherfucker. I'll fuck you up. Come on, man. You don't talking that shit. Man, you got some big hands, man. Get your hand already there. You gonna make me fuck you up, man. When you do that, I'll call DCF on your ass. DCF, they ain't gonna fuck with me. They ain't gonna fuck with you. For what? You gonna beat the grown ass nigga ass? You gotta be fucked up. Beat your ass. Let me want to print something back there. I ain't get shit. Hey, yo, Cheetah. What's up? Have you seen this? It's insane. These.
You ever tell me what these are? Like, they're not love handles, right? That's here. What are these handles called?
Okay, let's go. The Soul Snatcher, the baby maker, the way to get me come home early from fishing. Motorcycle grips, oh shit handles, the hold my beer and watch this. Reason I have Disney Plus, a refrigerator full of juice boxes, and 3 kids. The crock pot, the bird's nest, the Yeti cooler, the minivan, the reason I'm gonna be late for work this morning. The yum, the good, come on baby, it's just a back massage. The candy cane, the mashed potatoes, the macaroni and cheese. And there's approximately 7,862 stuffed animals in my house. The butter coffee creamer, the best part of the movie. Earmuffs, water skis. The reason I chase my fiance around the house. And last but not least, ranch dressing. Because they're good on everything, baby.
You ever tell me what these are? Like...
Straight.
Hey guys, I just invented a new spell. It goes abracadabra. Oh, cool. What does it do? It makes you question your life. I just use it on Neville. Why am I? He's not doing so good. Oh my god. Celia, where have you been? I was taking a midnight stroll and Dumbledore fell on me. He's dead, by the way. What? Sylvia, there's Death Eaters coming out of a closet. Oh, that's great. Good for them. No, I mean Death Eaters are raiding the castle through a closet. We're under attack. Oh. Sylvia, I heard you were always very good at curses. Am I right? I don't know. 90% of them are probably always an accident. Never mind that. Do you think you can handle those Death Eaters over there? Let me answer that question with another question. How do you pronounce Worcestershire sauce? What? I don't know. I'm panicking. Abracadabra, abracadabra. I'm done with the Death Eaters. One died for some reason and the others are having a mental breakdown. I always wanted to be an artist. What am I doing with my life? Sylvia, we're not done here. We need you. Sorry. Hurry, somebody get rid of the girl with the ugly sweater. Hey guys, I just invented a new spell.
Let me ask you a question. If there was a basketball game between some random people on the street, let's say we were to go out there and get 5 people for each side of the basketball game, the winner was going to get $10,000, and there was no referee, do you think that somebody might try and cheat a little bit? I think I would expect them to cheat. Exactly. So if people out on the street will cheat for $10,000, you're telling me the people in charge of the world are going to cheat to keep control? They're not going to lie. They're not going to trick the general populace to keep... Hey, Bertie, about to meet Steve. Just a heads up, Steve's schizophrenic. Oh, shit. Okay. Hey, Steve, why don't you meet my buddy Alex? Disappointed me. Hold on. Hey, Alex, nice to meet you. Hey, nice to meet you, too. Who are you just talking to? Oh, this is Rachel. Oh, right. Rachel. Okay, not going to shake your hand. That's kind of rude. Oh, sorry. Right. Jesus, dude, what the is wrong with you? What? Come on, Alex. What did I do? You just grabbed your tit. Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry, I don't get out much. That I can understand. That's my sister, bro. Please don't do that again. Yeah, sure. My bad, bro. Okay, then I'll see you at home. Don't mind John. He's from Alabama. But I thought he was schizophrenic. No, Steve's schizophrenic. That's John. Oh. Hey, Bertie, about to meet Steve. Just a heads up, Steve's schizophrenic. Oh, shit. Okay. Hey, Steve, why don't you meet my buddy Alex? Disappointed me. Hold on. Hey, Alex, nice to meet you. Hey, nice to meet you, too. Who are you just talking to? Oh, this is Rachel. Oh, right. Rachel. Okay, not going to shake your hand. That's kind of rude. Oh, sorry. Right. Jesus, dude, what the is wrong with you? What? Come on, Alex. What did I do? You just grabbed your tit. Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry, I don't get out much. That I can understand. That's my sister, bro. Please don't do that again. Yeah, sure. My bad, bro. Okay, then I'll see you at home. Don't mind John. He's from Alabama. But I thought he was schizophrenic. No, Steve's schizophrenic. That's John. Oh. You're not just learning a new language, you're living it. We all know that the best way to learn a language... Crazy bars I've heard. Listen. I'ma stand on my position. I've
always been a man and never ran for my position. I've always set the stand to expand on contradictions. How you cancel Kyrie but not your Amazon subscription? I'm from the base, so it's relevant. If we can M him for the link, go after Bezos for selling it. I do not agree with his rhetoric. We should scrutinize both sides, not just the guy with melanin. Now we're about to take another elegant. It's costly when your gene pool is out of pocket. They relish it. Every misstep we take abrupt. So you can
Tell what you told me so everybody know what's going on. Tell me what you told me. Tell me what you told me. So don't speak up. So I can...
With your cousin. It's me.
How long y'all been sleeping together though? For a year? And how long have we been together? How long have we been together?
8 years. 8 years, okay?
And she sleep and go creep on me with my cousin behind my back.
You're not okay.
Like, no.
It's not just my fault. You making it seem like you doing your job. You're not even doing your job as a boyfriend. You don't even treat me. I don't even feel good. Please, right?
Oh my God. Listen, y'all, all I do is work, pay bills, come home, and make sure I can satisfy her.
You don't.
I don't. I take her on dates. We go do stuff, all that, because we do all of that. And the audacity to go behind my back and sleep.
Social media for what?
And sleep with my
That
cousin.
ain't nobody's business, but I told you that. And I owned up to you and told you that, though. I told you. I don't lie to that.
I don't care. It's owning up. You gotta take this owning up too. I'm owning up and putting on social media's followers. And it's a very...
Sometimes I pull that shit that pull.
What?
I try to grab the dick. I'm like, oh, man, wash your hands.
But you know, that never crossed my mind. Hands on my clean dick. That never crossed my mind. I want you to grab me now.
You will get you.
I take her hand and put it down. All right. I let her know. You and laugh.
Quit work that I could help by burying myself.
Quit fooling me. Come on out. I need you to be in the commercial. You and laugh.
Quit work that I could help by burying myself.
Hey, do you think you could get us some snacks?
No, we could. It's not for me.
Wow.
What you like drinking drink too?
I'm actually craving popcorn.
Don't you say that.
Oh, cool. Can it be cooked?
Say no more. Give me 3 seconds. It's hot.
I'm hungry. I'm craving some real food.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm eating one, please.
Excuse me. No phones in here. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
Disrespectful.
Yeah, how inappropriate.
This legal AI is game-changing. Stop it.
Okay, so the other day, my god sister sent me a video of this person making like a fire pit that's supposed to sit on your table. Now, since I live in an apartment complex, I figured this would be a cute alternative to having like, you know, the regular fire pit that go on the floor, because we can't have those. So I went to Lowe's to get a ceramic bowl, but you know, I love Lowe's, but the bowl was like $30, and it was the size that I wanted, but just not the price that I wanted to pay. So something told me to go ahead and go to Goodwill, because you know, it's always somebody that's giving away some shit that, you know, that you could use for anything. Now, I'm not sure what the previous owner used this big ass bowl for, but it was the perfect fit. Now, I made 2 mistakes during this video. Now, truthfully, the first mistake was I should have went to Walmart instead of Dollar Tree and got a bag of sand, because I wanted to make multiples, and, you know, they only give you enough for individual size. And the second was wearing this outfit outside because somebody yelled out, "Hey, Miss Parker," and I didn't know what to do at that point. Now, this part was the most confusing because I didn't know how much I was supposed to pour, but I didn't pour that much, and it burned for about 25 minutes, which is not bad because that's almost like a little timer, you know? You be outside, y'all drinking, y'all eating. Once that fire go out, you gotta go. Okay, so
Rack City, bitch. Rack City, bitch. 10, 10, 10, 20s on your top down. Chrome spinning. You see the ball spinning. I'm loving it. I let two get it. She tried to let the rest get it. I'm like, no, look. I'm a fucking man. Y'all get it, baby. Type of money. Got the dough, baby. So what we get drunk, so what we smoke weed.
They don't tell me what these are. Like,
I'm trying to make a circle flex. When I'm dipping on my sun.
Anyone that tries to photograph the Manhattan Hedge knows it's an absolute disaster. It's a phenomenon that happens once a year in New York where the sun perfectly aligns with the city for 2 minutes. The problem is there's too many people. I mean, look at this guy's forehead. He's gonna block over 300 photographers behind him. And look at this human tripod. But modern problems require modern solutions, and I got the perfect solve. I'm obviously not tall, but this pole answered my failure to win the genetic lottery. I raised it to the sky just to get a ballpark of how much height I needed. I really didn't expect everyone to start staring at me, but here we are. I just kept going up, and the wind started blowing out of nowhere, and it's kind of obvious that this is going to be a bad idea. This camera is extremely expensive, and if this drops, I would be pretty mortified. I lowered it down a bit, and this was a perfect height where no one's forehead was going to be in the shot. After patiently waiting for 2 hours, the sun finally aligned, and since you've been patiently waiting, here's the photograph. Let me know what you think. Anyone that tried...
Sexy chocolate nigga like me. Can't keep a bitch. Sexy chocolate. I have so many questions, I don't know where to start. So I'll open with, where are you headed? To the bar on the corner. I'm taking my brother for one last drink.
I'm sorry for your loss.
As am I, but you can't just be transporting it. There is a body. Yes, sir. My brother Kenny, who knows the next time I'll see him, if ever, if you know what I mean? Yeah. No, actually, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Could you open the lid for us, please? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Your brother's not dead. No, sir. So why is he in a coffin? Oh, we just found on the side of the road a ways back. Pretty cool, right?
Okay, but you said it was the last drink. You'll never see him again.
Yeah, well, he's moving to the valley tomorrow. So let's see what else. It's right behind my eyes. Yes. Hot legs.
But nobody will believe this. You have made the straight hair straight, correct? And now what are you doing?
Curling it.
You were saying this with a straight face, yes? You have used the device to make the hair first all straight, and now using same device to make same hair more curly than 2 seconds ago it was curly and you made it straight. Sitting in the sink is not baffling to me at all.
5 ways to be a dangerous human being. Number 1, workout. You can automatically look sexier than 80% of the population by hitting the gym and eating clean. Number 2, mean it. Do what you said you were going to do. Accomplish your goals. People pay attention. Number 3, don't give a fuck. When you don't care or react to bullshit, people get scared. They realize they have no control over you. Number 4, create solutions in motions. Too many people complain. Create a monetizable solution. Sell it.
Here are 6 different exercises that together train your entire body and different ways to make them easier. Push-ups, you just push, but you can learn them against the wall first. This might not be a real wall. And as you get stronger, you can do them at any time. You can pull-ups, you just to pull. But you can learn them against a pull tree first. And you can lean further back as you get stronger. You can just use a strap rope or cowl for this. If leg raises train your core. It is easier on the ground with knees bent, but if you straighten your legs a bit, you can split the difference and find a level that works for you. Hands under is sometimes a temporary workaround for back pain. We can train our legs and really our whole lower body with bodyweight squats and lunges. And we can start by assisting ourselves enough to stay out of pain as needed. You can also just not go.
So a couple years ago, I stumbled upon Bubble, which claims...
Do you remember when Mom used to hit us with a wooden spoon? Oh, yeah, good times. What are you guys talking about? You wouldn't know. Yeah, God forbid she ever touched your little prince. What are you talking about? What do you mean, what are we talking about? Yeah, I never spanked you with a wooden spoon. Are you kidding me? Is she serious? I can't tell. You're joking, right? No, I'm not joking. I never did that. So to get this straight, both of us having these distinct memories just right over your head. Yes. If I don't remember it, it didn't happen. Oh, right, yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm probably gonna go rob 7-Eleven and run over a family before trying to get away. You coming? Yeah, right behind you. Cool beans. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, don't worry, we'll just forget about it when we're done. Yeah, and then it never happened. Right. You guys are so dramatic. Look who raised us. Are you gonna hit me with a wooden spoon? No, I would never. If she did, she wouldn't remember.
I'm just curious. If you could save a child in Africa for only $1.99 a day, why the fuck's my child support $800 a month? I'm just curious.
Here's my honest opinion on some anime. There was so much hype built around you, and then when you drop, crickets. What happened to you? What happened? You are a classic movie and deserve some more respect. You are pretty fucking hilarious, and you got some nice Robotech action. Criminally underrated. You are badass with a nice heavy metal soundtrack. I'm enjoying you so far. You are like that, and I actually like your dub version. You have the perfect blend of comedy, romance, and action. I'm loving the story, and I'm loving the MC. If I was to describe you, I would say the animated version of Squid Games, but not as dark. I'm loving the roller coaster ride of emotion you put you through, though. You do have some perfect ass characters, but I'm enjoying the story, and you're actually my surprise of spring 2023 so far. I already knew you was going to be pretty damn good, but you're going through my expectations, and you got the best OST of spring 2023. You have continued to be a fun watch, and I hope everybody's checking you out. You have not disappointed me at all this arc. I'm sorry, I don't understand the hate that you get. Here's my honest opinion on Samantha.
Let's talk about getting there.
Don't understand why Demon Slayer is garbage. Okay. If they made it garbage for like a couple of 100 years. Well, yeah, wait a minute. 240. So, like, past 70 years. You know what I mean? Keeping up with anime. But ain't being held to account with Demon Slayer. It's like, oh, you know what I mean? But they ain't backed by big business. Them same big businesses that have been slighting and trashing, you know what I mean, mangaka and all of these other types of art forms for decades. And then all of a sudden going to switch up like, oh, Demon Slayer is the best thing in the world. Like they ain't piecemeal and steal from other people to get the identities and all that other bullshit for that fucking show. Like nobody was going, and ain't nobody going to be able to tell. Like, no, bro. It's flat plagiarism. And motherfuckers let their little imperialist ass get away with that shit. But sick. But again, it wasn't fucking everything. Like goddamn everything. From the art to the writing to everything, bro. No acknowledgement for Fire Candy. No acknowledgement for Gurren Lagann. No acknowledgement for, you know what I mean? That shit. Ain't no people. Me bring a beat back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining.
My bills were due, and I needed cash now. I'm so glad I downloaded Bridget.
I can get $50 to $250 just in time to pay my rent. No sweat thanks to Bridget's Instant Cash.
Signing up only takes 90 seconds with no credit checks, no interest. I get cash advances whenever I need it, no problem. Bridget saved the holidays for me.
Bridget sent me money when I had an emergency. Thank you, Bridget.
Download the Bridget app today and get $50 to $250 instantly.
3 hours, yes, 3 hours. Can you even believe that? Now look. I got paid for playing games on my phone in just 3 hours. Best money I ever made, man, I promise you.
Hey everyone, in this video I'm going to be breaking down the comic Junkyard Joe by Jeff Johns and art by Gary Frank. Now, this is the second book in Jeff Johns' Geiger Connected Universe of books. I covered his first book, Geiger, here on my channel. Check that out, it was fantastic. Junkyard Joe did make an appearance in that book. Although chronologically this book is set before that book, so you could start here, although I do recommend going through Geiger first. So I'm a big fan of Jeff Johns, and I really liked Geiger, and I was really excited for more books in this universe, and I think Junkyard Joe really delivers. The artwork is amazing, the story is very compelling and interesting, and this one is a good ride. It's about a robot named Junkyard Joe who was sent to the war in Vietnam, and then our story kind of kicks off from there. So let's dive into it now. Junkyard Joe. Junkyard Joe, written by Jeff Johns, art by Gary Frank, and colors by Brad Anderson. Junkyard Joe, Chapter 1. In 1972, during the Vietnam War in Vietnam, some U.S. troops are on a military base. It is hot. They want to go home. A new soldier arrives on base. His name is Joe. He does not talk. Joe is to join a group called the Junkyard Dogs. The Junkyard Dogs are composed of a few men. The men are Big Jack, Band-Aid, Matches, Sarge, Green, Bumbles, Whitefield. But the most important man here to our story is a man named Muddy Davis. Muddy has a girlfriend back home in the States that he loves called Rita Evans, and he plans on marrying her when he gets home. Their sergeant calls all the soldiers in. They have some orders. They are about to head out soon. After the Sarge tells them their orders, Muddy Davis talks to Joe. He tells Joe, "Hey, don't pay no attention to Sarge. He cares too much, so he pretends he don't care at all, if you get what I'm saying. I'm Muddy Davis. I was born in Melody Hills, Indiana. Lived there all my life. Met my girl there. Gonna have kids there. And with any luck, I'll die there. It's a nice, quiet place. Where are you from?" Joe just gives a blank expression back to Muddy. Muddy, he just thinks that Joe is scared about fighting. That night, all of the Junkyard Dog soldiers head out. They walk in the jungles for hours. At some point in the jungle, they stop and they take a look at a map to figure out where they are. Their medman, named Band-Aid, all of a sudden gets shot in the face. You see his mouth just exploding off of his face. Their sergeant yells, "Take cover! I said get down, goddammit!" All of the U.S. soldiers there duck. Not Joe, though. Joe, he just walks further into the jungle, and he expertly aims and snipes the enemy. Blam, 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 blam. 4 shots, all headshot. The other soldiers are impressed. Muddy Davis asks, "You all see that?" A Vietnamese soldier starts running at them.
He's got a grenade in his hand. He's planning to blow himself up, but take as many of the junkyard dogs down with him. Joe, though, heroically just rushes at the man and tackles him. The grenade goes off. The Vietnamese soldier dies in the blast. Not Joe, though. Joe is just standing there, still alive. Joe collects some weapons on the ground and returns to his fellow soldiers. The grenade blast blew off Joe's skin from his body, revealing he is actually a robot beneath. The junkyard dog's soldiers are scared and confused, but damn, Joe just saved their lives. The Sarge says that they go on with Joe. Some are worried that, what if Joe shoots them? Their sergeant says, any of you don't want that thing on our side after seeing it shoot like that? Joe, clearly a robot now, goes along with them. The next day, under daylight, they all stop to rest. Joe is standing about 10 meters or so away from everyone, just standing there on guard, looking out into the jungles, while the junkyard dogs, they are just relaxing, playing some poker, betting with cigarettes and chocolate bars, still unsure of what to make of this robot in their group. Muddy, he eventually leaves the poker game and walks over to Joe and tries to be nice with him and make polite conversation. He says to Joe that Joe should take a break with him. He must be getting tired, even if his knees are made of metal. He invites Joe to play cards with the rest of them. Eventually, Joe does decide to join them for cards.